Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So we're having a lot of chaos out there. Lovely, lovely rain behind me, right? We get some good rain. It's supposed to snow tonight. So mid-April, or now we're in a May. So yeah, it's crazy. So we're experiencing some very interesting things out there as far as like cities, blue cities, spiraling out of control. One of those, unfortunately, is of course, New York's where Mamdani is seems to be running that beautiful state in that beautiful city into the ground. So very, very unfortunate, but we're going to continue to see that because there's a lot of people out there that are trying to destroy America, and unless we get to the point where we start to stop them from this process. We're going to continue to see that destruction. So here he is. He's basically saying that, well, today we're taxing the rich. And, well, today all the rich are leaving then, right? So, a lot of us have been saying, get out of New York while you still can with your money. If I think this is really going to start a stampede, right? It's and the same thing is going to happen, I think, in a lot of other blue cities. And it's very unfortunate. Voters in Seattle also selected a far-left activist, Katie Wilson, who famously claimed she was going to Trump-proof Seattle. She currently faces a budget crisis with a projected $250 million shortfall and tax revenues in decline. Wilson, as of early 2026, directed departments to prepare 5 to 10% budget cut plans for 2027. Like Mamdani, she is also calling for her own brand of wealth tax as a means to cover deficits. This will only cause more businesses to leave the area. Starbucks started in Seattle, and Starbucks is leaving Seattle, going to Nashville, Tennessee. So no tax in Tennessee. In the big blue states, taxes are going through the roof. Look at California. Taxes on gas are through the roof. The highest gas tax rate in the nation. Congressional leaders, GOP congressional leaders in California are asking for Newsom to take away the gas tax, because I think gas prices are well in the $7 range for regular, and probably up around $8 for premium. So really, really hurting. Of course, if you got an electric car, I guess it's maybe better. I don't know. Anybody in California that's driving an electric car, have the electricity rates gone up? Yes. So they're coming at us from all different kinds of angles. It's going to be a very great day when we get rid of the Democrats. And I'm not talking about the regular civilian Democrats, but I think most of the Democrats are leaving the Democrat Party because the Democrat Party has left us, right? That was my parents' party. A lot of people within my family in Columbia, South Carolina were Democrats, and I don't think there's hardly any of them left that are still following the Democrat Party. We were warning I was warning people for decades. Democrat Party is destroying America, and now we're seeing results of it. And I think more and more people are turning from it. Even Democrats are saying we want to have free and fair elections, and so we want to check everybody's ID. 80% of Americans want the Save America Act to go through, and still Congress can't get it through. It's what's going on? What's going on? So we know what's going on. These people in the political realm are in power because they were selected to be in the power and to control us and to tax us into oblivion, right? So the property taxes are also a massive problem. There's a lot of people that are talking about, doing away with property taxes. Will we be able to do that? Well, we're going to, right? Because in Ohio, I saw where property taxes are they're higher, and they've pulled in more money than sales tax and personal tax than the property tax. So property tax is outpacing all of those other taxes they're taking in. So this is never the way it's supposed to be. You were supposed to have your property, and you didn't have to keep paying for it. There's a lot of people that own their property fair and clear, but they still pay property taxes, and the property taxes are going up and up and up. They're actually in most places outpacing inflation. That's because there's a lot of fraud that's involved in property taxes. So it's definitely getting out of control. There's going to be some payback if we don't see a massive changeover during the midterms, where a lot of Democrats go away, which looks like it's moving in that direction. But if they steal another election, I think people are going to rise up. And I know, because we're not going to put up with the stuff that we put up over the last 4 years. Them coming after conservatives, we were very patient with them. We took a lot of heavy, impact from them. We're not ever going back to that. So I think it's going to be, start to move in the right direction. Who knows whether we even have an election? Because I think that when we come up on this prayer day, May 17th, we're going to have to look out. All right. Because if you're going to that prayer, I would suggest. Now, I went to, J6. I was there. J5 and J6. J6 was crazy. And we saw the results of that. I think if you're going to that, now I was going to go that. And of course, I was very brave and went to J6. I'm not going to the May 17th one. All right. So if you're going there, I would be very cautious. And if you see something out of the ordinary, get out. All right. Get out of there. The only way I think that's going to be safe is if they go out about a mile, and everybody, no cars coming in, and you go through checkpoints, and they're bomb sniffing dogs and all kind of crazy stuff. Otherwise, I don't know, guys, I wouldn't do it. Right. So we know they hate Christians. They hate God. Right. So that prayer to happen there in what used to be sacred ground, but is now not so much anymore. I'd be very, very careful. Up to that point, we're probably going to be okay to a great extent, but I would start to position yourself for something very dramatic and traumatic. Stock up on food and water, bullets, and weaponry. So even here where I live, they had a mass casualty drill, and this is probably one of the more high-end, safest places in America, and they just had a mass casualty training event. So, I think the word is out there. There's going to be it's going to be sparks of problems. I hope not. I hope that through prayer and focus like we're going to have on the 17th, we're able to avoid that. But everything is pointing to mass arrest of the baddies. And they know that's coming, and there's probably going to be something that they're going to like to do. All right. So what we just had recently today, President Trump was trying to get some of those ships out of there. They're stuck in the Gulf, and get them through the Strait of Hormuz. And so they started launching attacks. Right. And I've been saying, we're not going to be able to deal with these people. Right. We're going to have to go in and remove them. And with the help of the people that are there, this could probably happen fairly quickly. But, President Trump is not a very aggressive guy. Right. So or at least not until it's time to get aggressive. And then he is, and then it's over very quickly. He's proven that, over and over again. Going after ISIS, like I talked about, when I was in the CIA, I was saying, why don't we take down Mamdani? Not Mamdani. Yeah. Why don't we take down Mamdani? Why don't we take down al-Baghdadi? And maybe that guy too. But why don't we take down al-Baghdadi? And no one could give me the answer in the CIA. Even the analysts, they were like, I was like, wow, you guys are the ones that know everything. So, once Trump came in, within a few weeks, al-Baghdadi was gone. And that was a collapse of ISIS. So that's what we need to see, something like that happen in Iran. President Trump has been very, very slow, very methodical. I think some of that is because he's trying to strangle and point out the deep state throughout the world. And we're seeing it's definitely having an effect. So that's very, very possible that we'll see some type of event here in the United States where, I think that President Trump and team are doing everything that they can to overcome, the deep state activities. And I think they've been very successful in a lot of ways, keeping things. I would have thought at this point we've had all kind of crazy rioting and so forth, but he's been very good at taking away their money sources. And that's continuing. So as that squeeze is happening in Iran and around the world, because Iran was to be a massive puppet of the deep state, threatening everyone with nuclear retaliation if they didn't do what the deep state wanted them to do. And that's one of the things that is basically being destroyed right now. So again, we're having them, squeezed on a lot of different levels. Larry Ballard, told us that he had prophetic insights from God that this Iran conflict would lead to collapse of this beast, Luciferian financial system, right? So that's very. I think that's great. I think that I think he's onto something. If he gets to come through, we'll have him speak. We're trying to get him through. He's having some difficulties on his end, so we'll see. But anyway, the system is, everybody's been talking about it, is about to collapse. And when it collapses, you don't want to be in a position where it's going to, affect you. If it does, collapse and affects you, it's because you haven't been planning and you're not using your intuition, right? But who knows? Maybe it's going to, everybody's going to get affected. I think at some point, on some level, everybody will be affected. But those of us that have been preparing and planning over the last 6 years, so somebody in a chat is like, you need to talk about how everybody's like hurting and they're being affected. And I'm like, yeah, I think everybody is hurting and everybody has been affected in a negative way. Everybody, especially the deep state, and then the deep state puppets, they're feeling it very hard too. So I talked about yesterday how Hollywood, they're trying to, get an LA mayor that's a Hollywood guy that is GOP, Republican side. And that would be a massive, turn in the right direction. But, Hollywood is really destroyed itself. They have no one to blame but themselves. And if they do affect a turnaround, which they're so far down the hole, and so many people are disappointed and don't support Hollywood anymore, that they're going to have to do a massive, with all the Hollywood elite, if you want to call them that, Hollywood deep state, you're going to have to have a lot of those people turn around. And I've heard a lot of people say that, yeah, we're having a lot of people wake up. I think we're at that point where might be too late, right? Where this thing is about to flip and flip hard. If people aren't already waking up and preparing, the thing is going to get pretty bad, right? So I've talked to several people. on the backside. I don't like to put out a lot of negative stuff. I like to people, focus on the love vibration, trust in God, and He'll guide you and get you in the right direction, put you in out of harm's way. But for a lot of people, most people, that's not even part of their consciousness. I just saw recently that, remember how we used to, we were always taught that when you do a presentation to the public, you need to make it on a 7th grade level, right? And I guess that's because over half of the United States was at a 7th grade level. Well, guess what? Now 60% of America is at a 6th grade level. So they're dumbing us down. They're dumbing us down fast and hard. It's very frustrating. I keep hearing reports of where children are being told to hate President Trump, and that it would be a good thing if he was assassinated. This is what they're teaching in school. What the heck? Parents, get involved here. Get your kids out of the schools if they're doing that shit, right? So you're gonna have some cray kids unless you do. So, and dumb down. You can teach your kids. I've seen so many parents and talk to so many parents that say they can teach what the average academic, what they teach throughout the year, they can do it in a few months. So kids don't have to go to school as long as they do, learning the crap that they're learning. All right. So if we get them to the point where they start to be free thinkers, which the school is not teaching them to do, and do research and find out stuff on their own, which is something I always did. I would come to class and I'd have all kind of extra information, and the teacher's like, "Get up here and talk." So I'd be talking in a lot of these classes. It's pretty fun, and showing other students. We got up in, if there was some science, I was a science guy, kid. And so if there were a lot of kids that, had trouble with science, I would go to desk, and while the teacher was doing the same thing, and I'd help my fellow students out. So, but that was because I was always a researcher, always, was taught that by my parents. It was great. They always taught me that what you believe in, you will achieve. And it's not part of our reality anymore. They're dumbing us down, and they're making us cyborgs pretty much. All right. So we got to break free from the system. And the only way we do that is we stand up and start to push back on the system that is so heavily and so massively corrupt in so many different areas. Now, this is not always, the case in some areas out there. Parents have gotten involved in their school systems, and their schools are really teaching, on a great level. So, and we'll see that, on a great level, I think, going forward. I think that on a great scale that we're going to see some changes, but not if we continue to allow. So these activists, obviously, they're being paid by, probably Soros funding and so forth. That needs to be addressed. It should not be happening. How can it, at this point, how can that still be happening? So you see these people, going against the police. The police, a lot of the people there at the medical center, the Wyckoff Heights Medical Center, late Saturday night, they said that if the police hadn't showed up, there probably would have been deaths. And the police arrested a lot of these crazy people that come in and demonstrate. And you can see them coming up and pushing on the police. And good for the Brooklyn police. I know the Brooklyn police are badasses. Most people in Brooklyn are badass. But, we're having, these crazy people, get bussed in and get paid to come in, show up and do bad things. And the police, throwing down, and they were getting pushed, and they pushed back, and then somebody came at them again. It's like if you're lucky enough that the police just push you away after you assaulted them, don't come back again. Because if you come back again, it's over for you. And of course, these crazies, or they'd love to get their fellows to do that because they're videoing it. And then they put it out there that the police are attacking us and assaulting us. But you see where they did the assault first, if you get the full view. But they're cutting out where the police are being assaulted. And then they're just showing the police just come up and, you know, take people down. And then other police show up to push their people away. They're trying to interfere. I mean, all those people that are coming in trying to interfere with an arrest, they should be arrested as well. So probably the whole crowd should have been arrested. So they're being very, very generous with these crowds. I think that needs to end. All right. Now, I just saw this one video about Vlad the Impaler. All right. He got, they did a really bad, you know, history, because I've been saying that history is going to be changed in a lot of different ways. So they came in, basically made Vlad out to be a very bad guy. All right. Dracula, Vlad the Impaler. But what they failed to mention is that when the Muslims came in, they basically raped the women and took the children and turned them into military slaves that fought other Christians again. And they had these armies that they built from Christian boys, and they, you know, crazy, and then just made them, you know, go into battle. And they would use them as their front forces, and they would just, like crazed people, they would, you know, just run in like these people that are, you know, assaulting police officers in Brooklyn. So I'm going to play a little piece of that. I put it up on my X. It's very insightful. It's the real history. The real history is not often shared, but you know, if you do a little research, like I did, and like I'm doing, and sharing with you guys, then you're going to find out, you know, that things have very definitely and very massively been manipulated. All right. So this is from Silas B. Like I said, I posted over on my YouTube, and let's listen to what he has to say.
Vlad the Impaler, also known as Dracula, was a Christian hero. Romania still teaches their children this. They honor him as a defender of their nation and their faith. You weren't taught that. You were taught that he was a monster, a psychopath who impaled people for sport. And there's a reason they told you that story instead of the real one, because the real story exposes something they don't want you to see. The difference between a Christian prince who waged war on soldiers and an Islamic empire that waged war on women and children.
All right, so that's what we're seeing right now. I've seen this overseas, guys. I've been quietly threading this in for well over a couple decades into my stuff. You can't push too hard on this because you get pushed back on. But we need to wake up to this. This is happening right underneath our feet, especially here in America now with that, and Europe. But we need to focus on America because we're Americans. But, you know, we love our, you know, the people all over the world that have had the same thing where massive illegal immigration. And they're pushing that all over Europe. In fact, in Italy, they pushed it so hard that they told Meloni that if she didn't start to allow immigrants in, that they were going to cut her out from European Union. So she would get, you know, a lot of, you know, European Union money that comes into Italy and so forth. They're going to get that cut off. So she's like, okay, I hate President Trump and I hate what he's doing in Iran. And I'm going to let 800 illegal immigrants come into my country after she basically set herself up with her public, with her populace, saying that she would not do that. So we are under a massive threat from Islamic extremists again. So listen and learn. If we don't learn from history, we are doomed to repeat.
Here's what your history books left out. The Islamic Ottoman Empire was waging holy war against Christian Europe. They were swallowing Christian lands, city by city. And Vlad knew exactly what that conquest looked like because he spent his childhood as their hostage. He watched Christian cities fall. He saw what happened to the women, saw boys ripped from their mothers and converted at sword point. He watched his own brother break under the pressure and convert to Islam. But Vlad didn't break. And when he finally took his father's throne, he made a decision that would echo throughout history. Not here, not my people, not while I breathe.
All right. So this is what I've been saying lately about this election, guys. If this election gets stolen again, it's going to turn into Vlad-like stuff, right? And you know, we're going to have to do it. We're going to go this route, and I don't want it to go this route, but I'm not the person that's promoting this. I'm a person of peace, but I'm also a warrior. So this is the potential that we're going to see.
You've probably heard about the golden age of Islamic tolerance. Muslims, Christians, and Jews living in harmony, a multicultural paradise that supposedly put those backwards Christian kingdoms to shame. Ask yourself one question. If it was so tolerant, why did Christian populations disappear? Because here's what tolerance actually looked like. Ottoman soldiers would arrive in Christian villages and demand the priest hand over a list of baptized boys. Boys as young as 6, kidnapped, forcibly circumcised, forcibly converted to Islam, and trained as soldiers used to conquer more Christian lands and steal more Christian children. Hundreds of thousands of boys over the centuries. Vlad watched this empire from the inside. He understood exactly what was coming for his people if he failed. So when the Ottomans sent envoys demanding tribute, gold, and boys for the Devshirme, Vlad didn't negotiate. He impaled the envoys. Sultan Mehmed II, the conqueror of Constantinople, the most feared military commander in the world, had assembled 150,000 Islamic troops to crush Vlad personally. Vlad had 30,000 Christian men and absolute clarity about what defeat would mean for every woman and child in his kingdom. Outnumbered 5-1, he knew he couldn't meet them in open battle. So he made his entire country a nightmare to invade. He poisoned the wells so the Ottoman Empire had nothing to drink, burned the crops so that they had nothing to eat, and drove the livestock into the mountains so they couldn't resupply. Then came the night raids. Vlad's men striking after dark, slaughtering soldiers in their sleep, and vanishing before dawn. Then Mehmed's army reached Targovist and saw exactly what was waiting for them. 20,000 Ottoman soldiers impaled on stakes, stretched out for miles like a forest of the dead. The stench alone stopped the advance. Now pay attention because this is crucial for context. Vlad's cruelty was aimed at soldiers. Ottoman cruelty was aimed at civilians. The men on those stakes were combatants, soldiers who had participated in the rape, enslavement, and slaughter of Christian women and children. What did Ottoman cruelty look like? When Constantinople fell in 1453, Mehmed's soldiers were promised 3 days of lawful plunder. Eyewitnesses documented what followed. Tens of thousands of civilians enslaved, women raped in the streets and inside churches, nuns violated on altars, young women stripped naked and sold in slave markets, the elderly slaughtered wherever they tried to hide. The Ottomans made war on women and children. Vlad made war on warriors.
All right. So this is where we're moving, guys. We've seen this happening with the Democrat Party bringing in these warriors for them, these Muslims on a massive scale. We've seen what's been happening in Milwaukee, We've seen what's been happening in Texas, massive numbers of mosques being built, and the people don't want it, but still it keeps coming in. So we're gonna have to face this at some point. I think there's obviously peaceful, godly ways to do this, but if we're pushed, then it's Vlad time. All right. So I have a wonderful guest, Larry Ballard. Larry, how are you doing? Good to have you back.
Oh, okay. Let me tell you, we're jinxed. Last time we did a show, we had problems. Today, my email went down twice. And as I'm trying to do this, the mouse pad on my computer just stopped and I had to go get a regular mouse. But we finally got here. So we can do this show with the slides or without the slides, whichever way you want. It's going to be more detailed with slides. So you tell me what you want to do.
Yeah, let's do the slides. I got them right here. I'll bring them right up.
All right. So when we do slides, I tend to talk like a robot. So you just jump in and stop me anytime you want. Okay.
All right.
Shall we just go? You got any introductions you want to make, or we just jump into this?
Well, you've been on before. You want to give everybody a little background?
Well, my name is Larry Ballard. I'm basically been at this since 1968 when I had a near-death experience and God gave me an assignment. He said, I'm going to have you work all over the world. I'm going to have you travel. I'm going to have you work in all kinds of strategic and significant jobs. And I'm not going to bring you out until we're at the last moment where America's on the absolute tipping point. So real quickly in preparation, I worked for a whole bunch of really interesting companies. I worked building skyscrapers, so I know about 9/11. I worked for Monsanto, so I know about GMOs. I worked for Atomic Energy Canada, so I know about socialized medicine, about the dangers of nuclear energy. I worked for the French, so I know about the formation of the European Union. I was over in China when Tiananmen Square happened, and on and on and on and on and on. So basically, I've been studying for 57 years. I read the Bible cover to cover a couple of times. I read the Quran cover to cover. So I know about what your last topic was, all about Iran and what they're doing, and about Islam and how they absolutely are not a religion of peace, but a religion of war and slaughter. And their goal is to do what? To absolutely be the dominant religious force on the face of the earth. And that's why we're having this war, because they have to be stopped, period. So that's a little bit about me. And we can jump into this anytime you're ready, Michael.
Well, that's amazing. I wasn't planning on presenting that, but I got kind of pushed in that direction. So I guess I paved the way for your presentation. So it works out pretty good. God works in mysterious ways. All right, Larry, kick it off.
All right, so here we are. Basically, this war is coming to an end. I threw this show together over the weekend because I got so mad. What happened is I did something I normally don't do. I turned on the TV and watched the news. And I watched politicians who were saying, "Oh, we got to get out of this war." And I watched people come on and say, "You know who the real winner in this war is? It's Iran. Trump is getting his lunch taken." And I said, "That's enough. I've got to go out and I got to get the facts, and we got to do a show and tell the people the truth." And this is deep. So let's skip that first slide. You see the name. Let's go on down. Real quick on my book. I just got a brand new book that's out, and it's called Liberty Crusade, Restoring the Republic. And it's about understanding everything I've learned for 57 years. What made America great? And here's what it is. And if you don't know this, then you definitely need to buy this book. You need to know what a republic is, what your responsibilities are as a member of a republic, what the American economic system is, because it's what made America great. So this book tells you all of that and a whole bunch more. It allows you to understand what made America great, how we've had it almost completely taken away from us, how we're in the process of getting it back. And once we get it back, how we have to keep it. And then here's the important part. We're about to have a tsunami of whistleblowers come out. And when that happens, we're going to have positions open in the banking industry. We're going to have major corporations fold and their CEOs go away. And most importantly, we're going to find out the truth about the elections. And then we're going to find out that 90 or 95% of our politicians are corrupt. And then that's where the seminal call comes that says, if you understand what our Constitution is, what a republic is and what your responsibilities are, then you can step in and you can fill those positions, and you can run for local, for state or federal government. You can go into some corporation, but we have no use for you if you're not informed and you can't bring some knowledge and value to the table. This book has been 57 years being birthed so that at this particular moment in time, you have the knowledge you have in order to stand up and be a responsible member of the Republic. So let's go on down. And
I
let's
love
actually
that
get
title,
in.
Liberty Crusade, and we need to get back to that, unfortunately. But that's how we are going to maintain our freedoms. I agree with you, Larry.
That's it. And this is just a high level. So what is coming out now for the general public to understand? We came here to get away from the control of what? Of England and of the monarchies in Europe. We're still under their control. So I'm going to take you through a real quick history and understand. It's very important for the context of the show. You have to understand that we have no sovereign nations in the world at this time. They're all still to this day controlled by the monarchies of Europe, controlled by the central banking system, controlled by the banking system. And who runs the World Bank, the IMF, and the USAID? England. And what are we finding out now? We're finding out England is a mortal enemy. So let's get into this slide real quick. So basically that first picture over to the left, that is the empire of England when they were said the sun never set on them. Those were the slave nations, the colonies, whose natural resources they stole. Then they manufactured those goods in slave labor camps. And what happened? They were able to sell them to the world cheaper than anybody else, and they drove nations into poverty. Then that next jump over is talking about where they decided that they needed America to protect their global assets, and so they made us the police force, and we were stupid enough to do it, and now we're waking up. So going back, so what happened is you see Bretton Woods up there, and that's the agreement we made after World War II in 1945, where the rest of the world had been decimated. The world said, we need a stable economy. Will you be the world's reserve currency? And we said, yep, yeah, we'll do that. And we agreed that we would put our currency on gold. And then in 1971, the British orchestrated a financial crisis for America. And Nixon stepped in and said, we are temporarily going to suspend the transfer of U.S. currency with gold, but that's never been removed. That made us a fiat currency. And that began the process of systematically taking our dollar from $1 to where it's now worth about 2 cents. And then we jumped forward and they said, all right, America's getting too strong. We got to cede power to China, and that entered in the peanut farmer. And what did he do? He basically took us into an economic stagnation period, and he got us into the war that we're in now economically with China. And what happened is they decided to cede power to China away from the United States, bring America down, build China up. And to do that, they said, we've got to have a completely new economic system. We can't have capitalism. We can't have communism. We have to have a super hybrid capitalist communist economy. So we have the innovation of America and the control of dictatorship. And now, finally, we've gone full circle because that financial system that was nothing but a debt trap is collapsing. And so now they turned against China. And what they want to do is collapse the entire economic system. And when they do that, they want to take us into economic slavery. And as you will know, who they have no use for now that they have AI and emerging technologies that can do practically anything, quote unquote, better than us humans. So that sets the stage for what we're doing. Let's go on down, and I'm going to take you quickly into history. Do you want to chime in before I just keep rambling on?
No, you're presenting the real history, so I appreciate it.
Okay, so here's what we got. This is the truth about the American economic system. This is where, at the end of the Civil War, we had been collapsed because we went bankrupt during the war. And what did we do? Oh, think about this, folks. It's exactly the same thing Trump is doing now. So in a 34-year period, America became the wealthiest nation in the world. How did we do it? We put a 50% tariff on England, our mortal enemy. And that caused us, they say necessity is the mother of invention. That caused us to invent the transcontinental railroad system so we could get access to our natural resources. Then with that 50% tariff on England, our people couldn't afford to buy British goods. So we innovated the Industrial Revolution. We had basically the assembly line, the automobile, the telephone, the car, on and on it goes. And we basically in 34 years became the wealthiest nation in the world. So I'm going to read you these two quotes. Two systems are before the world. One is the English system. The other we would be proud to call the American system of economics, the only one ever devised, the tendency of which was that of what? Doing what? Of elevating while equalizing the condition of man throughout the world. So what we did is we shared our technology instead of hoarding it. And then Henry C. Carey had another quote to say. It says, in the words of Henry C. Carey, economic advisor to Abraham Lincoln, the British system, and now I put in Chinese because they transferred power to China, is the most gigantic system of slavery the world has yet seen, and therefore it is that freedom gradually disappears from every country over which England/China isn't able to obtain control. So that's the system we're in now, where China is still to this day the manufacturing power of the world, but Donald Trump is bringing that back very, very fast. And before the next year or two is over, when he gets these new factories done, we're going to regain our position as the number one manufacturing power in the world. Let's go on down. We'll get through this history in a while, and we'll get to the really important stuff. So this is the American economic system, and we equalized and elevated the condition of mankind. And I'm going to jump down to that second quote. Rather than controlling wages, stifling ingenuity, and hoarding resources, which what the British system did, the American free trade system did this. The American system encouraged innovation, which it shared with the world. As the innovators of the technology, we benefited, and those who adopted it benefited, particularly Germany, because they went in full-fledged. And that leads us to the next two slides. So what happened is we shared that technology, and in 34 years, on our centennial anniversary, 1876, America invited people to come to America. 10 million people came. And we announced that in just 34 years, using tariffs and developing the Industrial Revolution, America was now the wealthiest nation in the world, supplanting England, who had a 300-year head start. Let's go down to the next slide, and we'll see what happened. This is the system that Trump is re-implementing. This is the American economic system. So what we did is, those pictures say it all, in 31 years, I'm just going to read this so we can go through it fast. 31 years of protective tariff policy. That means 50% tariffs on England. Has by any test measured by any standard vindicated itself. U.S., are you ready for this? Has achieved number one rank in agriculture and mining and manufacturing. That's what we had before they started to tear us down. That's what Trump is re-implementing. That's what we're going to have. That's the journey that we're on. We're re-implementing the American economic system. It's no guess. It is exactly what made us the greatest nation in the world in the first place. Yeah. Let's go on down.
And, Larry, there's an important point that you're bringing up about the economic system and Trump bringing it back. So in 2025, we reached a point where our debt was the interest we paid on our debt was higher than what we were paying for the military, creating military budget. So whenever a country has reached that point, it's going to decline into a steep decline, and unless, like we're talking about right here, unless the economy starts to regenerate and create wealth, like you're talking about, we are doomed. So this is very, very important what you're bringing up.
By the way, I've done some very, very detailed shows on the topic that you just talked about. This is on the high level in regards to that. But let's go to the next slide and we'll see what they did. They saw that we were going to wake the whole world up and we were going to allow the entire world to prosper. So it took 24 years, but England orchestrated through a series of treaties the situation where basically an assassination led us into World War I. Why did they want to do it? Because they had gained control over the world by controlling all the sea gates. Now, this is going to take us to what Trump is doing right now with this Iran war. And what they said is, well, they're building railroads, transcontinental railroads across Russia, going across the Bering Strait, going down from Alaska down into Mexico, Panama, into the Central America, into South America, across Gibraltar, into Africa. And if we allow this to happen and don't destroy it, we'll lose control of the world by trade. So they orchestrated World War I. They crushed Germany and they destroyed all those railroad systems, and they maintained control of all the sea gates and trade by sea and have dominated the world ever since. They turned us back, and we were willingly part of it because of our corrupt politicians. Here's what happened. We went into that war not on the side of Germany, but on the side of Britain. But if you knew the history, we were actually allies of Britain, of Germany. They were the biggest supporters of the American economic system. But the British came and said, we make you a deal. Here's the deal. If you come into this war on our side, we're going to be okay because we're sitting over on an island and our economy won't be crushed and yours won't be crushed because you're sitting halfway around the world, and we'll just make so much money it's not even funny because you'll be able to manufacture all the armaments that we need, and when the war's over you can come in and you can rebuild. And our stupid corrupt politicians took it and we went into a war we never should have been in, and it changed the trajectory of America from leading the world into peace and prosperity into the chaos that we've been in. But it's all going to change, and it's going to change. I'm an absolute supporter of Donald J. Trump. You're going to find out what he's doing. Let's go down to the next slide. Wow. This is something I put together because I think
good job, Larry.
We need to understand the big picture. So what I'm going to tell you here is that Europe is falling apart. It's being exposed. Brexit happened several years ago. That was England leading, and now Spain has come in and found a loophole that is allowing Europe. If Spain's leading the way and 8 other nations want to follow, it's allowed Spain to enter into a trade agreement with us outside of NATO and a security agreement, and the other nations are saying we want it. Europe is going to fall apart. Russia's having severe economic problems. China has some severe economic problems. So that portion of the world is basically being fractionalized. The power is going to be regionalized. You're not going to see Europe or Russia or China be the sole superpower of the world. They're going to be relegated to being regional powers. And this is something that people, I think, are going to be surprised that we've always been a friend to Australia. So our sphere of influence is going to contain what I call the United Americas, which is Greenland, North America, Canada, Latin America, Mexico, South America, and probably Australia. And here's what's happening. When we get to the later part of this presentation, we're going to find out that Trump has done something that has changed the equation. England has negotiated and set up proxies using Iran and kept the world during my entire lifetime in absolute chaos with war after war after war and oil shortages one after another. And what do? That keeps the world in constant chaos. It drives up the price of oil, which is what controls what we can buy. So through that tactic, England has been able to suppress the populations of the world and keep us to where we can't buy food, we can't buy water, we can't pay for housing, and they control all the necessities of life. Trump just did something with the Emirates, with Saudi Arabia and the other nations that's going to blow your mind when we get to the right point. They are now our super best allies. And what's happening in Africa, while the other nations are fracturing, with what we're doing with Saudi Arabia, the Middle East is going to grow. And with what is happening in Africa is going to emerge, at least for our part. We're no longer going to have Western hegemony. If we do a deal with them, it's going to be fair, and they're going to come to us, and we're going to get some very interesting mineral deals there. So basically, Africa's going to rise, America's going to rise, and the rest of the world is fracturing. That's the globe. Now, look at those things in red. That takes us back to the strategy that was executed by England all those years ago. Now, back then, Greenland wasn't a significant trade route because the poles were all frozen. But for now, for trade from the United States over to Europe and Asia, we may need to go in the very near future through Greenland. And he secured that. And the naysayers were really after him. And then he pulled a coup and got back control of the Panama Canal on both sides. So we now have free egress over into the Atlantic Ocean and off to the rest of the world. Beautiful. We've got what we need. Now let's look at what's happening in Asia. There's a little bit of a problem there, especially when it comes to China, because they've got to go around Cambodia and Vietnam and all of that and go through the Straits of Hormuz, Malacca rather. And then they've got 2 more gauntlets to run after that. They've got to go through the Suez Canal, and they got to go through the Strait of Hormuz, and they may control rare earth, and they may control a lot of the elements that we use to make our medicines, but they've got some Achilles heel. They import 70% of their oil. So basically, they've got to shoot that gauntlet. And with what we just did in Iran, we just put in a security net that I'm sure you'll know more about than I do because of your background. And with what we just did in Iran, we just put in a security net that I'm sure you'll know more about than I do because of your background.
Yep.
but is able to discern frequencies. So they can tell a high-speed powerboat, they can tell a pleasure boat, they can tell a submarine, they can tell a tanker, they can know where every ship in the strait is, and then they got the ability to scramble their radar to make ghost. So not only do we know where everything is at, but they can't target us. And so 72 hours after deploying that, bingo, a limited opening of the strait occurred, and now China knows we can do that to them over in Taiwan. The equation of the world is changing. Let's go on down to the next slide, unless you want to add something. Can we go on?
I just heard that Russia is also going to get involved in the Strait of Hormuz to get their ships out. So that's kind of interesting.
Well, what's happening is Ukraine's coming. They're bringing four minesweepers, and now England is getting involved and another other nations, because here's what Trump did. Said, hey, I asked you nicely to come and you didn't come, and then I asked you and you didn't come, and now I'm doing all the heavy lifting. You want the strait open? You come down and open it. So now there's a coalition, including Russia and Ukraine and several other nations, that understand they need the oil. I mean, Trump says, we don't need the oil. We got more oil than anybody in the world. You want that strait open? Now you come in and do it. And that's exactly what's happened, Michael. You just hit the nail on the head.
And like Ukraine has been hitting a lot of Russian oil terminals and so forth. And Europe is telling them to stop it. So it's interesting. So we might be seeing this war wind down. That'd be great.
I think we are. And when we get to the end of this and we get out of Iran, then we're going to talk specifically about what's going to happen in Russia, what's going to happen with China, and basically the state of the world as far as, is it going to be peace? Is it going to be war? Are we going to get the reset, or the bad guy's going to get it? So this is taking us back to what Trump did. And I just want to point out, we got Greenland, we got Panama, we're going to get Cuba, we got Venezuela, and we're now treating these people fairly. We're getting the cartels out, which means the legitimate governments will now have control. And we're negotiating agreements with them for natural resources. They're now our enemies, but they're going to become our friends. If you think Canada is a friend, understand they're a crown corporation. If you think England's our friend, Mexico's our friend, understand they're the ones who let all those caravans in. And then you go down to South America, and all those cartels are the ones that are running those countries. So the first nation to step forward is Canada, not the nation, but Alberta, and saying, you held us handicapped. Ottawa takes all the money and we have all the resources. So they've already got a petition signed. They have the right to have an election to see if they can leave Canada. And if they do, then all the rest of the resource-rich provinces are standing up looking, and we may well see that Canada may join America, and maybe Cuba, and on it goes. America is freeing the world, and that globe up above, that's the golden globe for Canada and for America. And there's another globe I'm going to talk about that's going to tell you why all of a sudden that the EU buddied up with us. It's very, very important. So there we go. U.S. national security requires united Western Hemisphere, which is allowing U.S. to consolidate its resources and actually grow when other nations are being fractionalized. Comments before we go on, Jacob?
Nope, that's good.
Michael, comments?
Nope.
All right. This is I try to show you the big picture. So this whole war was about the nukes, but it was about much more. It was about trying to get to the bottom of the Smartmatic theft of our election and 71 other nations. So they had to get the man who did it so they can interrogate him, and we can have the whistleblowers to come out in the truth. And that's what's going to be part of what's going to give us our government back when we find out how many politicians don't belong in those offices. And then what else was going on? It's a cartel. He's basically said, we're taking the cartels out and giving it the legitimate governments the chance to run it. And so in Venezuela, that was the cartel of the sun. And then we go down and we understand. I asked this question of God in 1968 when I had my near death. I said, God, He had me study anthropology, geology, sociology, everything around the world. I know we've got more oil than anybody in the world. Why aren't we using it? He quietly came back and said, it isn't time. When the time comes, we're on the precipice, then we will disclose that America has more oil than anybody else in the world, and we'll use it to leverage. So what's part of this? It's the oil squeeze that he executed against Russia, which now has been turned around, and it's the oil squeeze that he executed against China. But guess what? He didn't cut them off completely, because then when it come into that war, what he did to Russia, he says, you know what? you've got to have oil, and Europe and everybody else has oil. So now you can buy oil from it, and you can sell oil rather than anybody you want, except you can't deal with Venezuela. And then he went in and said the same thing to China. So they wouldn't go bankrupt. They just have to pay a little more for oil until this whole thing was done. So he created a strategic oil squeeze that kept Russia and Iran from being forced into this, so that we could come in and we could fix the number one geopolitical piece of geography in the world, that is the Suez Canal and the Strait of Hormuz, and we're doing it. He's taking care of business. It's a combination of the kinetic strikes, and more importantly, this is an old-fashioned military siege, and boy, is it working. It's working with spades. So this is kind of in your wheelhouse. Do you want to comment on that before we go on down?
No, I saw, I spent a lot of time in that close to 30 years working there as a Navy SEAL and then CIA. That's the number one problem in that whole area was Iran. So by taking down Iran, we take out all the problems in that area, and it's going to be peace and prosperity going forward. Iran
was the puppet of now who controls the banking system? England. Who controls the World Bank? England, right? So England, through our corrupt politicians, was funneling money to Iran to be this bee that kept us in constant turmoil. They in turn were taking money from the oil resources to fund the proxies that kept constant chaos going on in the Middle East, and all of that is going to change in the very near future, and you're going to find out why. Let's go down to the next slide, and I got a couple of really good graphics to show you. I want you to take a really good look.
London that put that took out the czars and put the Soviets, the corrupt Soviets in there that took advantage of the people. Same thing. City of London did the same thing with the Iran. They put them in charge and in control 47 years ago. So yeah, the real enemy, like you've been saying, and I've been saying as well, is the City of London.
Yeah, what happened in Iran was the Shah of Iran was removed, because what happened is that they got an elected official who came in to run Iran, and he basically, what he did is he nationalized the oil fields, because England was screwing them. They weren't giving them hardly any money at all. And so what happened is the three sisters oil company came in, and they went to Eisenhower, and they went with England, and they said, you got to create a coup and take this government down. And that's what took us into this situation where we've been in constant war ever since the Black Hawk Down situation. So that's what's going on there. You're right, exactly on the money. Shall we dip into this slide?
What's that?
Shall we start on this slide? You have a comment to make.
Yeah, great.
All right, I want you to look at this bigger slide here, because I want you to see something. Look over at China. China has to go around Cambodia and Vietnam, and it has to go through the Strait of Malacca. That's a choke point. And then to get to where it needs to go, it has to go through the Suez Canal at Yemen, which is where the proxies are that bomb the heck out of you. And it's got to go through the Strait of Hormuz. And that is the bottleneck that Iran and England have used to keep the world in a constant state of chaos and keep everybody in abject poverty. All of that is changing very quickly. Then I gave you a blow up of those two straits so you can see them, all three of them there. That is the dynamic. It's going to change. That is all going to be taken away within just a very short period of time.
It's fantastic. And again,
I'm sorry, Michael. Say again?
I said, and again, the City of London controls China. Hong Kong, they came in through Hong Kong and basically took over the empire.
They control every nation in the world. But here's something you may agree or not agree. So basically, if you know the history of Russia, I believe that Russia is absolutely, completely, and utterly against globalization. There may be things where we disagree, but we're both against globalization. So the England had to try 3 times to get what we now call the UN. The first time, Russia blocked it. And then when we come to the Civil War, basically what happened is England was about to come to the Civil War on the side of the South. And Russia said, ding-ling-a-ling, I got a really big army and a lot of ships. And if you come in on the side of the South, I'm going to come in on the side of the North. And I don't think you want that to happen. So Russia has shown us they are against England and all of all of that aristocracy that controls the world. And so here's what just happened. I think this is another slide, but I'll just talk about it right now. There was a very interesting phone call that happened just, I think, yesterday, and it was a conversation between Donald J. Trump and Putin. And here's what they basically said. They said, you know what? Europe, King Charles is over here right now trying to get more money to fight that war, to keep it going, perpetual war. That's what creates that chaos that we have. And so Zelensky was pegged as, along with England and Europe, as the ones who are perpetuating this war. And basically, we now have Putin saying, I'm ready to sign an armistice and see if we can't end this war. And we have Trump and Putin saying the real bad guys are Zelensky and England. So basically, disclosures are coming. So let's go into this one. Iran is collapsing from the inside. I couldn't believe it when I heard people with a straight face saying, Iran's winning this war. So I'm just going to read this as fast as I can. And you tell me after I've read it, is there anybody who can believe with any sincerity that we have not already almost won this war? So here we go. The economy is bleeding $500 million per day. Food and gasoline shortages. So it's ironic that one of the biggest oil producers in the world doesn't have gas for their cars and doesn't have gas for their military complex, period. They're running out of food, they're running out of water, they're running out of energy, they're running out of everything. And reports of defections are occurring because guess what? They're not able to pay the IRCG, they're not able to pay the proxies. And yes, the radicals at the top may stay absolutely entrenched. But if the rank and file soldiers leave, well, then you're looking at them joining the general population, and that could well cause the coup. So I know that's an area of your absolute expertise. So let me stop before I go any further on this, and you comment on what I just said, if you would.
Yeah, I mean, this is the way we've destroyed a lot of countries over time, and this is perfect. Economically, I'm surprised they were able to do this. We did the same thing to the Soviet Union and collapse the Soviet Union. We're doing the same thing to Iran. I think the Soviet Union, or Russia, no longer Soviet Union, thank God. And they're free from the deep state. They're free from England. And that's why Europe wants to attack them through their proxy, Ukraine. And they remember how, like you talked about, Russia basically, prevented them from interfering in the Civil War. So it wasn't long after they really started going after Russia. They saw them as a real threat, and unfortunately, they had a very good inroad for a long time. So they've done the same thing with Iran. We're going to see freedom just like we saw with Russia, and like we see with Russia. If you don't listen to all of the hyperbole from the press and the deep state puppets, you're going to see the people of Iran really, really be thankful going forward for what we're doing right now.
Absolutely. And I think there's a possibility.
I see these former colonels and generals that are saying, like you're talking about, that we're losing. And Trump is so stupid for what he's doing. I was like, God. And they used to support Trump. I don't know what happened. I don't know if somebody got to him or paying him off to, lie or go against Trump, or they're just swallow the stupid pill, or what happened. But I totally am glad and honored that you came on and you were talking about the real thing, the real history, and what's really going on in the world. Outstanding job.
Well, your military. Here's what's happening. We have a lot of people who are getting outed right now and exposed, and so they realize, these people are saying what you just said. They realize England's falling. They realize we're going to get peace, and they're being ordered to come out and say that. It's just like the lying news. Now we got lying journals. That's what's going on. So that's what prompted me to do this. I said, I can't sit back and let generals or politicians say this kind of crap when the facts are right here. So let's get back into this. So basically, they're days away from a catastrophic financial collapse, because I had to study geology. Is one of the things I had to study. And when you've got a well and you shut it down and you don't do it in a controlled fashion, there's water underneath and it rises up, and then it contaminates the well. And then sometimes you can never get it open. And when you do, it's never as efficient. You lose capacity. So supposedly they are within a week to 2 weeks of having maxed out their storage, and then they're going to have to start shutting down wells. And that means that this is not just an event that's happening where they're losing $500 million a day. It means their revenue for years to come is going to be curtailed. So I can't imagine any situation where this government can hold out. This is absolutely a siege, and it's causing absolutely every kind of economic problem you can have. And at some point, when the people get desperate enough and when the army isn't getting paid, I think they're going to come in and finish this job for us. And I think the radicals are going to be removed. Comments on that before we go on, Michael?
No, this is a good point that you're bringing up. It happens over there, so we can focus on what we have here. So the clean out will come here. It's being done on a smaller scale, but it'll open up on a larger scale very soon, I think.
Well, this next 2 points I already talked about, and that's the security grid that we deployed. And 72 hours after we deployed it, now the straits aren't demined yet, but we had enough response. We knew we had enough control over the strait that we allowed a limited number of ships to go through, and that message went clearly over to China. So let's go on to the next slide. And this is something that's happening, and there's more of this coming. Basically, wherever they can, the nations that are held hostage by the Suez Canal and the Strait of Hormuz are doing bypasses. And so in this instance, why would they bomb other Muslim nations, other oil-producing nations that are in OPEC along with them? Because they needed to basically try to force them. So this is a pipeline you see from Fallujah to Abu Dhabi, and this basically gets around the Strait of Hormuz. And so there's a lot of oil they ramped that up, and there's a lot of oil going through that pipeline now. And so there's other pipelines that have been built, and other ones are really very important one is going to be built as a result of this war. So here, let me read you some statistics here. So basically it backfired. What happened is the Arab nations came back and said, no, we're not going to tell Trump to stop because we're not going to live under this kind of intimidation. So Trump, go for it. Take him out. Absolutely. Do whatever you got to do. Take him out. So now here's some facts. Since March of 2026, Fallujah, that's this pipeline you see here, has increased its pumping by 57%. The EAU exits OPEC. Now that is very important because what was OPEC? OPEC was orchestrated by England again. It was orchestrated, the 73 oil embargo, creating a crisis. And what happened is we then went into the agreement with OPEC and the petrodollar, who controls the money of the world. England, they control the banking system. So when we think that money was flowing through the banking system, we think it was affecting America and making us prosper. It was really making England continue to be able to control the finances of the world. All of that is changing. So now with what's happening in Iran, with the oil that's now not being shipped out, they said this is the perfect time. With now the new friendship they have with us, we're going to leave OPEC. And this is also going to affect Iran. And it's going to make them basically follow the path to peace. Because now Saudi Arabia is able to increase their oil production by 1 million barrels a day. Plus, all the other OPEC nations are going to be leaving. And so we're going to see what? Now everybody's bitching because oil prices went up, right? But now with them leaving OPEC and all being able to get out from under the limits that they had for production, in the next few months, we're going to see oil prices go down. And that's going to help our economy completely. And now let's see, UAE action permanently reduces demand for Iran's oil and will lead to lower energy prices for the entire world. That's what's going on over the Middle East. So we go on down.
So on that note, today I was wondering, why did Iran of all places attack UAE today? And now it makes sense because they're basically going to surpass Iran. And today there were like 7 Iranian boats that were in the strait, attacking, and they sank 7 boats a day. Wow, you're right on the money, Larry. Good job.
Well, let's go now. We're going to shift gears a little bit. And remember, I said some nations were rising and other nations were falling, right? So China has got some leverage. It controls the rare earth market. It controls most of our medical components for our medicines, but they have an Achilles heel. They have a couple of them. They import 70% of the oil, and they got to go through those 3 gauntlets to get over there. And now they know. Now China now knows we can shut them down anytime we want with the technology that we've demonstrated to the world we have. And they're got to be reevaluating their calculus for invading Taiwan, because now they know they can't come at us asymmetrically with hordes of drones, because now we've got our own drone that flies into the swarm, emits an EMP, and all the little drones just drop to the ground or into the ocean. And they've seen that we have aircraft that are basically invisible and can bomb the hell out of things and take out the real sites. And now we've got this surveillance net that can scramble the opposition. So China is looking at us with very different eyes. But what's happening is they're going bankrupt, and all of that Belt and Road initiative they initiated to get to the Middle East and to Africa to get the resources they needed, because they have shortages of very, very significant minerals, and then on to Europe to sell their goods. That's all falling apart. Those projects are falling apart. They don't have the money to fund them. And then in addition, the nations of Africa has found out it was nothing but a debt trap. They build a bridge, they build a highway, they build a seaport, and then they drive those nations into financial default and say, thank you, we're taking over the seaport. Thank you very much. So now if America will come in and actually not commit Western hegemony, but help these nations, we're going to get a chance to go down and get resources, or up and get resources from Canada, from Mexico, from Latin America, from South America, from Australia, from Africa, from all over the world. America rising is the theme right now. We are going to be restored. We will not come out of this as the sole superpower of the world. We're not going there anymore. It's going to be a monolithic, and it's going to be America at the top, but then seats at the table will be provided for Russia, for India, for China, and for some other nations. But we're still going to come out of this as the big dog, and we're still probably going to control 50 to 60% of the world's trade with US dollars. That's just what's coming. So basically, China is in a situation where it is being weakened by the day. And what built China, that money that flowed in, is now flowing to the United States with a promise for $18 trillion. And now we're going to find out some things in the next couple of slides. We're not going to be handicapped where we can't build those factories. We're going to get some amazing things. This next slide is really, really important. This is, when I came across this and understood this, you want to talk about playing checkers versus playing chess. This is absolutely master chess. So I'm going to put some pieces together that I don't think most people have put. Remember, it was October 7th when Gaza got blown up, right? You know what that was? That was another 9/11. That was an excuse for a war. That was an excuse for a reclamation project. And what happened is Trump stepped in and said, hey, I raised my hand. We can't let this happen. We need to give a home for the Palestinians. We need to rebuild Gaza. We'll make it a Riviera. We'll come in and we'll build golf courses. We'll build skyscrapers and yada yada. But there's more to it than that. There's a whole lot more. This is going to make America one of the strongest nations in the world, and along with it, our new allies, all of the Arab nations. So what's happening is, in order to get that agreement to rebuild Gaza, they birthed the Board of Peace. And the Board of Peace, long-term, is going to replace the UN. And we're going to get out from under England. We're going to get out from the UN. And we just basically pulled out 5,000 troops out of Germany. We're going to get out of NATO. And we're going to get out of all the global governments, entities that control us, period. And this is the vehicle that's going to make it happen. So we're going to rebuild Gaza, and then now talk about getting rid of those choke points. What you see there is something that was conceived by Modi of India a couple of years ago, when it was held up when everything happened in Gaza. But now with this war, it's absolutely right back on the table, and I believe it's going to happen, and it's going to make America and Saudi Arabia and their allies absolutely rich. So that first dot you see there, they're leaving from England by sea, and they're going over to the edge of the Strait of Hormuz, but they're not going up the strait. They're going by land up through Saudi Arabia. And where is that land portion terminating? In Haifa, in Israel, and right by Gaza. So now here's what's going to happen in Gaza. But before I do that, then it comes sea in, and then by sea, they go to Europe. And so that is the chain, 2 links by sea, 1 link by land. And basically, here's what it contains. It is unbelievably technologically sophisticated. So it's called the IMAC, and that stands for the Indian Middle East European Corridor. So it's a trade corridor that bypasses all of those booby traps that China has to run right now. So here's what it is. IMAC integrates rail and shipping routes from India through Saudi Arabia and Haifa and off to Haifa and to Israel and on from there to Europe. And here's what it incorporates. It incorporates a digital payment system. And guess what? If America is funding that, whose currency do you think it'll be paid in? You think it's a pretty good bet it's the US dollar? So basically, that's a banking decision that you're seeing be made there. So it incorporates digital payment system and custom systems, AI controlled. So let me tell you what's happening there. It's bulk oil, crude oil cannot be shipped in a container. It's too big in volume. But refined oil and petrochemicals can. So now they can take those refined chemicals, the gasoline, etc., and they can put them on rail cars and they can ship them across from India over to the mainland. They can put them on rail cars and they can ship them up, and then they can put them back on boats again. And having an AI, this is technology coming from Elon Musk, an AI custom system. It's bam, bam, bam. You scan those railroad cars, you offload them onto the ships, bam, it's done in no time flat, highly efficient. And the payment system, it's automatic. Everything is automated and less going down. And then there's a bonus for the very nation that's obstructing us. So who did not join? Stay on that slide. We're not done, not anywhere near done. Stay on that slide. So who did not join the Board of Peace? Ostensibly, England and most of the European Union, because they still want to try to keep control of their trade, right? So here's what's happening. We're giving them an invitation they can't refuse. So they have a serious energy crisis, right? So within that, there's more. We're going to be taking at the point that the oil comes out of the ground and converting it to hydrogen, clean burning hydrogen that can now be transported in those cargoes. So basically now we can transport finished oil and gasoline right through that corridor. Isn't that amazing? And then we go on down and we're going to rebuild Gaza and develop it under the Board of Peace, controlled and operated by Donald J. Trump. And we're talked about insurance and how England outed itself when Lloyd's of London says, we're not covering a single ship. And Donald Trump said, we'll cover them. Well, that didn't open the strip because the cost was too high. It was $352 billion. But he did get enough commitment to go forward with this project. And under the Board of Peace, you'll appreciate this as a military guy, he's going to have a private security force of 20,000 men to safeguard that corridor so that basically the risk can be done so that they can benefit from it. And they expect that under those circumstances, it'll be 40% faster than shipping to the straits and 30% cheaper. And then the operations costs, guess what? If Congress gets up and says, no, it costs too much money, the answer is Trump is a businessman and you got to pay $1 billion to be in that corridor, and then you pay a tariff fee, which is basically a toll, and enough money is going to be realized to pay for that 20,000 man army and to completely pay for the project. So it'll be self-funding. So we're going to shut the mouths up of our obstructionist politicians, and we're going to basically make a deal to China they can't refuse. Because here's the last part of this: when it leaves the mainland and goes to Europe, it carries something critical that England has, that England, well, Germany in particular, and France have to have an energy crisis because Brussels forced them to basically get rid of their grid and go on the Green New Deal, which is absolutely ineffective unless you happen to be sitting in the middle of a desert. And so now it contains fiber optics and undersea cables that'll be planted and high voltage cables that are going to take all of that energy that's created in those deserts where it's truly efficient and send it to Europe. And so that's going to eventually force a situation on England because of energy costs, or they can join this pipeline and this logistics system as well. So we've got the traps set for about every nation in the world. Comments before we go on?
Yeah, I had no idea that India was going to be involved in that. So that's incredible. And I see you're showing it going through UAE, which is proving itself right now to, be pumping the oil and, away from the British Empire control system. Now over to Greece, the European Union destroyed Greece. And they could come back and be powerful again. I'm sure they like that. So this is a fantastic map. Now over to the private man security. I worked for Blackwater in the early days when Bush was still in office. When Obama and Hillary Clinton came in, they destroyed Eric Prince's Blackwater. So that is a possibility. If you get the right group and they're backed by the right people, you can have a private security force that's more effective, really, than any military.
They're not controlled by the obstructionists in Washington and in England and in the Vatican. They're paid for by Donald Trump's Board of Peace with a singular objective: reduce the risk factor so that this pipeline, this logistics system, can operate cost effectively with very little risk. That's what it's all about.
Perfect. Very, very well said.
Going down, and we're going to see it all comes down to money. So basically, these three things have to happen for IMAC to be realized. The U.S. political system has to support it. And how we get them to do it? We say it's going to be free and it's going to do all these amazing things. So you better not stand up and oppose it. And then Israel is backing it because guess what? It's going to be the new Riviera. It's going to be the central hub for logistics for the entire world. Look at that network that I just described. Think about the billions and trillions of dollars going to go through Gaza and through Israel. You bet your bippy they're going to want to be a part of this. And the Gulf states, they're entering into some incredible deals with us. So they want to be involved. So all three of the nations that are required are going to be there. And basically this holds the promise for the Middle East peace, for the execution of the Abraham Accords, leading to global peace and prosperity, order out of chaos. America financially restores itself, does what it did in the Industrial Revolution, leads the world into a technological revolution, and we basically help the rest of the world to come back and have financial prosperity, which leads to peace. Because Eisenhower said, is there any man, any woman, any child that doesn't understand that the principal cause of war is economic disparity between nations? We're going to wipe that disparity out. All nations are going to have their currencies reset. The first world nations' currencies will decline. The second world nations' currencies will increase, and we'll all meet in the middle and we'll all be happy. That's what's happening here.
Fabulous.
All right, let's go down. So basically now a lot of people are afraid of BRICS. Oh, BRICS is going to collapse the dollar. It's going to cause the bonds. We're going to have some trouble with bonds, but it's not going to be what you think, because let's dissect BRICS. Oh, it seems to me that they might have a few problems of their own. It seems like Russia, now pretty much sovereign, has pulled out, and India is siding with us, and they pulled out, and China has a whole bunch of problems. So who's left? Financially strapped Brazil and financially strapped South Africa and a host of smaller nations. So they don't have the leverage that people think they have. So basically what's going to happen is BRICS is going to find out one day that we have more gold than anybody. And when the time is right, Trump's going to put that queen on the chessboard, and he's going to say to America, today, there's no longer a fiat currency. It's a gold-backed system. It's backed by a bucket of commodities. And now we have basically taken the BRICS card off the table. And America has now proven that we're the nation that the world needs to do business with. And here's what's going to happen. America has plenty of gold. And America is reclaiming its manufacturing prowess. Give us 2 to 3 years, and we'll once again be the largest manufacturing in the world. And I need to stop. And there's a saying that says, who controls money controls the world. Well, you got to start at the genesis. How do you get that money in the first place? You have to control natural resources, which Trump is going all around the world getting. He's got resource deals with Canada, with Greenland. He's got one with Venezuela. He's got one with the Democratic Republic of the Congo. He's got one with Australia, and there are many more to come, right? So he's giving us the natural resources. He's giving us the ability to rebuild with $18 trillion coming in to rebuild factories, and with an investment bank coming in that I'm going to talk about a little later, to make sure that Congress can't say, well, we're not going to fund this or fund this. We'll say, forget it. we'll do it ourselves. And so we're going to get these factories built, and we're going to become the number one superpower. Only America is in a position to create a new industrial revolution, tapping into the 5,915 patents that Trump made available. And here's what's going to happen. We're going to have a slow, gradual movement away from dependency on oil and go to hydrogen. And then from there, we're not going to go to nuclear, in my opinion. What we're going to do is we're going to free up the truly free energy technologies that are in those 5,915 patents. And when that happens, not only are we going to basically get rid of the Fed with the new Fed chair that's coming in, and is going to be Trump's man, and is going to lower interest rates and basically reduce the amount of money that we have to pay to cover this huge national debt, but there's going to be more that's going to happen. Basically, America is going to get control of the entire economic system of the world. We're not going to be tyrannical, because there will be power that will be exerted by all the other nations who share responsibility. But we're going to be the only nation that the world will trust. And so with that, what's going to happen is Trump's got a couple of pieces to his plan. I'm freelancing here. I don't want to go too much into these slides. And he's going to give us a stable coin. And what's the stable coin have to do? That's part of our strategic reserve. It forces you to do what? To buy treasuries, which are bonds, which is going to help us. We'll have a financial bond collapse, but it's going to help mitigate it, right? And so basically he's got that in his coffer. And then think about what's going to happen when we have all the revenue coming in from IMAC. So bottom line is, America is also going to have a banking system, and I want to hold that off until we get to the right place. So IMAC payments rail will be denominated in US dollars. And then he said the last card here on this slide is America will be the crypto capital of the world. So now let's analyze that. There's 2 to 3 billion people in the world, in India and China and other nations that aren't banked. And if America is now on a gold system, America is the most trusted nation in the world, those people are going to come and transact business for pure convenience and safety and security in US dollars. So do you see what's happening? BRICS card has already been negated.
Bye-bye,
Comments
Rick.
before you go on, Michael?
No, that's just fantastic. I until Biden was gone, I felt that the BRICS was probably going to take over. But when Trump came back in, I was like, okay, we're BRICS is done. And we're seeing that collapse happen like you're talking about. It's fantastic.
He leveraged India, and he leveraged Russia. And now they're on our side because they see who the winning side is. So this is what you were talking about before. And there's that conversation that happened where Putin and Trump got together, and they said it's England and it's Ukraine that want to keep this war going on. But Russia has some problems. The Ukrainian drones now have range, and they've been bombing the oil. And basically, I'm going to just read you some facts about the financial condition that Russia's in, which makes it make sense that they now want to have a peace agreement. So Russia's refineries are being bombed. March oil exports are down 43%. Reports that military are experiencing fuel shortages. The economy is collapsing, and Russia's army is experiencing serious attrition. They've got a kill zone set up with all those drones, and basically the attrition rate of the soldiers is the highest it's ever been in any war I've ever heard of. So let me stop again, because that's another area of your expertise. Do you want to comment on any of that?
Yeah, I think Russia's been doing a fairly good job of destroying NATO and the Nazi system. But yeah, it has its limits. I think it's coming to that point where they're ready to negotiate, like we're talking about, and work with the United States.
Yeah. Shall we go to the next one?
Yeah.
This one's got some important stuff in it. Look at that graphic. Bretton Woods Agreement. And what did it say? We, the world, will give you the ability to be the world's reserve currency, provided that you give us an exchange where we can turn your dollars in for gold at any point in time. And we did it until 1971, when England orchestrated the financial crisis that led Nixon to say, we temporarily suspend the conversion of dollars into gold. Well, that temporary suspension is in effect to this very day. And so let's go on down. That happened in 1971. And then Britain orchestrated creation of a super capitalist communist economy led by China. And that led to the birth not of the British free trade system, but now relabeled as the Chinese free trade system. And the U.S. is decoupling from Europe, and Trump announces withdrawal of 5,000 troops from Germany, which has got NATO scrambling, because Trump has basically said, we're going to eventually get out of the UN. We're going to get out of NATO. We're not going to support you. You're going to have to take care of your own self. We've carried the burden as long as we can. We're no longer going to be the police force. We're going to do what's in our best interest, not what's in your best interest. And let's go down. So for 76 years, Britain and Europe has used America at extraordinary cost as a puppet to control and safeguard their interest. Post-war order is over. Basically, we're changing, and what are we going back to? The American economic system that made us great in the first place. And we're going to control the Straits of Iran and Hormuz and all the proxies, and we're going to end the wars in the Middle East and all the chaos and all the financial pandemonium that creates, and we're going to lead into the Abraham Accords getting teeth. And now in this next slide, we're going to talk about a couple of very important things about money, M-O-N-E-Y. So we're going to restore the American economic system. The Iran war will end control of the Straits and Britain's and Iran's control over the proxies, and therefore all the instability that we see in the Middle East is going to quiet down. And the EU is withdrawing from OPEC. And what does that mean? They were under constraints as to how much oil they could produce. So the shorter something is in demand, the higher the price is. The more there's instability, the higher the price. So now we're going to have peace and prosperity in the Middle East, and all prices are going to go down a lot, I think. So that's coming out of that. And then here's the big one. Why? Is Jared Kushner the best negotiator in the world? I don't know. But I think he had a secret trump card. And here's what it is that basically we've negotiated some very powerful economic deals with them, such as being part of the IMAX situation. That's going to make trillions of dollars for people. But Trump was smart enough to know that Iran was going to attack his Arab nations, pressure on that oil production. So what did he do? The unthinkable. This one caught me off guard. We've got the dome that we're creating over Canada and the United States, right? There's the Iron Dome over Israel, right? Well, what he did is he created an Iron Dome over the Arab nations, and they received more missiles than did Israel, and we shot them down. And that solidified our relationship with the Arab nations, with Saudi Arabia. Now they are our bosom buddies, and Iran is their mortal enemy. And they said to Trump, don't stop, take him out, take him down completely. So that was something that I truly didn't expect. That one surprised me. And then we go on down, look at that black graphic down below. This just happened in an announcement at the White House. U.S. Department of Defense office creates a strategic capital bank. So what that means is we got $210 billion that are in that bank that say, we don't have to go to Congress. If we've got some kind of really significant technology that we need to get out, we'll get the ball rolling and we'll bring in private capital, and we will not hold up the deployment of this $18 trillion worth of factories. We won't have to go around the regulations. We'll be able to have the money. We'll be able to go right to the juggler. And Trump says, you give us $1 billion and I'll get your factories built. Now we have the money to circumvent Congress and to get it done. So that $18 trillion is no longer a promise. It's actually happening, because the other thing that happened is that money was coming from the tariffs, and basically he got the Supreme Court to say you can levy a 15% tariff on every nation in the world as long as it's the same. And what's that mean? That means this tariff is no longer, it's no longer an executive order. It's codified, means it's long term, and now those promises are going to turn into real money coming in to build real factories. And let's go on down to the last thing on here. Rebirth the American economic system and bring back America's greatness. Not just make America great, but make America greater than it's ever been, and lead to the reimplementation of the American economic system and peace and prosperity. Comments, Michael, before we go on?
Yeah, this is fantastic. Puts me at peace with a lot of stuff that I was kind of confused about. So it all works very well. Good insight. Good insights from God. Thank you very much.
And actually, I'm going to say something. I did another show. That one slide I showed you with all the straits and everything. I used a map almost like that. And I finished the show and God said, you think you told the story? And that's when he dumped all this on me. And I just had to go out and get the facts. So bam, there it was right at the end of that show. And I had it. And I spent all weekend. I got up on Saturday at 4:30 in the morning and started researching. It didn't stop till 2:30 in the afternoon.
Wow.
And then the following day, I put the slide presentation together in 2 days. So here we go. We're now going to go to China, because we got to see that all the superpowers are going to be brought to heel. So China is basically in deep donkey dong. And if you look at them, I think they're going to have to absolutely rethink whether they're going to attack Taiwan. Japan has seen them as a predator. And over the last few years, they've developed their military, and they are one smart cookie. And they have a railgun. Only first nation in the world to have a railgun. And so basically they are a strategic force to be worried about. And then even though they're not a specific ally of ours, India has a formidable navy, and they're against them. And then you've got every nation over there: Japan, South Korea, Taiwan. They're all on our side. And if you look at the blue graphic to the other side, and you can read that, all of those are U.S. assets, U.S. naval bases, U.S. facilities. And now what's happened over the last 2 or 3 years, where China's been threatening to attack Taiwan, we under shipments that were made that were somehow or other kept from surveillance, we have loaded that island up into an island fortress.
Wow.
And now they are virtually indispensable. They have long-range missiles, and it's only about 120 miles across that strait. With the missiles that they were given, they can strike all the coast of China, and that's where all their infrastructure is, where all the ports are, in a matter of seconds, 0 time to respond. And if they try to attack Taiwan, they now have been given the weaponry that says that any amphibian vehicle coming will be blown out while it's in the water before it ever lands. So they're going to have to think really hard how important it is to attack. And if I'm right, and if actually Xi Jinping is on our side, I think this is just bluster to keep the world all upset. And I don't think it's going to happen. I think the calculus has just changed. So we're almost done. So I see this next slide coming up, and this is my summary slide. And then there's just one last one. So this is what I think Trump has orchestrated with the events that started with Venezuela, and then so that he could create the oil squeeze, went over to Iran to create the war, went down and negotiated deals with the oil producing Middle East nations, and then got the permission to rebuild Gaza and to build this absolutely incredible logistics channel so that we can take back control of the world, and they can no longer create this hostage situation that Iran and their proxies and England have been creating. So what comes out of this? National security for the United States and the world, removal of the nuclear threat from Iran, and establishment of secure trading routes so that the world can now trade with assurances that trade is not going to be turned against them every other day by some kind of an orchestrated crisis. Establish secure trade routes. Honest elections, that's going to come up partly out of Venezuela and what we found out with the election fraud there, and secure borders. So as we get control of our relationships with Mexico and with Canada, the borders are already pretty much shut down, but we're now going to have to get those people who refuse to assimilate, who came here. And what did Maduro say? This was really telling. Maduro said, well, just do what Biden told me to do. We put all the people that were in insane asylums, let them out. We allowed all our criminals released, and we sent them to America as a gift to basically destroy America from within. So the world realizes America is too strong a military power to take exclusively from without, but if they can have an insurrection within at the same time, then maybe they could take us down. So all those people who are fighting ICE, you need to put your heads on, spin them around from the backwards to the front, and you need to say, we got to get these people out of here. They're an army of concursion. And then we've got sovereign currency coming, because we're going to go to a gold-backed system. And if you don't have sovereign currency, you don't have a nation to be sovereign over. If you don't have a sovereign border, you don't have a nation to be sovereign over. And then we're going to get back direct control leadership role in manufacturing and trade. And America is going to merge, basically first restoring its financial capability, its manufacturing capability, and its industrial prowess, and then help the rest of the world, just like we did following the Civil War when we invented the Industrial Revolution. And now, folks, this is your last chance to buy this book that tells you what made America great, how we lost it, how we're getting it back, and how we're going to keep it. And for those of you who got my first book, I'm sure you probably already bought this one because you know how good it was. This one, they're telling me, is even better. And all you got to do is click on that QR code. It'll take you where you can buy it. But if you don't know me and you're skeptical as to whether you should buy this, then just click on that QR code. It'll take you to my website, and I got a gift for you. I've got a chapter that you can read for free in order to decide if there's any valuable information in here. And here's what I'd say to you. If you think the information I do in these shows is valuable, then why would you wonder if whether the information in my books are valuable? So please, we are now at the point where we need an army of people to stand up and fulfill the roles of citizenship and step into the positions that need to be filled as we extricate our enemies from those positions. Please stand up and stand for the Republic, be a patriotic citizen, and play your part in restoring America and restoring the world. Michael, that's it. I'll turn it back to you for final comments. I always have to apologize because when I do one of these, it's a rip, and I just talk and talk and talk and talk.
I love it. Yeah, incredible information, Larry. Like I said, I feel much more at peace with this information that you revealed from God. It's amazing. You're like me. You get a little download, and you're just like, it's
that's it.
It's amazing.
Well, that's something we have in common. We both get downloads from God. I mean, I couldn't do anything I do if He doesn't first point me. He makes me do the research, but he tells me where I have to go and what the problem is and what the solution is. Then all I have to do is go get the facts. And that's what I did here. He gave me the download on Friday, and on Saturday at 4:30 in the morning, I was up doing what I was told to do. That's it.
That's amazing. So yeah, definitely guys, help support Larry. Go to larryballard.com, get his free download, check it out, help him out, buy the book. I'm going to buy it after this. I'm looking forward to reading it, Larry. I love that title. Sorry, definitely where we need to be right now. If we don't, get involved, the link's in the description right now. The show notes. You guys want to jump over there and grab those. And Larry, thanks so much. Great information. I know it was kind of like you said last minute, I want to do this. I'm like, let's go, let's do it. So you jumped right on. Thanks so much.
No, thank you, Michael. I am really pleased that we got to meet one another. And by the way, thank you for having your people patch me when I was in all that pain down there. So I'm talking to them. I'm not ready to start marketing that product yet because frankly, I need some money to hire somebody to help me do it. But I've logged it in the background, and I am going to do it.
Well, that's great.
So thank you.
We'll keep you until you get the opportunity to, go further. So we're going to help you out because there's no reason to be in pain these days. You're really focused on your work, and sometimes you can't make all the income that you want, but I hope everybody will come in and help support you. It's very important.
Well, thank you, Michael. We'll look forward to doing another one soon. God has given me some incredible downloads. I put some stuff together that are on that bond crisis. We can do more on that down the road if you want. Now I'm going to be still doing my 3 shows this week, even though I'll be out of town. I'm going to go. I probably need to plug this for Mary Carly. I don't know if you're going to be there, but I'm going to be at her event in Vegas and speaking there. And are you going to be there?
No, we have another event we're going to in Hawaii.
Oh, that's right. I remembered. Tracy told me about it. Congratulations. I'm a little jealous. Don't get a sunburn. Wear a hat.
I'll do my best. I got some good, very good, high quality, natural sunscreen. So
there you go. All right. We'll see you next time.
All right, Larry. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye. Be blessed.
Next time. All right. Appreciate it.
Restored Republic via GCR update. Judy note. September 30, 2025 President Trump, as Commander-in-Chief and under Article 2 of the U.S. Constitution, declared the restoration of the American Republic, common law sovereignty, and martial law, while he dissolved the privately owned by deep state Satan-worshipping treasonous cabal Bankers Corporation, U.S. Incorporated. Now a code red has sounded, the emergency broadcast system, activated, 8-hour Starlink test, completed, Nizar and Jazara freedom from debt laws, active, quantum financial system payments, live, redemption centers, open. It's the beginning of a new golden age, end of poverty, end of debt. It all goes back to September 30, 2025 in Virginia. President Trump, as Commander-in-Chief and under Article 2 of the U.S. Constitution, declared the restoration of the American Republic, common law sovereignty and martial law, while he dissolved the privately owned by deep state Satan-worshipping treasonous cabal Bankers Corporation, U.S. Incorporated. From that day forward, by lawful command under the Uniform Code of Military Justice, UCMJ, every flag officer of the United States Armed Forces by oath and by law, was bound to obey lawful orders of Commander-in-Chief Donald Trump. All military outposts and operations abroad that were established under British Commonwealth or foreign dominion would be lawfully closed or transferred, securing America's independence in full. The U.S. was now a sovereign constitutional republic, no more foreign rule. The era of foreign manipulation, unconstitutional governance, and globalist occupation was over. This declaration of authority and summons, issued and signed directly by Trump, marked the end of Admiralty law rule and the rebirth of the constitutional republic. Trump invoked common law sovereignty, which predated modern legal systems, rooted in natural law and God-given rights. This placed him in legal alignment with the founding principles of America, not corporate statutes. Trump ended foreign control over U.S. military assets, bases, operations, and agreements made under British/Commonwealth rule, such as those from post-World War II arrangements were revoked. The fraudulent structure of U.S. Incorporated, created to enslave America under foreign debt, admiralty courts, and endless war, was officially declared defunct. Common law was re-established. The deep state was now legally overthrown. Sunday, May 3, 2026, breaking update. President Trump declares the restoration of the American Republic, U.S. Incorporated dissolved, common law sovereignty returns. Soon the emergency broadcast system would bring in that martial law to protect us while Trump's global military alliance finished bringing down a Satan-worshipping deep state cabal. Nizar and Jazara laws, freedom from debt to the cabal, had been activated across the globe. It's the end of poverty, end of debt and the beginning of a new golden age. This week the old banking system, Bank of America, Deutsche Bank, and J.P. Morgan, was expected to collapse, with the new gold/asset-backed quantum financial system taking over as stock markets crash. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Tier 4B notifications to set exchange appointments would not come through a bank, but through government-secured portals of the U.S. Treasury. Mr. Pool on X, reversed red triangle emoji. They just built the portal. And nobody noticed. 2 days ago, Trump signed an executive order creating a federal government website where 50 million Americans will register their financial accounts directly with the Treasury Department. Read that. On Friday, 1st of May midnight 2026, Project Odin and the Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, final sequence was initiated, a 8-hour Starlink test. Expect controlled blackouts to shield the transition. Saturday, May 2, 2026, Code Red. EBS ready, 8-hour Starlink test completed, full national broadcast system activated. On Friday, May 1, 2026 at midnight there was a test of the emergency broadcast system, the greatest sting operation ever. Military units have been mobilizing worldwide for a coordinated strike to destroy the globalist power structure. Global blackout and emergency broadcast system EBS activation soon. Normal communication will cease for 10 days, Ezra A. Cohen on Telegram. Saturday, May 2, 2026 when the EBS activates, the world will hear the truth. Every child trafficked, every war funded, every bioweapon developed, it will all be exposed. Trump is ready. The patriots are ready, and nothing can stop what is coming. It's only wise to have at least a month's supply of food, water, cash, medicine and essential items on hand for yourself, your family and to share with others in case of emergency. EBS Donald J. Trump on Telegram. Saturday, May 2, 2026 attention, confirmed today. I just got the new mission clock, and the time is running out. The last day of this world has begun. Stays alert. Watch everything. Nothing will ever be the same after tonight. Global wealth distribution, GWD, based on trade and sovereignty means that every QFS account worldwide will be solely owned by the account holder, not a bank or government. Tier 4B martial law on Telegram. Saturday, May 2, 2026. The EBS test has gone off in the USA. Los Angeles, Chicago, Houston, Phoenix, New York City, Philadelphia, Seattle. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Saturday, May 2, 2026. EBS activation. Paul White, White House Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, activation scheduled for May 1, 2026. Washington, D.C., April 28, 2026. The White House and the Department of Homeland Security announced today that a nationwide test and activation of the emergency broadcast system. Sunday, May 3, 2026. Midnight window opening, all systems go. The Global Military Alliance sources in charge of the new gold/asset-backed global quantum financial system said QFS accounts were in full sync, with prosperity packages primed for Tier 4B humanitarians. Tier 4B redemption centers were on standby. IQD, VND, ZIM rates were rapidly aligning. Saturday, May 2, 2026, official. White Hat military takes control of global money system, NISA active, QFS payments live. Redemption centers open, trillions released. Pray. Have patience. Trust the plan. Judy note, so many have been victimized. A prime example were the victims of man-made fires of Maui, Hawaii, who after 3 years of homelessness were now undergoing even more abuse. Friday, April 24, 2026. Maui, Hawaii's former chief of staff has filed a new lawsuit against Mayor Richard Bisson in the county of Maui alleging grant fraud, retaliation, and wrongful termination, and the tormented native Hawaiians who are still homeless and jobless from August 2023 fires, were being made to pay for thousands in legal fees. It wasn't enough that apparently the deep state sent 2 bombs that disseminated Lahaina and other native villages on the island of Maui, Hawaii on August 8, 2023. It was highly suspected that the culprits wanted to use the very valuable land, that was the capital of the natives' Kingdom of Hawaii, to build a smart city where the cabal could control the population. It wasn't enough that many native Hawaiian children and adults were burned alive during the man-made fires, while over 1,200 children and teens went missing and were still unaccounted for. It wasn't enough that the fires destroyed 2,207 homes and displaced over 5,000 victims, 4,500 of whom were still homeless, with over 2,500 victims still living on the beaches 3 years later. It wasn't enough that donated money was used to build a handful of temporary homes, that the Democratic government charged high fees for victims to rent out. It wasn't enough that the Democratic government funding to feed homeless victims ran out years ago. It wasn't enough that the Democratic government has only allowed 169 homes to be rebuilt, with 2,038 not rebuilt, while only 310 have been allowed to go through the permit process and 1,728 unaccounted for. It wasn't enough that the homeless natives were being refused permits to build on their own land handed down to them from their forefathers because the Democratic government wouldn't recognize their deeds to the land. No, that wasn't enough for the Democratic government. Now Maui's Mayor Richard Bisson has been brought into court charged with grant fraud. Back in March of 2024, Bisson was tied to a grant for more than $45,000 for a company that didn't exist and another grant of almost the same amount that went to his personal family. And, now homeless Maui residents were paying thousands for lawsuits against Bisson. Maui's mayor accused of fraud cover-up, new lawsuit filed. What we thought we knew, but didn't really know and now am supposed to know but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies Hollywood style and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing. Saturday, May 2, 2026. Phase 1 complete, 11,914 clones flagged. 5,922 already gone. Patriot Freedom on Telegram. Saturday, May 2, 2026. Tyler Perry Studios in Atlanta, Georgia has an exact full-size replica of the White House and was suspected to be one of the locations of the fake Biden inauguration. Sunday, May 3, 2026. Ancient Phoenician, Canaanites worshipped Saturn. Khazarian Mafia fake Jews worship Saturn. Muslims worship Saturn. Freemasons worship Saturn. The Jesuits, black nobility, at the Vatican, worship Saturn. Catholics worship the doggone god Satan. While Vatican popes claim to worship both God and Satan before each new pope is ordained, Ra, Osiris, Moloch, Baal, Bel, Enki/Ea, Kronos, Dagda, Zervan, Ptah, are archetypes of Saturn. Saturn is Lucifer, the 17th letter on Telegram. Joe Biden was executed at Gitmo on June 17, 2020 after a military tribunal found him guilty of high treason, subversion of the Constitution, collusion with foreign powers and crimes against humanity, including the fatting out of his 200-acre property in Ukraine. His inauguration was actually a funeral partially filmed on a Hollywood movie set, and the Biden presidency was played by actors, doubles and clones, allowing Obama to control another term as U.S. president. Sunday, May 3, 2026. The deep state continues to shield Hillary Clinton from accountability, but justice appears to be unfolding in secret military tribunals at Gitmo. This uncovers hidden trials, deep corruption, and the elite's desperate cover-up of her crimes under U.S. Code 2071. Sunday, May 3, 2026 were copies made of the wider laptop, and is this why 9+ cops ended up dead? The government would fall and lives would change overnight if the information on the laptop was ever released. Who has the tapes, and would it be a good thing to release the tapes to finally get some accountability? Chief Stephen Silks allegedly threatened the FBI to indict Hillary Clinton and other elite individuals mentioned in the emails and videos, and if they didn't they would go to the press and drop the evidence. 10 total, some within days of each other, over a very short total period of time. The commissioner's exact words were, "What the hell is going on here?" Be possible timing. Sunday, May 3, 2026 midnight window opening, all systems go. Military sources say QFS accounts in full sync, prosperity packages primed for Tier 4B humanitarians. Tier 4B redemption centers on standby. IQD, VND, Zoom rates aligning rapidly. Project Odin and DBS final sequence initiated. Controlled blackouts to shield the transition, Project Odin on Telegram. On Sunday, May 3, 2026 White Hat sources and global military alliance insiders worldwide activation as the satanic deep state cabal faces its final collapse. Wednesday, May 13, 2026, the EBS emergency broadcast system will begin in every country of the world. Through May 14, 2026, Project Sandman, US dollar crash, was expected to kick off. On Friday, May 15, 2026 when Kevin Warsh takes over as head of the Federal Reserve, he was expected to announce to the general public the global currency reset of 209 nations, including death of the fiat federal dollar, which was replaced by the gold/asset-backed U.S. Treasury note. Monday, May 18, 2026, Q clock will strike the 00 marker. Sunday, 7th of June, 2026, Nuremberg Trials 2.0 to begin. Throughout late May and June 2026 major revelations continue. QFS thrives, justice tribunals proceed, and humanity embraces perfect health free from cabal poisons. This divine technology restores body and spirit, repairs generational harm, and launches a starseed future of peace. The Alliance mission is victorious. Trust the plan as light wins and a new sovereign golden era begins for all. WWG1G. EBS, blackout, martial law, lockdowns. See Sunday, May 3, 2026 Global Emergency Alert, QFS activation and DBS blackout imminent. The end is here. The old world dies to the cabal's fiat empire, built on debt, deception, and control, is collapsing under the weight of irrefutable truth. Quantum financial system, QFS, is now fully live and overriding every central bank ledger worldwide. Gold-backed, quantum secured, incorruptible. No more manipulation. No more theft. No more hidden accounts for the elite. Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, activation sequence has begun. Which meant that the entire Congress would be overthrown, the U.S. incorporated government would be shut down, as well as other nations' governments. Which meant that Trump would use his global military alliance to activate martial law worldwide. Saturday, May 2, 2026 The White Hats have seized control. This week President Trump stated, "We're gonna need more popcorn this weekend." Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Sunday, May 3, 2026 Emergency Broadcast System Alert, everything is about to change. It's the official end of the old debt-ridden control system and start of the new system. The Starlink satellite system now has complete control of our new financial system and TV, radio and internet broadcasts. We're locked, loaded and functioning. The old fiat currency SWIFT global financial system has been shut down, while the new gold/asset-backed global financial system is functioning worldwide. The Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, overrides every screen and phone worldwide. Worldwide communication blackout. Soon on cell phones worldwide 7 trumpets will sound, urging us to tune into our TV, radio and internet where temporary global martial law was being declared to protect us while the global military alliance made mass arrests of treasonous deep state global elites. With the global military alliance arresting most of Congress, martial law will stay in effect until fair and transparent elections can be held. The EBS would announce over cell phones, TV, radio and internet worldwide that sometime in the next 5 hours or so, everyone needed to be in a place of their choice for a global lockdown that would last 10 to 12 days. The EBS will broadcast for 10 to 12 days over all TV, radio and internet across the globe. Anizar and Jazara announcement. There will be 3 days of darkness for planned cyber attacks where the internet is down, communications cut. There will be 10 days of disclosure where a single website, one web channel with broadcast 8-hour documentaries of disclosure truth bombs rotating 24/7. During those 10 to 13 days across the globe, planes and trains will be shut down, banks will be closed, ATMs and credit/debit cards will not work in preparation for migration into the new quantum financial system. Phones will only work for 911 calls, but the military will make available a Signal app which will secure regular cell phone use through the new Starlink satellite system and quantum computer. Be prepared, but if you do not have essentials like food and water to last during the lockdown, the military will supply what is needed. E-Global Currency Reset Sunday, May 3, 2026 midnight window opening, all systems go. Military sources say QFS accounts in full sync, prosperity packages primed for Tier 4B humanitarians. Tier 4B redemption centers on standby. IQD, VND, Zoom rates aligning rapidly. Project Odin and DBS final sequence initiated. Controlled blackouts to shield the transition. Project Odin on Telegram. Monday, May 4, 2026, designated celebration day for Iraq and the day they will pay their contractors in the new dinar rate. Tuesday, May 5, 2026, Quantum Financial System announcement. Wednesday, May 13, 2026, the EBS emergency broadcast system will begin in every country of the world. Thursday, May 14, 2026, Project Sandman, US dollar crash, was expected to kick off. As of Friday, May 15, 2026, 50 million Americans will have their money accounts registered not with a privately owned by the Cabal Bank, which won't exist much longer, but with the people-owned and safe U.S. Treasury that contained their 50 million accounts. Citizens had direct U.S. Treasury access at TrumpIRA.gov. No bank, or bank fees required. They just built the portal. And nobody noticed. 2 days ago, Trump signed an executive order creating a federal government website where 50 million Americans will register their financial accounts directly with the Treasury Department. Friday, May 15, 2026, millions of American workers gained powerful new tools to build long-term wealth thanks to President Trump's executive order establishing TrumpIRA.gov. That activates on Friday, May 15, 2026. The initiative delivers up to $1,000 in federal matching contributions and expands access to alternative assets and retirement accounts, putting real money back in the pockets of working families. Monday, May 18, 2026. Q clock will strike the 00 marker. Sunday, 7th of June, 2026, Nuremberg Trials 2.0 to begin. Timeline: on Friday, 1st of May midnight 2026, Project Odin and the Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, final sequence was initiated, a 8-hour Starlink test. Expect controlled blackouts to shield the transition. Saturday, May 2nd, 2026, Code Red. EBS ready, 8-hour Starlink test completed, full national broadcast system activated. On Friday, May 1st, 2026 at midnight there was a test of the emergency broadcast system, the greatest sting operation ever. Military units have been mobilizing worldwide for a coordinated strike to destroy the globalist power structure. Global blackout and emergency broadcast system EBS activation soon. Normal communication will cease for 10 days, Ezra A. Cohen on Telegram. Saturday, May 2nd, 2026 when the EBS activates, the world will hear the truth. Every child trafficked, every war funded, every bioweapon developed, it will all be exposed. Trump is ready. The patriots are ready, and nothing can stop what is coming. It's only wise to have at least a month's supply of food, water, cash, medicine and essential items on hand for yourself, your family and to share with others in case of emergency. EBS Donald J. Trump on Telegram. Saturday, May 2nd, 2026 attention, confirmed today. I just got the new mission clock, and the time is running out. The last day of this world has begun. Stays alert. Watch everything. Nothing will ever be the same after tonight. Global Wealth Distribution, GWD, based on trade and sovereignty means that every QFS account worldwide will be solely owned by the account holder, not a bank or government. Tier 4B martial law on Telegram. Saturday, May 2, 2026. The EBS test has gone off in the USA. Los Angeles, Chicago, Houston, Phoenix, New York City, Philadelphia, Seattle. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Saturday, May 2, 2026. Breaking news: White House Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, activation scheduled for May 1, 2026. Washington, D.C., April 28, 2026. The White House and the Department of Homeland Security announced today that a nationwide test and activation of the emergency broadcast system. Sunday, May 3, 2026. Midnight window opening, all systems go. The Global Military Alliance sources in charge of the new gold/asset-backed global quantum financial system said QFS accounts were in full sync, with prosperity packages primed for Tier 4B humanitarians. Tier 4B redemption centers were on standby. IQD, VND, ZIM rates were rapidly aligning. Saturday, May 2, 2026, official. White Hat Military takes control of global money system, NISA active, QFS payments live. Redemption centers open, trillions released. Sunday, May 3, 2026. Global alert: QFS escalation phase level 4B live. Wolverine, secure live transmission from the trading floor at the Master Control Center in Reno/Zurich/Hong Kong. The global rollout of the ISO 20022 rainbow currency has now reached 97.8% synchronization across 209 sovereign treasuries. The final nodes are currently being activated. The simultaneous launch of the GCR/RV became mathematically irreversible on January 19, 2026, at 3:17 UTC, an irreversible trajectory with no possibility of return, which continues to accelerate exponentially. In the last 14 hours, more than 41,000 Level 4B private exchange pools received encrypted notification packets via secure quantum channels. Military SKR transfers were completed in the main liquidity reserves in Baghdad and Dubai. The first wave of 800 hash release sequence tests was executed in 7 protected zones, with a 300% peak in biometric wallet activation overnight. Hidden information: decode this. Sovereign interest screens are now again displaying asset-based 1-to-1 parity spreads, exposing outdated street rates as mere shadows. Off-ledger mirror accounts were moved to the ledger in synchronized waves, leading to confirmation of the Dragon family's gold and silver-linked asset swap in Hong Kong vaults. Liquidity reserves in Zimbabwe, Hong Kong, and Moscow were flooded with new gold-backed digital certificates, with quantum entanglement security locks fully activated to prevent any form of interference. Military protected exchange hubs report that humanitarian and infrastructure project portfolios are being activated in order of priority. The verified Tier 4A settlements are complete, and the NISA debt Jubilee packages are being loaded and distributed. This is not anticipation. This is execution. The secure floor confirms, the greater transfer of wealth is accelerating, while fiduciary illusions vanish under the reality of the gold standard. Sunday, May 3, 2026. Hidden deep within America's vaults, for half a century, a sealed reserve of American gold has remained untouched, preserved for a ritual known only to a select few. Every 50 years, the U.S. Mint opens this guarded chamber to release a small portion of gold meant to mark a national turning point. Now, as the United States approaches its 250-year milestone, the tradition returns. What is created from this gold is not merely currency, it is a fragment of heritage, a symbol of a nation shaped by resilience, hope, and unbroken spirit. A quiet echo of America's journey born once every half-century, we the people on Telegram. This week the old banking system, Bank of America, Deutsche Bank, and J.P. Morgan, was expected to collapse, with the QFS taking over as stock markets crash. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Tier 4B notifications to set exchange appointments will not come through a bank, but through government-secured portals of the U.S. Treasury that go live for the general public. Sunday, May 3, 2026, boom. Scott Bessent, Trump is waging economic war on British-controlled central banks, it's happening behind the missiles. Sunday, May 3, 2026, U.S. debt clock detonates, Dividend dollar equals freedom in your wallet. America's sovereign wealth reserve rises, while globalist banks collapse under their own greed. Sunday, May 3, 2026, boom. Shocking Senate expose, $1 trillion in taxpayer money stolen annually, funding terrorism, child trafficking, and luxury goods. Restored Republic, Sunday, May 3, 2026, breaking update. President Trump declares the restoration of the American Republic, U.S. Incorporated dissolved, common law sovereignty returns. The EBS will bring in temporary martial law to protect us while Trump's global military alliance brought down a Satan-worshipping deep state cabal. Saturday, May 2, 2026 breaking intel, scare necessary event, White Hats unleashed, military operations, New World Order, Deep State, CIA, NATO, Russia, Wagner Group, Epstein, global collapse, military coup, QTN on Telegram. As nations teeter on the precipice of political and military maneuvers, the world watches closely. In an era of disinformation and stealth, a pattern of global power shift emerges from the shadows. The United States deployed 7 naval fleets consisting of 180 to 350 warships across 22 time zones. The number of Marines entering key operations has surged. Over 24 African countries have shifted allegiance to Russia, forming alliances and distancing from the UN and NATO backers. Putin has declared the end of the New World Order, with the Wagner Group deployed to challenge Western bases in Africa. These events connect to the deep state exposure. The recent U.S. elections were a strategic military operation to uncover corruption. Trump's executive orders against interference are now in play with military protocols. The Biden administration is viewed as operating a fallen U.S. corporation dismantled under Trump. The CIA and allied intelligence agencies have controlled governments alongside banking elites. Facing collapse, the deep state engineers global chaos. Military coups in over 30 nations, blackouts, and breakdowns are anticipated. White Hat forces have plans to restore order quickly during this scare-necessary event. A coalition of White Hats including Donald Trump, Elon Musk, Joe Rogan, and RFK Jr. is unleashed against child trafficking. The next 10 months will bring revelations that alter history. Operations will dismantle the rings through raids and alliances. Epstein's files will expose ties to the Bidens, Ukraine, CIA, MI6, and Mossad. Evidence was secured early by special forces. Obama, Trudeau, and Hollywood figures face exposure of their secret connections and double lives. The U.S. corporation is done and fallen under White Hat military control. Global politicians realize they were manipulated in elections and crises. Billionaires join the Great Awakening movement with military alliances, climate, and AI. As the storm builds, arrests and truths accelerate. This pivotal battle ends the human trafficking epidemic in the old order. Justice prevails as truth reshapes the world. Saturday, May 2, 2026 public advised to evacuate from these cities: 1. New York City 2, Los Angeles 3, Chicago 4, Philadelphia 5, Washington, D.C. 6, Houston 7, Nashville 8, New Orleans 9, Charlotte 10, San Francisco 11, Detroit 12, Seattle 13, Atlanta 14, Las Vegas 15, Baltimore 16, Boston 17, Miami. And Sunday, May 3, 2026 Code Red, Starlink EBS system activated, 8-hour test confirms new national communication grid, Tier 4B martial law on Telegram. The emergency broadcast system has entered a new phase with extended test runs across the Starlink satellite network. These 8-hour operations mark the transition toward a direct communication infrastructure that bypasses traditional ground-based systems and centralized media channels. At its core, this shift represents more than just a technical upgrade. It signals the move toward a decentralized, high-speed communication network capable of delivering alerts and information directly to devices without reliance on legacy infrastructure. In economic terms, this reduces systemic vulnerability tied to outdated networks and opens the door for a more resilient national communication backbone. The previous system depended heavily on terrestrial networks, corporate media pipelines, and centralized control points. These layers created inefficiencies, delays, and exposure to both internal mismanagement and external interference. The integration of Starlink changes that structure completely. With satellite-based transmission, communication becomes faster, more secure, and significantly harder to disrupt. Low-latency connectivity ensures real-time data flow, while distributed infrastructure minimizes the risk of total system failure. This is critical not only for emergency messaging but also for financial stability, logistics coordination, and national operations. The 8-hour test cycles are designed to simulate full-scale activation scenarios. These runs validate signal strength, device compatibility, and nationwide coverage across urban and rural regions. From an operational standpoint, this ensures continuity in critical situations, including disruptions to traditional infrastructure or high-demand crisis events. The economic implications are substantial. A stable and secure communication network directly supports supply chains, transportation systems, energy coordination, and financial transactions. Any disruption in these sectors carries massive economic cost, which is why infrastructure resilience has become a top priority. Another key impact is equal access. Satellite distribution removes geographic limitations, giving rural and previously underserved areas the same level of connectivity as major urban centers. This creates a more balanced economic environment, where information flow is no longer concentrated in specific regions. For industries such as agriculture, logistics, and energy, this means faster response times, better coordination, and improved efficiency. In a broader sense, it strengthens national productivity by ensuring that all sectors operate on the same communication level. The rollout also reflects a wider strategic shift toward independent infrastructure. By reducing reliance on external systems and outdated networks, the country moves toward greater operational control and long-term stability. Americans have been hoodwinked by this hypocrisy and cover-up. The situation calls out the failure to maintain integrity in the political system. The private server was a deliberate move to evade oversight. Classified national security details flowed through it, risking enemy access. Labeled careless by investigators, the actions violated 18 U.S. Code Section 2071 and should have ended her career. Deep state complicity protected Clinton as the Washington machine looks after its own. Agencies like the FBI had grounds to act but chose elite loyalty over justice, creating a rigged system. Theories indicate that Clinton and other elites face military tribunals at Guantanamo Bay for treason and crimes against humanity. These secret proceedings delivered justice away from public eyes and compromised courts. Many believe the military works quietly to avoid unrest while dismantling threats to the republic one by one. This silent operation targets those who betrayed the nation. There is no room for traitors in America. Guilty parties deserve the full consequences to restore the rule of law and deter future betrayals. Hillary Clinton's legacy is corruption and deceit toward the American people. The U.S. Code demands her disqualification, but protection from the elite persists. Citizens demand an end to the double standards. It is time to root out government corruption and restore integrity. Without accountability, the rule of law will fail, threatening the republic. Trump's answer: we are going to look at it. He already knows. On April 29, sitting with the Artemis II astronauts, Trump said, "Pilots saw things you wouldn't believe. We will release a lot of things that we haven't." His February executive order forced the Pentagon, CIA, FBI, and NSA to declassify unidentified aerial phenomenon records. Sunday, May 3, 2026. The new order let me explain what just happened in 72 hours, Mr. Poole. Final chapter. Trump blockaded Iran's oil ports on April 13. As of today, $4.8 billion in Iranian oil revenue, gone. Over 40 tankers seized or turned away. The Strait of Hormuz is now American water. Iran begged for a deal. Trump said no. Not satisfied. Iran sent a second proposal through Pakistan. Trump said no again. We might be better off without a deal. That's not negotiation. That's a man who already won and is deciding how much to take. Then he turned to Europe. Germany criticized the Iran war. Trump's response: 5,000 troops pulled out. Effective immediately. Italy criticized him. Spain criticized him. His answer: why shouldn't I leave? They criticized us. The United States just withdrew military protection from 3 NATO allies in 1 week. Nobody stopped him. Nobody could. The Senate blocked the War Powers Resolution 6 times. Congress won't challenge him. NATO won't challenge him. Iran can't challenge him. Do you understand what you're watching? This isn't a president managing a crisis. This is a man restructuring the global power hierarchy in real time. The old order, NATO, the UN, the EU, they're watching their relevance disappear by the hour. $4.8 billion seized. 3 allies punished. 1 enemy on its knees. And it's only made. The world they built after 1945 is being dismantled. Not in secret. Not slowly. In broad daylight. With a smile. They told you he was dangerous. They were right. Just not for the people they claimed. Hormuz locked / NATO dead. Saturday, May 2, 2026. Woman who lives only 1.6 miles from the metadata center in Wisconsin speaks out. She says their water system has been completely destroyed, the 17th letter on Telegram. She says there is discharge that turns the entire river white like milk. She paid for testing and found extremely high heavy metal levels. I live on a horse farm and I am an educator. For almost 450 years, a natural creek has flowed through my property. It's 20 feet wide, up to 4 feet deep. It has persisted through drought, flood, seasonal change. It's part of a connected system. Groundwater, tributaries, watersheds, aquifers ultimately flowing into Beaver Dam Lake. Until construction began upstream on the data center, its behavior was stable and predictable. After construction started, all of that changed. Here in Beaver Dam, the creek began to stop flowing entirely without rainfall. It would abruptly return often cloudy and opaque like milk. With enough force to cause drastic erosion and damage, water testing on my property shows elevated strontium, a very dangerous metal, and other indicators consistent with deep groundwater influence. Saturday, May 2, 2026, it's happening now. Here is the full list of Epstein pedophiles going to Gitmo. They will all be executed by the military on Trump's direct orders. Trump Truth Revolution on Telegram. The Epstein Files Transparency Act signed by President Trump on November 19, 2025, forced the release of millions of pages of records in early 2026. These documents expose the trafficking networks. Lists of participants come from the unredacted files. Manifests show repeated trips with minors. Logs place them at the island during abuse. Records track exploitation payments. These pedophiles compromised U.S. sovereignty with favors for open borders, wars, and harmful policies. Tribunals see their actions as treason against the Republic and its children. Trump banned Epstein from Mar-a-Lago and the files confirm his non-involvement. Gitmo expanded in 2026 for the effort. Tribunals proceed continuously with no delays or appeals. This purge ends long-standing deep state immunity. New names emerge weekly. Each execution removes a node from the globalist network. The pedophiles destroyed lives while weakening America. The military removes them permanently with no mercy. Evidence comes from the Epstein files. Guilty parties transport to Gitmo for execution. This cleanup restores American sovereignty. The battle concludes when the last pedophile faces justice. Why Sunday, May 3, 2026. The IRS building in Washington just went dark. No lights. No employees. No explanation. True patriot voice. Tuesday morning, 7,200 IRS workers arrived at the main headquarters on Constitution Avenue. The doors were locked. Armed military police stood at every entrance. No one was allowed in. The official memo sent to employees at 8:14 a.m., building closed for emergency infrastructure assessment. Report to remote work protocols until further notice. Infrastructure assessment. With military police. Inside sources confirm that DoD forensic teams entered the building at 3 a.m. They didn't come for the computers. They came for the basement. 3 sublevels that don't appear on any public blueprint. Servers that process transactions never reported to Congress. A parallel accounting system that tracked every dollar collected, and every dollar diverted. The IRS collected $4.7 trillion last year. The Treasury received $4.1 trillion. The missing $600 million went somewhere. Every year. For decades. Now they know where. The IRS isn't being audited. It's being dismantled. The building didn't go dark because of a pipe leak. It went dark because the receipts are being extracted before they can be destroyed. Code, IRS Dark, 600B missing/basement breach/dismantle active. They taxed you to fund their empire. The empire just lost its revenue stream.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So I'm wearing my B shirt, but it's not for the negative side. All right, it's for our Spartan race that I did in 2019 in the mountains here in Lake Tahoe. It was super cold. When I finished the race, It's like what is it, like 13? It's like a half marathon, but it was a little bit more than a half marathon, about 15 miles through the mountains and jumping into cold water. And some of it was frozen. You had to like break through the ice. Of course, that's my forte. I'm good at getting in cold water as a Navy SEAL. So I did really good with that race. Lots of obstacles. There was like 26 different obstacles running through the mountains back when. And 2 weeks before, I'd done a bodybuilding contest and won it. So I was like, what? Why do I push myself so hard? Because that's what I do, right? So you guys, I see you guys are hot in the chat there. Now with all of you guys in the chat, and my shield wall that's in there with your wrenches to like crack the heads of the trolls. Have you guys been noticing a little bit extra more than usual? Let me know in the chat for my shield walls people. Hit that like. That's right. Hit the like and subscribe and get into LifeWave. That's right. So yes. So you guys have been noticing more than usual, huh? Georgia girl, thank you. So I can tell you that I have been noticing it as well, because occasionally I go into the chat, not all the time, but I have been going into the chat a little bit more than usual and making comments, and I see a lot of baddies in there, a lot of baddies, more than usual. Now, on top of that, there's been obviously a lot of suppression that's going on. My views are way down from what they normally are. Not as much on Rumble, but here on YouTube, absolutely. They've been doing a lot of very mysterious like suppression on my channel, saying you can't say that, you can't use that, lot more than usual. All right, so I've had to overcome a little bit of that. So now, you know that Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson and Alex Jones they really came out hard, and some other top people, they really came out hard against President Trump, all of them, right? So I've been saying for a long time, there's a lot of people that are infiltrating in the truth community. I pointed some of them out over the years, and I just get so much blowback. I just don't care anymore. Well, I do care, but it seems like there's a lot of people that don't care. So I just gave it up because I got tremendous pushback on that, and I was like, okay, you guys are going to find out on your own then. So we had Alex Jones basically sign off from InfoWars. Candace Owens is going full retard, and a lot of the other Tucker Carlson, full retard. And I think they basically came in to infiltrate the MAGA and truther community, and basically at some point, of which we've just seen, to try and derail it. Did not work. It did not work. We're very focused, and we're very, God is on our side, right? So we're able to see through the evil side, right? The beast side, right? And again, I'm not wearing a beast shirt for the bad guy side. I'm wearing the beast shirt because I'm a beast, right? And the Spartan Beast was like an incredible event that I did. All right, so let's look at some of this. So Alex Jones InfoWar shut down. So a little bit, there was a little bit more in here. Where is it at? So here it is. Open Elon Musk X, and you will find people building on Jones's legacy as a purveyor of brain poisoning lies. Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Nick Fuentes, and countless smaller figures as they apply InfoWars conspiratorial lens to everything from the real assassination of Charlie Kirk, or Benjamin Netanyahu, paranoid, open, explicitly anti-Semitic, conspiracy theories, blah, blah, blah. So some of that, I need to make a shirt, conspiracy theorist, and then haha, I'm right, something along those lines. So, conspiracy theory proven right. And I think that's very suspect. And it looks like you got a little bit of a streaming problem there. So if that continues, I'll switch over to another platform. We got some storming here, so that might be what's causing it. Or it could be because I'm revealing. And used to be they would really come after us while we're doing shows, and our streams would get interrupted. We haven't seen a lot of that. I've seen some of that in the past, and I've learned to switch over into other platforms at my disposal, and I don't say what those are, although you can see one of them in the background there. So thank you, Elon. So there's a lot of pushback going on right now. So we have talked about how in the past we would see emergency broadcasts, system, activated. We could be moving in that direction because these guys went, they were activated to go full retard mode because I think the deep state is in desperation mode. So they were their puppets for a long time, hiding under, the truther community and the MAGA community. And basically deep state said, go full retard. We control you, we puppet you, and we know you're going to be destroyed, but do it anyway, right? So you're at the disposal of Satan, Lucifer, which is the highest realm, I guess. As we've had, Silicon Satan, Craig Lund on, and he's basically informed us that the Satanists are just little puppets of Luciferians. Luciferians are the top of the food chain. All right, so we'll go with that because he seems to be well informed on that. So Luciferians, deep state Luciferians are in desperation mode. We could see, like I said, the EBS activated at some point in the near future. People talked about that for a long time. Our former friend, wherever he's at, in heaven or on, where's that one place where people go to escape, right? New Zealand. So we'll see in the future if he did or if he's, really, unfortunately, took himself out, right? So, the more I see about that, the more I'm like kind of leaning towards, because I don't feel him because I can usually feel when someone's here still or if they're gone, and I don't feel him out there. And that could be because there's a block, right? So I don't see him either here or not here, right? So sometimes when people have crossed the other side, I can communicate and feel them over there. So I don't feel him there. And that's kind of, this is one of those anomalies. So I'm not saying that he's gone, and I'm saying that he's here. All right. So that might be, a lot of you guys are like, well, you're not all that gifted then. I'm very gifted, but I think that this is on purpose, that there is this confusion because there's so many people that are onto this, and there's so much information and so many, potential timelines that are out there. And I don't know. I can't, Viking heaven. That's right. Valhalla. So we don't know exactly if David's here or if he's gone. Whatever happened, it was a good play on him being, of the persuasion of leaving by his own means, right? Which just does not make sense to me, or to Kerry Cassidy or people, that have been involved in this realm for quite some time. But, there's been stranger things that happen. So he basically, David Wilcock, for God, going back, he was talking about this 15, 20 years ago, it seems like, where he was talking about the EBS being activated. It never happened, obviously. Will it happen? I'm of the opinion that I think no. but it could. There's lots of different potentialities out there, lots of different timelines and so forth. Now, I see people that are talking about we're living in this kind of bubble of where things are being created and we don't really have that much control. I don't agree with that. I think we're living in something where we can create our reality. So some people think that it's not real. Then that's ridiculous to me, right? So of course we can create our own reality here, and I think the deeper and more spiritual connection that you have to the Creator God, the better you are at creating your reality and attracting people that are the same creator reality creationist. That I think that as you rise in consciousness, and there are people that have been in higher consciousness and have come down to this level, the angelic realm, that we have the ability to create on this level. And I feel that I've been on those levels and have come down into this reality and have done a lot of good things. And as you awaken to those potentialities, then you become even a greater creator. All right. So let's look at, some of these things out there that are kind of dark and create different realities. We can look at, for instance, the Paramount Pictures introduction, their 100th anniversary logo. Let's look at this. These are like fallen stars. Falling stars. How about that? Fallen angels. Fallen stars. Hollywood. City of Angels. Los Angeles. All right. So start to think a little bit bigger here. All right, so the fallen angels, Mount Hermon, right? Supposedly where the fallen angels came down in the biblical text. Now, the biblical text, they talk about that, and what they say is quite interesting. So Mount Hermon, let's look at what Mount Hermon looks like. Kind of similar to what we saw there. Now, they have changed that over the years, what the Paramount Mountain looks like. Maybe at one time it was Mount Hermon, right? So now why would I want to focus on Mount Hermon of all places, that place where Syria, Lebanon, and Israel come together, all right, where there's been lots of biblical things over the years. Now, here's information. Mount Hermon is significant in religious texts as it is believed to be the location where the Watcher class of fallen angels, kind of like that Paramount, logo where all the stars fall down, right? Of fallen angels descend to earth, like Los Angeles, Hollywood, Holly being the witches. When they make their wands, they use it from Hollywood, right? As described in the apocryphal book of Enoch, the fallen angel, descend to earth. They swore an oath on this mountain to take human wives, which led to their corruption of humanity. So cultural impact. The narrative has influenced various religious and mythological interpretations. They always throw mythology on stuff that they're trying to hide. It's just mythology. So interpretations regarding the nature of evil and divine judgment. The mountain is also associated with various ancient temples and inscriptions, indicating its importance in religious practices, right? So it is noted for an inscription that connects to the oaths taken by these angels located on its summit. There's a temple, Kasar Antar temple, that where there's these inscriptions. Now, I saw from different people over time that have given lectures, and they showed on Mount Hermon where there was what looked like a spacecraft that had crashed, right? It was like had just a groove down a mountain, and these fallen angels, right? So are they extraterrestrial that, that, or are they angels like we think of, with wings flying in the sky? So I'm just open-minded about it, but I think these fallen angels came to earth in craft, all right? So with Lucifer. All right. So that's, some of the stories that we've seen over time. So they were beings, they were tall, and they mated with women. Now I've had Juan on, and Juan has talked about this quite often, Juan O'Savin, and he's talked about how there was a city at the base of Mount Hermon where they formed a city, these fallen angels that crash landed here, is what I believe, and with Lucifer. And they started the city. They liked each other. Men liked each other, right? And we know that is one of the things that we've seen with these fallen angels. Like they kind of look like, in descriptions that they have, kind of look like the Statue of Liberty, right? And so anyway, because Statue of Liberty has very masculine cheeks, and its arm is like very strong, like mine, right? It's not feminine at all, and it has a little bit of little booby, right? Like some hermaphrodite type thing or something. So anyway, these fallen angels liked each other, and they're like, hey, why not? Let's check out these women, right? So they started their own little sect, right? Some of these people that we are seeing now that are in positions where they should not be, actually in leadership positions, which they did not earn. They were placed in those positions by these fallen angel offspring, right? Over time. So I think we're going to find that out. We're finding that out. A lot of us understand this. There's lots of great talk about this already. And we're just going to continue this conversation until it's all revealed. And those of us that know this stuff, just basically crush it out there. All right. So we have, some of these fallen angel puppets, like we talked about, and they are being revealed. They have revealed themselves. Laura Loomer has been destroying Candace Owens. She has been doing such a great job. Good job, Laura. All right. So let's look at the latest of Laura Loomer. And so these people lie. And when they're caught in lies, it should be the end of them, but they continue because people are, attracted to them. I don't know, attracted or, subverted. Their consciousness is pulled in. They're very, they're outspoken people, and they have a lot of charisma, a lot of karma. Well, they do have karma coming, but they have a lot of charisma. So people are attracted to them, but they're being exposed. All right. So more and more of these people are being exposed. They can't lie anymore because their lies are being exposed. Emery Smith says David is safe. That's good. Emery Smith is a good guy. I liked Emery Smith. When I did the show with Gaia, I connected him with him. Pretty cool. He's a really good guy, I think. So good to hear. So, I mean, like I said, there's conflicting stuff. There's very good people out there that are revealing, but we'll have to see going forward. Like I said, I'm open-minded about it. I don't see him on either side. So that's crazy. So there's a block there. And that could be David's consciousness, because he's a pretty strong spiritual guy. And it could be the good guys are putting a block on that as well. So anyway, let's look at what's going on. So what I think the system is being crashed. The Luciferian deep state system is being crashed. One of the main places where it has to be crashed is Iran. So Iran now, a lot of people, you're seeing the Congress, of course, the Luciferian demonic demon rats, with some rhinos, Republican in name only thrown in. which is, at this point, I think the whole Congress and Senate needs to be cleaned. All right. Just cleansed. And then those people that are of great merit that usually possibly don't have, a lot of money. So they're not influenced by that, that level of you to get to the billionaire status these days, you pretty much are going to have to be involved with the deep state Luciferian crowd, right? So that's not good. Now, you can be involved with them. Like when I was in the CIA, I knew who the bad guys were, the Luciferians, the reptoids, right? So I could see them. I'm like, hey, I'm of the light. You guys have your agenda. I'm over here doing my thing. I'm going to work around you. I'm going to expose you at some point, which I'm doing now. And, it doesn't matter to me because we're finally moving into a level of consciousness where we're creating this world. We're creator beings that have been given the ability to create from our creator. So we're connecting with him and we're creating a new reality on this earth, one that has been stopped out over and over and over again for millennia, and maybe even as far back as a million years. I don't know. But regardless, we're at the point where we're going to break free. We've been suppressed over and over again. And finally, after, all the problems we've overcome and learned from and evolved to the point where we can finally break free. We're at that point now, and we are going to break free. Of course, they're going to continue to try and stop us. And they've been successful, like I said, over and over again throughout time here on Earth and in other solar systems, other galaxies. All right. So this one, for the best part, is where we're going to break free. And we're one of the last, I think, bastions in our galaxy of where the deep state evil exists. So everybody's watching to see if we evolve, and we're evolving. We very, very high level beings of light are evolving. Some of us reptilian, all right? Some of us, Palladian. Some of us Arcturian. Some of us, from many different solar systems are here at this time after evolving, coming down into this reality and evolving as a group and breaking free. One of the only places in our galaxy, in many galaxies, where this has happened, where multiple, forms, like I just mentioned, Palladians, Arcturians, and so forth, have come and have learned to work together. Usually, it's that the Palladians have broken free, the Arcturians are broken free, and so forth. But here it is where all of these different star beings have come, and we're all breaking free together. This is monumental. Everybody's watching. So, with the advancement in consciousness, we're starting to see very easily through the lies and manipulations, like the Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson's and Alex Jones's and all that stuff. So that's why they're breaking down, and we're breaking free from their manipulations. So occasionally, most of the time they would give us really good information, and then they would come in and couch in some negative, which they really started going full retard mode against President Trump, because he and our military is breaking free, has broken free for the most part from the reptoids, right? Draco reptilians, who are a race of beings that, for the most part are negative, but they have a few positives in there. But that's the way it is in humanity too, because here on Earth we have, some negatives. That's for the most part, unfortunately, that's the Islamists, right? So we're breaking free. We're helping them break free, and those that don't want to willingly break free, they're going to be broken free, right, from us, right? We're going to break them out away from us, and kinetic form, right? So the kinetic form, or, Trump is, of God, and he's giving them the option. Now, you guys that know that, my Archangel Michael experience, I'm the same way. I send love. I send a bubble of energy of love surround certain individuals. They have the option at that point to turn to, the good, the light, not the darkness, and not the Luciferian side. And even though Lucifer is the angel of light, just like that statue that sits in the harbor of New York, Statue of Liberty, right? So we have, learned to see through their BS, and we're breaking free from that on every single level, and exposing those that are part of that system, which is the people that are in control in Iran right now, the people that are in control in France, the people who are in control in Great Britain, the people that are in control in Germany, and on and on and on. So all of these people are being exposed. All of these people will be removed in one form or another. Just like when I would surround people, it's funny. One of you are like, Mike, I wouldn't, send a bubble of love to Newsom. He might come back at you with that love. I was like, that's funny. That won't work. So no, that's what happens when you send love to someone, is they become unable to connect with their Luciferian dark energy forces. And it basically, it'll either break them free or it will expose them. If they don't go to the light, then they'll be destroyed. Right. And unfortunately for most people that I've sent that love light to, almost all of them have been destroyed. Right. So that's what I've been doing to, obviously, and I hope a lot of you have been doing that, because you've been listening to me for a while, have been sending that love energy to the Iranian regime. For the most part, a lot of those guys are gone, right? And we're going to see the rest of them go bye-bye too. Some of them will go to the light, but most of them, they're going away, guys. All right, so that's just the way it is. So those fallen angels, they don't get to exist here on Earth anymore going forward. They will be removed, and or they will come to the light, right? And I know of some that have actually come to the light, believe it or not, some of these fallen angels. So, and they've spoken to me. Of course, I'm very, very observant, right? So maybe they're trying to just pull me into a false narrative, but that has never worked. All right, so let's look at a little bit more what's going on out there. The coming collapse of the Iranian regime, the coming collapse of the Cuban regime. So all around the world, now the God military, the U.S. military, along with other militaries that are moving towards the light around the world, will start to take out these fallen angel control systems and so forth, right? All around the world, because they used the U.S. military for the longest time. They had infiltrated and controlled the U.S. military and Luciferians, and they were using the U.S. military for their evil purposes. So that is being flipped. Of course, the Luciferians want to, they're screaming and yelling that Trump is a bad man and he's trying to do evil things. Of course, whenever you see that, guys, you should know right away that anyone that's doing that is either unfortunately misinformed, has a demonic soul, demonic figure that's controlling, manipulating their consciousness and their mouths, right? So that's the way you can start looking at them from now on, right? So if you're, behind President Trump, you're on the right side, guys. So let's look at what's going on.
DC is saying non-negotiable and impossible. Meanwhile, reports are coming out of their people. Again, basically anybody that blinks wrong in Iran, because the regime is so paranoid, is getting the axe or the noose.
So that's very sad, obviously. Now, they did that for a long time, for years here in America with J6ers. And the people that were very conservative and so forth, they went after their bank accounts. Of course, they did the same thing in Canada against the trucker convoy guys, people that are of God, of the light. They have gone after them in Canada. Same thing in Australia, same thing in New Zealand. There's massive pushback around the world on that, but they're starting to come back again and exert their power again. So it's the last ditch push by the Luciferians around the world. Last ditch, right? Now, will this be over this year? Think about that, guys. You think this is going to be over in 1 year? Some of these places like Australia and New Zealand and Canada and Europe still have a stranglehold over their country and their people. All right, so it's going to take time. Now in America, we're breaking free from it, and we're not going to allow it to come back again, right? And anytime it comes in, we're going to be like very soft, very gentle, like good angels are. We'll give them the option to do the right thing, and then we'll press them. And that's what we've been doing since Trump came back. So we've been very patient, very calm, very cool under all the pressure that we went through under the Biden administration. Another one of the last ditch efforts by the deep state Luciferians, right? So that got exposed, that got pushed back, that is being unwound. And as that's being unwound, the 2020, it's not over yet. All right. So we're going to see a lot of this stuff be exposed. The people that are involved in all these different things are being exposed, are going to stand justice. So all these things are happening. And the people that are going to be, involved in that, Pam Bondi, obviously not. Will the person that was her underling, her second, seems to have, in the beginning, seems to have done some good things, but now seems to be fizzling out. So there's people in the wings that are waiting to move in that position to take that ball and run it through the goal line and expose a lot of people and take a lot of these evil people down. So we'll see, going forward. So Trump gives people the opportunity, just like I do when I send love to someone. They're given the opportunity to do the right thing and turn to the light. And if they continue to do evil, then they get removed, guys, right? And one fashion or another. So Max Afterburner, he's basically exposing a lot of this stuff too. He gives a great overview. He was a pilot, so he gives a lot of good insight of what the pilots are capable of. I like to listen to his stuff, and he's around the world. He's a very worldly guy, so great guy to follow.
Point. President Trump heard all of what the IRGC has been saying, it seems like, and he responded in a way that only he can. He told reporters flat out, frankly, maybe we're better off not making a deal at all. Do you want to know the truth? Because we can't let this thing go on. He then referenced the naval blockade directly, saying Iran has not paid a sufficient price yet for its behavior, and outlined two options on the table: an acceptable deal or escalated military action. And on those same lines, in a Truth Social post, this is exactly what President Trump said regarding Iran. He said, I will be soon reviewing the plan that has just been sent to us, but can't imagine that it would be acceptable and that they have not paid a big enough price for what they have done to humanity and the world over the last 47 years. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump.
So what they have done to humanity and the world over the last 47 years. Now, one of the reasons why Europe is not getting involved is because Europe has had their finger in the pot, and they were getting a kickback from the oil as Iran sold it. Europe was getting a kickback as the oil was being sold. And we're seeing that potentially Europe, it's been out in the press already. I say potentially, but it seems like it's already been exposed, that Europe has been given classified information on the movement of American aircraft and troops and so forth, coming through Europe and so forth, guys. So that's one of the reasons why President Trump is saying, he's ready to just move out. Now, why would we get involved in this conflict to begin with? Now, ultimately, Europe would be the one that pays the price first, Europe and Israel. So, we have a, agreement with Israel, protect Israel. and Europe, NATO. But at this point, NATO is not helping us, and we're starting to see the reason why, because they've been getting kickbacks to the tune of, over the last several decades. Of course, the City of London is involved in this. City of London put them in power, and the City of London has been getting a kickback for that for almost 50 years. Billions, trillions of dollars probably at this point. So we're and same thing with America. America, we never broke free from the British Empire guys. They have been manipulating us ever since. Property taxes, all that stuff. Goes to Federal Reserve, goes to governor, just like the British Empire, governor, and so we've constantly been seeing, our money, our blood, sweat, and tears, basically going to the British Empire and doing the work of the British Empire with our military, right? Protecting Europe with our military. We are the ones that have funded NATO. Europeans give, like, if they give anything, they've like 5% of their wealth goes into helping, and we're given the lion's share and have been given the lion's share to NATO all these years. Now, Trump has said that we're no longer going to fund. It's not in the budget anymore, Ukraine. So they're all up in arms about that, because they're like, this is against Russia, and Russia's always been the evil thing, even though Russia basically broke free from the deep state control, which was the Soviet Union. They broke away from the Soviet Union, became the Republic of Russia again. So it is a continuing, war against evil, war against Luciferians. Like I said, they're, the fallen angels that mated with the women that, are now in positions of, unfortunately, power around the world. And we're breaking free from that. They're doing evil with this money that Iran was making. The same thing in Cuba, same thing in Venezuela, same thing in China. So they do evil just like we were doing in the United States, and now we're starting to break free. Trump is doing tariffs, has started reducing taxes. His first term, he reduced taxes. Those taxes stuck. Those taxes haven't been reversed, even during Biden's administration. Wow. Interesting. It seems like there's still some control there. And President Trump with Warsh, this new Federal Reserve guy that's coming in on, I think, the 11th of this month. And then he's put in position, but he's going to be confirmed by 11th, then in position, I think, the 15th. And then the acting the Fed chair is going to move over into one of the governors, which is one of the few times in history that the top dog of the Fed has stayed on to influence things, because he's going to vote against Warsh, because Warsh is going to start reducing rates. And Jerome Powell had his marching orders from the City of London and the Federal Reserve Bastardos, a fake bank system that we have here in the United States, which is going away. And we'll have a jubilee, which basically is going to, bring money back to the people. Sooner the better, and sooner the better we take out this Federal Reserve and destroy it, and the taxation system and the property tax system, which is horrific. You can own your own property. You, as a senior, you should not be continuing to pay property taxes. And I'm a senior, right? So, and I plan to buy a home very soon, and I'm going to own it outright. And I don't want to pay property taxes. That's bullshit. I'm a senior. I'm paying for my property completely. And why do I have to pay property taxes? Well, for the schools, for the children. I raised my children, and they're grown-ups now. Why do I have to continue to do that? It's bullshit, guys. We're showing you guys that they're stealing from us on a massive scale. These property taxes going up and up and up, and soon it's kicking people out of their homes on a massive scale. Foreclosures are exploding again. It's horrific what's going on here in the United States. All right, so all of that stuff gets cleaned up. All of the Hezbollah, all of the Hamas, and they were given money by the world. The United States, helped out the Hamas, the people in the West Bank. And where did that money go? Those people were still living in poverty. And meanwhile, Hamas is building tunnels and collecting massive amounts of armaments and controlling their people, brutalizing their people, just like the Iranian regime has been doing. They've been stealing the people's money. They have incredible oil revenue that comes in that country, and the people have been not benefiting from it. And the American people have not been benefiting from all of our work. We should not be paying taxes. We should be actually getting money, which is going to happen. So that is one of the things I think that this world is just complete slave Luciferian nonsense, and it's got to be corrected. So we have to back President Trump as we move forward.
Let's lay out exactly what's happened over the last 24 hours, because there's been a lot of moving pieces here, and I want to make sure we all have the full picture. First, the IRGC and regime leadership, who's ever actually in charge, which likely there's multiple factions basically arguing and fighting each other, and that would be the Ayatollah class, the mullahs, the IRGC that has the hard-line General Salami, I think is his name at this point. One of the leaders of the IRGC is basically trying to consolidate power, or multiple of them are fighting with factions that want control. And obviously the IRGC members that are near the Strait of Hormuz, or that's their area of responsibility.
These people have to be removed, right? They have to be completely removed. Their goal is world domination. World domination, guys. We cannot let that happen, right? Just like we can't let the Democrats, stay in power and abuse us like they've been doing for, generations now. They have to be removed.
They probably feel like they have the biggest say in these negotiations and in what happens to Iran, because they feel like they have the actual power. That's what they feel like, but the A10 Warthog has a little something to say about that, trying to decide who's in power. That's what's going on in Iran's leadership right now. In my opinion, it looks a lot more at this point like taking.
All right. So the mullahs and all those guys, they're all the same. Leftists, around the world, in Europe, here in the United States, what they want to do is have extreme and complete power. Fascist, systems that they basically choose who gets ahead, who doesn't, and people don't have any say anymore, and it's very frustrating. And thanks for those super chats, guys. 111, that's good. Angelic, very good. All right, so Trump says probably, when asked if he might pull U.S. troops out of Italy and Spain. So this is the movement. He's going to. The military has already said they're going to pull 5,000 troops out of Germany. All right, that's a process going to start. It's going to take anywhere from 6 to 12 months or something like that, or 9 months. So it's a process going to start, and that's 5,000 is dropping a bucket. Right. We have 37,000 troops there. We have huge bases there in Germany. I've been to some of them. It's pretty impressive, but we have to pull out. Why? Because they're targeted by the leftists. Those people that are there in Germany and so forth don't want our troops there anymore. All right. So I've seen this, over time, where we're no longer wanted or liked or whatever, and we just pull out. Right. So we should be doing that from NATO. We're not going to support NATO anymore. NATO's done. It's over. It's a demonic form. It's always been demonic, and we should be pulling out as quickly as possible. Right. So he says he would consider pulling U.S. troops out of Italy and Spain a day after announcing that Washington was looking at reducing the number of military personnel in Germany. Trump has harshly criticized NATO allies for not sending their navies to help open the Strait of Hormuz, which they would mostly benefit from, at least their people would. But again, who's really benefiting already? And that's the fallen angel class. Right? We're not going to call them elite anymore. We're going to fallen angel class. All right. So the fallen angels basically are, benefiting every time Iran has moved over the last almost 50 years, oil through the Strait of Hormuz. They've been getting kickback. So that's why they are not going to help out. And some places refuse to even let the U.S. military use their bases in those countries. So that's a major reason why we're pulling out of there. An internal Pentagon email reported by Reuters last week outlined options for the United States to punish NATO allies it believes failed to support U.S. The words they use, failed to support U.S. operations. Like we're punishing them because they're bad to us, right? No, we're punishing them because they're freaking fallen angels, and we need to break free from that system, right? All right. U.S. to pull 5,000 troops from Germany, Pentagon says. And I'll share the screen on this one so you guys can see. The other one's got all kind of like weird Korean girl stuff. Like there's older woman with whatever. All right. U.S. will withdraw as many as 5,000 service members. All right. The reduction of troops comes after diplomatic tensions between the United States and Germany. And it's not clear what units will be impacted. So as of December 2025, approximately 36,000, so 5,000 is just a drop in a bucket, active duty troops were based there. Now, we're not going to help Ukraine anymore. And that's good for Russia. Now, Russia, got pushed out of Syria. So they were backing Assad, and that fell apart. So Russia basically is out of Syria, and Syria is now linked with the United States. How about that? And in Mali, there was a huge, they tried to overthrow the government, and there's Russian troops down there. The French, the Malians, after years and years of being manipulated and controlled by the French, wanted to kick the French out. The Russians backed them. They kicked out the evil French. And then these Muslims, radical Muslims, 12,000 radical Muslims tried to come into Mali, and they got their asses kicked. They made huge inroads at first, and then the Russians struck, right? And the Russians basically kicked some serious ass. Good job. So we're seeing around the world this pushback against the evil side guys. So the Russians are making some nice money now for selling their oil, and they're able to, now fund some of these other groups that pushed out the evil side. And of course, the evil side tried to come back again, and the Russians kicked their ass. Good job, Russians. All right. The people of the government and the people of Mali are very happy about that, because when the Islamists come in, they're evil, just like we're seeing in Iran, just like we're seeing in Hamas and Hezbollah in Lebanon and Hamas in the West Bank. These people are absolutely evil guys in Africa right now. So it needs to be really be pushed back. There's a lot of work, but it can be done very, very quickly, very easily. I really believe that we're gonna link with Russia, because it is free from the deep state, and the deep state hates them for that. Crush them and all that stuff. And Trump has kind of played along. Trump has played along. Says if I'd been in office, there never would have been a war. Okay, all right. So, but there is a war, and they're crushing the deep state guys. The deep state is bleeding in the deep state. I'll go into more detail and a further, because there's been a lot of stuff that has come up over the last several years. I predicted that the Russians would go in when everybody was like, the Russians always go to the border. They're never going to go in. And I was like, no, they will go in after the Olympics. And sure enough, the day after Olympics, they went in. So, and I've been predicting that Russia would, all the fighting that's happened, I said which way it would go. And I said that Russia would come back and they would like just start to steamroll over the Ukrainian troops. And that's what they're doing. They're almost at the point where they're going to seize major cities. Sumy is a major city up near Kyiv, and which they've been using in that area to launch missiles into Russia at the capital, Moscow, and so forth. So they're basically coming in. They're steamrolling into Ukraine now because we're not funding it anymore. Now, are sending military equipment there. So Europe is still doing it. Europe is still funding it. And Europe is literally sending troops and have been sending troops, mercenaries, into Ukraine for years and years now. And Russia has been pointing it out, and no one seems to do anything about it. So we'll see what happens. Germany I think, might get spanked hard by Russia. Russia, we know that Russia basically came in and seized half of Germany. Maybe this time they'll come in and seize the whole country, right? Germany's bad guy land. And if they continue to be bad guy land, they're going to get taken down, right? And all of Europe will be. All right, Germany, also home to Ramstein Air Base, the headquarters of the Air Force in Europe. Ramstein is a major hub for U.S. military, serving as the central point for American cargo and troops heading to the Middle East. Meanwhile, Landstuhl is a medical center. So all the troops that were, hurt, severely maimed and so forth in the Iraq War and Afghanistan, they would go to Landstuhl and get worked on. And once they get patched up enough, then they would, send them back to the United States. But there's there's probably a lot of people that were saved in Landstuhl. So that's, there's still some good there in Europe. We'll still probably use some of those bases for a little bit, but for the most part, we need to get the hell out of there, right? Stop funding these fallen angels. All right. Now, this is what it looks like. Hegseth is basically calling it out.
With Iran.
I would note $30 billion for bureaucrats in Ukraine is more than the bill that we've talked about today for a existential and critically important war to ensure that Iran doesn't get a nuclear weapon.
So if Iran eventually did get a nuclear weapon, any European country that got out of line of the deep state, they would get nuked, right? Now, eventually we could be like, well, we're not going to get involved with that. Eventually they would have made a rocket that would reach the United States, right? So we have to go in there. We have to take this down. And like I said, the U.S. military now is the God angels, right? That are taking down the Luciferians around the world. Now, what he's saying is, a lot of this money got laundered. It went to these bureaucrats in Ukraine. And we've talked about it over the years that a lot of that money was actually coming back to the Democrat Party as well. And we already know that. He's not mentioning it there, but we've talked about that in the past. We've proven that in the past. And that's been stopped out too.
Worth noting.
Hegseth triggered controversy by claiming the US has spent $30 billion for bureaucrats in Ukraine, arguing that even greater stakes now lie in what he called an existential confrontation to stop Iran from acquiring a nuclear weapon. Under sharp questioning from Senator Angus King, who accused Washington of abandoning Ukraine, Hegseth doubled down, demanding Europe step up, fund the war, and shoulder the burden, insisting the conflict is Europe's responsibility.
Senator, if you would hold that chart back up, I think that's a beautiful chart. I think that's exactly what we want. We want Europe stepping up and funding and shouldering the burden. They are rich countries worth 20 trillion versus economy of 2 trillion. Europe can step up, Europe can fund it, and they have through our Pearl Initiative and through our European Command. That's exactly what the American people want to see, is other countries stepping up and funding that. If it's that important to Europe, which I understand why it is, and the incursion of Russia and the bravery of the Ukrainians, then European countries should pay for it. And that's exactly what that chart says, and that's the administration policy.
The hearing escalated further when Senator Elizabeth Warren raised allegations of potential financial conflicts of interest tied to defense-linked investments. Hegseth dismissed the claims outright, calling them fabricated and politically motivated. The exchange.
Elizabeth Warren, fallen angel. All right, so it's on. You know, we're at war against the evil guys, and these people that step up. Just recognize them for who they are, the fallen angel offspring. They have to be removed, and they will be removed. So that's the problem that we're facing right now, and it's going to continue. Now, Nino Rodriguez had a really, really good show. Maybe at some point I get this Dr. William Schnobelen on my show. I've had Craig Lund. The satanic, Luciferian group that he says is the top people in like the intelligence, not intelligence, but in the satanic what? Chain of yeah. So neither Tracy and I can think of it right now. So basically, the people that are running like Illuminati. Anyway, he talks about them. And
Luciferians?
What is it? Anyway, I'll think of it in a minute. So anyway, let me play this a little bit. And the Cabal, Luciferians, yes, all those, right? But Oracle and Facebook, the Jesuits, Jesuits, of course. So anyway, let's Silicon Satan. That's right, Donald. So that's a book that he wrote. So Silicon Valley, the people that are running Silicon Valley have become very, very, up in the ladder, if you will, of the Luciferians. The political class are kind of like below them now. At one point, that Silicon Valley was just, Washington, Seattle, and San Francisco, but now it's moved around the world. And the tech bros, that's right, the tech bros, right? Absolutely. All right, so let's look at this one video. It's going to go a little bit deep. I saw it. I'm like, holy smokes, these guys, because I've seen both of these guys, talking. Now, I followed Dr. William for quite some time, and his information, he just really came out here. So I think we need to bring him out and have him go a little bit deeper. It only got 80,000 views. I think Nino can get some pretty good views because he got a huge subscriber base. Almost got 1 million people now. So a little over 500,000. So let's listen to a little bit of this, and I'll comment a little bit here and there. But we're going to talk about, so Dr. William, he started out as, I think he was, I think it was Jewish or Christian. I think it was started out Jewish, and then he went like total satanic. And then he went into the Mormon church, which he's going to talk about, which is even more satanic, as he's going to describe. I was like, what? And so Nino was the same way. He's like, what? So I was like, but I've heard some of his talks before, so it didn't really blow me away. I've heard this for quite some time. So hidden within a lot of these religions, as we know, is pure evil, right? and he's going to talk about some of that. But he's also going to talk about vampires. Now we can see some of these vampires. I think Hochul and Newsom and Witchmer, and there's several vampires and witches out there, guys.
Lucifer, and it transformed my life in a very negative way. And I was really in a very dark downward spiral, involved in animal sacrifices. A lot.
Wow.
I was basically, I was supposedly, okay, let me explain. I got to a certain point climbing up, or if you will, down the ladder of Satanism. And I was told that if I wanted to go further, I either would have to go the route of being a lycanthrope, in other words, a shapeshifter, werewolf, or whatever, on one hand, or I had to go the route of being a vampire on the other hand. And I decided to go with the vampire because...
But hold on, those are just mythology creatures, right? Or are they...
See how this works? Most people are like Nino. It's mythological. It's just like just the movies, right? No, these beings exist.
Especially the werewolves. They're like the assassins of Satanism. They're the ones that
I've seen trail cams with the dog man. Does that have any connection?
It may very well. I know it.
Now, the dogmen are used by the military. They've been used by the military for quite some time. Obviously, very secretive. They're out there. They're not werewolves. Werewolves are on a different level. Dogmen, they were. I don't know if they were, biologically designed, genetically designed, but they have been used in tunnel invasions quite a bit. I think a dogman or dogmen were used when we took al-Baghdadi down. Remember how President Trump was talking about how the dog went in to get al-Baghdadi? I think that was a dogman.
And that might be part of it. But these people, they try to keep very low on the radar, but they're real and they're very scary. And they could literally rip a person apart like tissue paper. They're as big as a grizzly bear. Yeah, that kind of looks like what they look like. They don't look like the old, Lon Chaney movies from the 1940s. I mean, they look like that.
So you're you're telling my audience, you're telling me these are absolutely real.
Oh yeah, they're as real as a heart attack. And
I've heard they're interdimensional. I've heard they're almost like the Sasquatch. They're able to blend into dimensions, come in and out of dimensions.
That may be true. Yeah. Again, it's not my area of expertise. I've just had a couple of them try to attack me over the years, and thankfully, Yeshua is much more powerful than they are, and they're terrified of him. But anyway, so I'm in this deep, dark place, and I sent a check off to the Church of Satan for my annual dues. And when I got the check back from the bank, in the check, the lady that had processed the check had written on it, "I'll be praying for you in Jesus' name." And of course, I just sneered at that. I thought that was stupid. Threw it in the file and forgot about it. Well, literally within a day.
All right. So I've been talking about this for years, ever since I had my Archangel Michael experience. I think it was like a couple of decades ago. Yeah, it's over a couple of decades ago now. When I was in Iraq, I think it was like 2003, 2004, around 2000, late 2003 is when I had that experience. So almost quarter century now. So from that point, eventually, as you guys know, I got to the point where, after having the Archangel Michael experience, where he, brought me back to this reality and sent me back and infused me with the love vibrational frequencies. And from that, I started sending love to these evil beings, whether they're fallen angel types like Hillary Clinton or lots of others. We never saw the real Biden in office as president because I worked him, and Kamala. So, and it's not me. I just send love, the love of, Archangel Michael and the love of God. So that's what that person did. And that made him weak, as you're going to see. So that's what I do. I come in and completely destroy their demons now. I armor up with the armor of God, and I go in and completely destroy demons, send them back to departiculate them, and send them back into the light. So this is what some of us can do. This is not for the average person. It takes time, takes training, takes focus, and you have to have a connection to the angelic realm, the good guy side. All right. So this is a very interesting story. Let's continue.
My whole life fell apart. I lost all my occult power because, believe me, occult power is real. Magic is real, but it's powered by demons. It's not like these new age types will tell you, oh, it's this inner force like the Force, in Star Wars, and you can just channel and do stuff. I mean, it's from demons. And anyway, I lost it all. I lost my job. I felt sick as a dog. And the next day
So that's what happens. They lose their demonic connection, which gives them power. They become weak. They become vulnerable. And at some point, they can go to the light, which he eventually does.
I got a phone call from these two girls, teenage Satanist chicks down in Chicago, which is like about 90 miles from where I lived in Milwaukee. And they said, can we come up and see you? We hear you're this great satanic priest, blah, blah, blah. So, okay, they said they had a present for me. And since I just lost my job, I figured, well, maybe they're going to give me some money. So they came up to see me, and they came and they brought me these two Christian comic books from Chick Publications, I'm sure you've all heard of, Spellbound and Angel of Light. Now, can you imagine, two Satanists giving you Christian comics? And they said, you've got to read these things. They're so stupid. They're Neanderthal, and they'd written like obscene things in the margins and made the people look cross-eyed and all of that. Again, I just threw it in the drawer and forgot about it. Well, the next day, Mormon missionaries showed up. And I kind of skipped over the fact that back in 1973, I was down in Arkansas studying under the Grand Druid of North America. And he told us if we ever got into trouble, that we should join the Mormon Church, because the Mormon Church was founded by witches for witches, so that we could hide out in that church and appear to be nice, straight Christian, all-American Norman Rockwell type people. And so we joined the Mormon Church. And I became an elder. I really got into it. I mean, I gave up the dope. I gave up the cocaine. But because I had been told that the leadership of the Mormon Church were all white witches, I kept doing the white witchcraft thing. And I went to the temple in Salt Lake City, which is kind of like, the Cadillac of Mormon temples. And the thing is like a satanic Disneyland.
So you're telling me right now that Mormons, a lot of them, I guess it's like the Masons, the lower level, mid-level don't know what's going on at the highest level. But you're telling me at the highest level, Mormons are Satanists?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
What?
And I know it's hard to believe, but in the course of this, this Druid guy gave us some secret words to feed into the Mormon temple at Salt Lake. And we did that. And as a result of that, the whole temple was shut down except for us. We were allowed to go through, the endowment, they call it, the ritual. We were married for time and all eternity in the secret rooms with all of weird mirrors and everything. And then they had me go and meet with the president of the temple, who's this big shot, and he in turn arranged us to have a meeting with one of the 12 apostles. Now, this is at the very top hierarchy of the Mormon Church, right under the prophet. And I'll tell you the name of the guy. It was Elder James Faust. Believe it or not, his name was Faust. And if you know anything about occult history, you know that Faust is the name of a famous fictional sorcerer who sold his soul to the devil. But it just happened to be this guy's name by coincidence. In any event, we told him that we had had dreams and visions where there was like satanic type stuff going on in the temple, where there was like this naked young girl on an altar and people were chanting and all around her and all of this stuff. And you know what this guy said? He said that I bear you my solemn testimony, which is a big deal for a Mormon to say that what you have said is true, that Lucifer is the god of the Mormon temple. And that if you, if you like play your cards right, if you move out here to Salt Lake, because at this time we were living in Milwaukee, he could find a place for us very high up in the Mormon hierarchy, serving, quote unquote, in the temple.
Wow.
So, fortunately, before that happened, a few things happened where we ended up having to leave Milwaukee, go to Dubuque, which is where I'm living now. And anyhow, along the way, I went to a prophecy seminar because I thought I could go there and steal some sheep. Because I thought, I'm in a church that has a living prophet. These dumb Christians are doing a prophecy seminar, and I can dazzle them with my knowledge of Scripture. So I went there, and it was the first time in my life that I ever encountered a Christian that really knew the Bible. And no matter what I did, he had an answer for it. And finally, I challenged him and I said, well, where do you get the authority to baptize people so they can be saved? Because Mormons believe that either you've got the Catholic Church, the Roman Catholic Church, which, claims to go all the way back to Simon Peter, and they're up to the present day. But, a lot of people believe that the Catholic Church went kerflooey. And so Joseph Smith, the Mormons believe, came along and restored the true church in 1830. So I asked him, where do you get the authority to do this stuff? You don't have this priesthood from Joseph Smith. You don't have the Catholic priesthood. So, and he said, just look at Acts 16:31, believe in the Lord Jesus Christ and you'll be saved. And at that moment, that was like the arrow, the scriptural arrow that went through my magic Mormon underwear, and bam, it hit my heart. I went home, I prayed and fasted for a few days, and finally the Holy Spirit brought those comic books to mind. And I got those comic books out from the bottom of the closet and, knelt at the foot of the bed and prayed the prayer that's in the back, the Jesus prayer, so to speak, to get saved, and I was born again. And that was in 1984.
Boom. So, as you're seeing, now for the most part, we're not going to have a lot of people do this, right? All right. This was like, he's talking about 1980s. Craig Lund, his transformations happened decades ago as well. So we're at the point now where we're not going to see too many more people transform. And maybe, but for the most part, I don't think we're going to see as many. Right. So whoever's on the godly side, that's great, and whoever's still on Luciferian side, that's where you are. And I think that at some point, as we start to change the vibration of our planet, that they no longer will be able to. And I see it now. It seems like there's so few people now than there used to be. Everywhere I go, there's less and less people, are checking out because they're like, oh, I'm not of this vibration. I'm out. For lots of different stuff. So it's going to get a lot leaner here on Earth as far as like the humanity, because this is definitely a process that's happening on a massive scale. Now, can people turn? Absolutely. And the process, I believe, is still happening. It's happening on a faster and faster scale. Will it be on great numbers? Like I said, I don't think so. But let's look at this. This is very intriguing. And if we start to see stuff like this happen, it's very encouraging. But we're going to see this stuff start to happen. So actor Spencer Pratt, star, like on the Hollywood Boulevard, all those stars, fallen angels, stars, all right? Hollywood, of course, the witch's wand. So Pratt has some MAGA creds and support from a small but influential group of celebrities, including Dana Carvey, David Spade, Joe Rogan, and Adam Carolla. So it's moving in that direction. Each election cycle brings a wave of celebrities endorsing the Democrat du jour, the Democrat of the day, Clinton, Harris, Mamdani. November 3rd, LA mayoral election could be an outlier. So are we going to see Spencer Pratt actually take his fame and transform it into the mayor of LA? Wow. So these, former, Hollywood types, fallen angel stars, whatever, could they turn this around? It is possible, guys, and I hope they do, but we will see. LA is very, very corrupt. All right, to be sure, many liberal-minded voters have already rallied behind incumbent Democrat Mayor Karen Bass, despite all around low marks for handling of the 2025 Los Angeles wildfires, or her progressive challenger, City Council member Nithian Raman. So a lot of corruption. It's been exposed, but still people don't care, it seems like. Bass leads in essentially every poll. And Raman is promised to reverse the dramatic Hollywood job losses happening on the incumbent mayor's watch. So Hollywood is really getting hammered by this corrupt government in not only Los Angeles, but all throughout California. Everybody's suffering in California. So says still, Pratt is in second place in 2 of 3 recent polls, including one a few weeks ago. So ideally, you don't want to be in the front all the way through. You want to come from behind. That's ideal. So if Pratt can come behind strong, he could win this thing. And that would turn around the evil of LA potentially, unless he's another infiltrator, just more of the same, but just with a different face, right? Including one a few weeks ago by UCLA Luskin School of Public Affairs, with Bass ahead by 14 points, and an Emerson College poll in early March in which Pratt trailed by just 8 points. So a nonpartisan primary will be held on June 2nd, and any of the candidates could win the mayoral race outright by receiving more than 50% of the vote. So who knows? Maybe he'll win it. If he gets more than 50% of the vote on June 2nd, could happen. All right. The sour news that continues to flow from the City of Angels could make Pratt's candidacy more than a reality show lark. So it says he's got a lot of people from the Hills alum that think he would be a good fit. So it says apolitical comics, David Spade and Dana Carvey bash modern LA and march from the comfort of their Fly on the Wall podcast. The Saturday Night Live alums boast decades of Hollywood experience, and they couldn't keep their concerns to themselves, Spade said. And that old Hollywood needs to die, all right, needs to be replaced by the good angels. Reflecting on the production lots he once worked on that are now filing for bankruptcy. Thanks, Karen Bass. Thanks, Newsom, he said, referring respectively to Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass and Governor Gavin Newsom, Vampire Boy, also a Democrat. The amount of productions is dying. And so they have to do something so more production comes back. And that starts with negotiating with the union and also subsidizing industry tax breaks, all right, to compete with Romania. So they can take a whole crew and film in Romania and save money. That money should be staying in California, but because of the California taxes and all of the stuff that they, make life miserable for everybody who wants to do something good, then people are just, the industry is just fleeing LA. It's cheaper to bring 100 American people to Ireland than to walk across the lot at Fox, past the sound stages, and do it there. So Rob Lowe said, referring to his game show, The Floor. It's just tax, economics of it all. So it's criminal that California and LA have let it happen. It's criminal. Everybody should be fired. Yes, taxes got to go bye-bye, right? Khloe Kardashian, hardly a partisan voice in the culture. She recoiled after learning citywide budget cuts hurt the fire department's resources at the worst possible time. Timing, yes, they did it on purpose. Mayor Bass, you are a joke, Kardashian said via her Instagram feed. So it seems like the celebrities are ganging up on them. Fellow podcast giant Joe Rogan, who called LA home for several years and left for Texas, also endorsed Pratt. Listen, man, I'm voting for you. Well, I can't vote for you, but I'm rooting for you. I mean, if I lived in LA still, no question whatsoever, I would vote for you. Fellow reality stars, Kristen Cavallari, Brody Jenner, The Hills, and Jesse Draper, The Secret Lives of Mormon Wives, Secret Lives. Are you really telling us secret lives of those Mormon wives? Also have Pratt's back in demonic secret lives. Comic Nikki Glaser, a fixture on the Hollywood circuit, isn't weighing in on the mayor's race because she left the City of Angels for a less splashy destination and turned California around. So that would be perfect. So here's a guy, Pratt, who no background. I don't know, maybe has a little bit of money from all that his acting career. And looks like he's getting backed by, all the people that normally back the Democrats no matter what. So now they're turning against them, and he's running as a Republican too. So very interesting. We'll see if that transforms. We'll see if Louis Herms, who's coming from the bottom, no backing, never been in a political office, and not a rich man by any stretch of the imagination. If he gets to that position, that would be phenomenal. So we need people like that to start taking these political positions, guys. All right. So that's the way we went against the Luciferian fallen angels. All right. All right, guys. Lots of love and stay in love vibration, because that's how we defeat them. Say great prayers and send them to these baddies. All right. Make sure you protect yourself. All right. Lots of love. I'll see you guys next time.
Yeah. And so if that
Yes.
was the case, they weren't using, they didn't create that then. And then the earth is a lot bigger than what's been reported.
Yeah, they put that one out too. So, if you, like me, have sailed the world not sailed, well, we call it sail, but, in a submarine, we have a sail, but it's not.
You're traversing the world.
Yes. I've, been way, way, way down to the Antarctic and way up to the Arctic. 1 degree of latitude or longitude in any direction is 1 nautical mile, which is 6,000 feet. And if you're going at a certain speed, you can record knowing how much, current you have with you or against you, you can calculate how far you've gone. That's really obvious. So, but as far as going to Antarctica, there's 1,000+ people that go there a year as tourists. You can rent cruises, buy a sailboat if you want, sail around Antarctica, and they'll take you off on a little dinghy boat and go up on the place where there's no glaciers coming down, and you can literally hike up onto Antarctica. You could even hike if you want. People have backpacked, way in, and they're even having big planes that go to the pole in the Antarctic as well. And there are no fly zones there, but those are because of what's there, such as the entrance to the Earth, inside the Earth, and other bases and things and artifacts that they don't want people to know about yet. But
Pyramids, other
but if you do the basic, what Ptolemy did, I did it with some kids in a science class I was in with walkie-talkies, because there was no cell phones in the 70s and 60s. We, with a ruler a yardstick, a protractor, so you can get your angles perfect 90 to the earth and go at, you know, across the city as far as you can get, you know, and then time it out and mark and get it perpendicular to the earth and measure the shadow. It's different. And you can calculate the size and the circumference of the earth. And so it's really, really obvious that, you know, it is pretty much what they've been saying all this time along. And, you know, there are many cruises people can take and go around the Arctic. So now, as far as going to the moon, of course, we went there, but not like, as I said, the way they showed. That was Stanley Kubrick's movie. But they're not going to spend...
Why did they do that?
Because
I know, and we talked about it. I want you to tell and we'll discuss it, because that's what people need to know, because that's how it gets... that's how it becomes a conspiracy theory, right?
Yes. Well, the reason is several-fold. The first reason is if you get there, you don't get there, you have a catastrophic event, the people would be extremely upset. So you don't want to put that kind of money in that era without tangible results. So you have a movie. Plus, they didn't know what they're going to hit. And so what's going to happen when they get there, which is with the craft, not what they showed you, but with a craft, they went there. And there were Alpha Draco ships lined up on the crater wall. So, yeah, that wouldn't have boded well on national TV. You know, that wouldn't be a good look, you know. So they had that. And, of course, the NAZIs had a base, like I said earlier, like in the movie Iron Sky. And now that's lunar base A, B. There's A, B, C, and then there's base on the back of the moon. There's a detention facility that's right on the edge of the back of the moon. During a 18-year transit of the moon back and forth, it shows 54% of its surface. So it periodically gets a view of the Earth. That's for the very high-profile people they want to keep alive in the deep state for information. And so with the technology, a person you don't need to torture people for information anymore. The nanotech that they can literally download somebody's mind. So go into the mind, find out whatever they're thinking, download all their information, their knowledge, everything else. The technology, again, is beyond belief. So the waterboarding and all that stuff it's no longer needed. And you can't hide any information. The deep state can't hide anything. So they make deals to keep their legacy, to protect family or the brotherhood or something. And the real high ones up that we don't even know the names are kept on the backside of the moon and some other places out on asteroids and things in our solar system. And so that is already been being done since Trump's first term.
So wasn't that base the initially was the German base and all of that that was on the backside of the moon? Wasn't that a part of the Antarctic Treaty about the transferring and the power of that, as well as the Mars bases that we have?
Yeah, it was the secret part of the treaty, of the Antarctic Treaty, with the base 211 fourth and fifth Reich types. So they got certain things. They have certain within every major organization, major company, they would have certain people installed that were fascists, as well as in our Congress or Senate, and periodically have a president like the Bushes, the Scherfs. So so we're a fascist country up until Trump got in. And that's why you see fasci on the floor of the Congress on each side, and back of the Liberty Dime. Several states have fasci on their insignia for their state seal. And so that's showing the control. Plus a lot of the missions that the space program had, like Voyager, was to see the growth by the deep state of the fourth and fifth Reich types. how much had they gotten out there? And they were freaked out of their mind. I mean, they had asteroids and moons and everything was there all over the place. They're like, oh my word. So they made another deal. And so now, with the deal the NACI's made with the Alpha Draco of having to have a prime Draco on every one of their Dark Fleet ships, they didn't like that at all. They're very proud people. And so they actually have broken free from that, as has a whole huge contingent of the Alpha Draco have broken as a fifth column. And so the alliance of free worlds that is helping mankind on Earth and the build out on the backside of the moon is now beyond belief. And, they help set up the quantum system and all of that and all of this technologies and everything that's coming. It's going to be mind boggling as we go up that bell curve, that, geometric curve into disclosure, and big pharma and all this gets destroyed by the technology that comes out. That's why they didn't want that out, because you're talking about technology. The more you can sell stuff to it, you keep it sick, you poison it, you do everything, you just keep it alive barely. And
keep it on Band-Aid, throwing Band-Aids at it just so they keep the money flowing, keep it just functioning and keeping it going down that path,
Yeah. And so once this system comes out, the med bed systems and all this other stuff, and the quality of life goes through the ceiling. And then they have, like Elon Musk with the robots and all of that, people will only work if they want to. The wealth will be so vast. I mean, everybody, if you look at your straw man, you're worth billions by the time you're in your 50s. There go, who would work? How would anything get done? Well, robots will do most of it, and they'll look human. And then you also will have people doing things that certain things only people could and should be doing, which is raising children. You might want to have your food grown by a human being, because there's an interaction at an energetic level, at the quantum level, between a person that is loving the plants and talking to the plants and working with the plants and cares about the plants, as opposed to just mechanized harvesting and growth. And so the plant is way more vibrant and powerful. And so all of these things are coming very, very soon and rapidly. People think it's, a lot of people think this is going to take, decades. I don't think so.
Nope.
Because it's just like anything. Once you start improving, it's very small at first, the growth. It's like, as martial arts, for example, as I was learning, the first few 4 or 5 years, I'm not really that amazing. I'm okay, but I'm probably not really good on the street in a real situation. Just enough to keep myself alive, maybe. But by the time you get to 10, 12 years in, if you're in a real training style, not like a dojo, but your abilities start going so fast, you don't need an instructor anymore. The art itself starts teaching you. And so that's, where we're headed. We're headed in a situation where we'll be learning so fast and things will be changing so fast that it'll just go astronomical. It'll go vertical, the changes. So the next generation that's already, in their single digit years now, the world they will be getting, we can't even conceive of it, will be on planets all over the galaxy, let alone probably other galaxies with, make Star Trek look pale. I mean, what you're seeing in Star Trek, that's pathetic technology. You have technology where, you can travel like that by Mach 5 or Warp 5, and that's slow. You could instantly be there. But, sometimes when you go on a road trip, it's not just, jump at a portal and be the other place.
It's about the journey sometimes.
Yeah, it's about the journey and the trip and what you find in between. So that's,
because that's what people don't know. We have actual gates from Earth to the moon, direct, to Mars, direct, to Saturn, direct, different places, direct. Our Eden, Earth, was always a major gate hub, and our sun was another major portal gate, correct?
Yes. And then there's what they call, which are actually portals, what they call jump gates.
Yes.
So near most of your major airports, you have a Hilton hotel or something that the deep state had a jump gate in. And you can jump to various places from that gate with the
Like
portal.
in a hotel room.
Yeah.
Specific rooms.
Well, it's the elevator would go down. You'd hit a certain key code sequence in the elevator buttons, and it would go down, and you come out into an area where you could go into a jump gate. And depending on, you know, the timing and everything, you could get to the moon or Mars or Saturn or Ganymede or, you know, all these different places. And so that technology is old.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. That was being built for, I think the first rendition of a jump gate was I think he called it the Trinitron. It's out at Indian Wells in near where they have the every year they have a big, huge conference. The largest freestanding piece of granite is out there. And this guy built a jump gate, and they came and gutted it and took all the technology from him, the deep state. But now, you know, the Alliance has that, and humans have had that for a long time, and they have blink technology with the craft and everything. So, I mean.
So let's do this, Gene, because I said this very specifically, not, you know, several months ago. And this is before the Iran deal actually started going on, is that, you know, we have the technology. So, you know, like what you were talking about earlier about the super soldiers and the technology you have, that you could be, they have these little boxes, they're not even an inch. They're like a quarter of an inch squared, right? Little box. It's got these little quantum diamonds that are inside of them. And they spin so fast that they're like at the speed of light inside. They create a field around. And if you've got this on your person, you cannot be shot. You could shoot a bullet of 50 caliber at you and it ain't hitting you. And it's like they have this kinds of technology that's out there that you as an individual could even have, that's interlaced into the super soldiers outfit, their gear. And it's like, that's why when they were talking about Venezuela and stuff, they were shooting at them and stuff and nothing could hit them. Nothing could do nothing to them. And, you know, it's like, not only that, but it's like, okay, we've got all this technology. We've got all this stuff that we could actually shut down the power, shut down everything within a country, and then turn it back on. Because we did it multiple times several years ago, you remember. And the deal is that why are we messing around with that kind of conventional technology? Because this is what it is, messing around with Iran when we could have knocked this shit out in a couple hours. Because I think that we could do that, and we've done a lot of it, but we had to blow some shit up and we had to do things the old school way.
Yeah, the old school way for, you know, just because you can't, you know, same, you know, people say, why are we using rockets to go places if we have this?
Yep.
Because you can't put that out in front of the populace at this time until we have disclosure and all these things.
You know, when they went and found that pilot, they talked about stuff that nobody, even they could identify a single individual's heartbeat anywhere on the planet.
Yep. That's a nano diamonds with graphene.
Graphite. Diamonds. That's what I'm talking about. Is like, and they got technology that will blow your freaking mind, people, but they're not using it. They're trying to make it as conventional as possible, but still being in 100% control. Would you agree?
Well, they are actually using it in Iran, some of it. So they have like a whole bunch of special forces that jumped out of a aircraft at night, no shoot.
I know. That's what that technology does. That's what. So they're called the ghost soldiers.
Yeah, and they plummet to the ground just before they get the ground. It deaccelerates them. They land gently on their feet. Then it starts powering up behind them and propels them there till they're running like 90 miles an hour. Then they can see through the ground down to where the tunnel is. It opens up. You know, it phase shifts them, so they run down into the ground, into the tunnel. No particle weapons, no nothing. So Yeah,
So this actual special forces guy, he's like a really awesome dude. He was like, he saw these guys around, but he didn't know who they were and all that stuff. And then they went on this mission. They were up in the plane, and then all of a sudden they just jumped out the back of it. He's like, "Oh my God, what the hell?" It freaked him out. And he's like, and then he was like, they jumped, they had their gear on and stuff, but they didn't have no parachute, no nothing. All of a sudden, they just jumped out of the freaking plane at a halo jump, right? And
Yeah.
it's like, it freaked him out. And then, like 5 days later, he said he saw them all and they were all
Yep.
fine. And he was just like, what?
Yep.
Oh,
You know,
it blew
it's-
his mind because this dude's been in the special forces. I mean, he's like a really badass. I ain't gonna say who it is, but he was an awesome fucking sniper and stuff. And he said it blew his mind, and that's exactly what they were referred to as the Ghost Soldiers, because nobody knew who they were or what affiliation, because they never wear patches.
Yes. So, that's where we're headed. Warfare is going to become impossible. When the whole world gets this, little bit by little bit, it's what Tesla had dreamed and actually facilitated. He actually jumped timelines and came back as crazy as this sounds. You'll read Ingersoll Lockwood and that stuff, about little Baron Trump and all that stuff. But he came back as Snowden, and he came back as what's the other one? Remember right now, but he made it possible so that we would have this technology and all of this now. And so it's just, like I said, a time when people, a lot of what people are seeing, it's just they still believe it. I mean, just what? Like this last assassination attempt, this guy runs through the security, and this only one person gets their gun out. One lady, the police, it gets 5 shots off. I'm like, nobody tackles this guy. Nobody puts themselves in their way. I mean, there would have, if that was real, there would have been a hail of bullets, and somebody would have tackled the guy down.
You don't believe that this was a 100% setup. You are not.
And then, of course, they're talking about, well, that's the reason for the ballroom. That's the whole point of it. And then what's under the ballroom? Well, now we already have Senator, who saying that. Yeah, saying this is military stuff. Jump gate, along with a whole lot of technology that'll make it impossible for that stuff to happen in the White House at all. And it's just, and of course Trump, was sitting there and he's just looking around like, yeah, okay, there he is. Okay, here it comes. Okay. And of course,
I was actually watching it when it happened live, and I heard it. And I was telling Kelly, I was like, "Did that just happen? Did that just happen?" And everybody's sitting around like no big deal here. And then all of a sudden, you start seeing everybody freaking out. But he's just still standing there. He's just still sitting there like, "What? Nothing's going on." It's like,
come on, the guy, security pulls JD Vance's chair back. It doesn't get between him and the shooter, pushes him down or nothing. Like, this guy should be fired if that were real.
How does that benefit President Trump and his, I guess, his reputation as a leader who is trying to, turn things over for the good, when there's an operation that all of, like you said, I told you on Blue Sky what's going on, how they're all calling him a liar, a faker, and all this.
It doesn't matter.
Why doesn't that perception matter?
Because
go ahead, Gene. You're
going for the masses of people that are not awake and knowing. So, it's obvious if you look at the way those people were read in. Because, the police lady that's shooting, and she knows what's in her weapon. And, I would do drills on the submarine that, I would go into the captain. I'm going to run this. I'm going to do this. He goes, okay. And even the officer of the deck, nobody knew, just me and him. That's it. Nobody else knew it was a drill. And so you see what people really do that aren't read in. So, when you have high skilled people, special forces trained, high level 20, 15, 10, 20 years, more, they will control the situation so nobody gets hurt in their, and all of that. But in, most of that, the people that are reacting, you can tell the ones that are really reacting because they're in shock. They're in what's called black zone. When somebody is, they're not going to get hurt because they don't know what to do. They're just freaked out. They're in black zone. They kind of stunned at first. And then you can control that because you train to do that. They train for decades to do that. Many, many, many years. They train every possible scenario, every possible thing. And, it's to make it look like a certain, yes, we need the ballroom. Yes, this is why. This is same with Butler, Pennsylvania. That was deep state hijacked by the White Hats. And so there were 3 shooters, and the guy that actually hit Trump's ear was on the water tower, I believe. Or no, maybe it was the gym further away. There was 3 shooters, the water tower. And so that was totally controlled too. And yet, some things do go awry sometimes, but then also it made Trump, that probably made him president, to be honest with you. And you look at the picture that's being thrown up that looks like somebody smeared something. It's the picture of Butler, Pennsylvania, for this, and all of this that happened now. So it's comms and all kinds of things are going on. And, sometimes you have to have things that are so live, if you didn't get in the way of it, or you can't completely stop it, like Operation Warp Speed. You can't stop what the deep state's going to do. So what you do is you overtake it, you control it, and you control it so that it's not in their hands, but still, but you're not going to have
that technology of the little diamond box, the nano diamonds that are in the little box. That was what Trump had on that day. So they could have shot 10 shots at him and it wasn't going to hit him.
Yeah. Well, only.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Gene.
No, go ahead, Kelly.
Oh, I was just going to say, so that brings up another question that a lot of people ask is, was that even Trump? Because, we know he has doppelgangers, right? They know they're not going to put him at risk, but possibly with that technology, which I had never heard of, Captain, until you told me about it the other day. Possibly with that technology, it's not as unsafe as people think. So
that's right.
Do you believe that was him at Butler or the other night?
No.
We haven't seen Trump in public since 2018.
And so the reason that it's not him is because he is safe, but the image of him still has to be protected, Kelly.
Yes, yes. I explained that too. Like it didn't matter if it was him or not. If that image,
the image of him
assassinated, would all hell will break out.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so everything's about timing and control. So like Netanyahu was killed. He's dead. But they can't show that yet because it's not in time in the movie. You have to have this play out in a certain way for people. So this is the same way. So with the technology they have, the mask they have now is just a cream, like a gel. You can smear it on yourself, and it has nanodiamonds and graphene and other stuff in it, and it receives a 3D holographic, whatever you want to look like. I mean, you could look like Captain Kyle and sound like Captain Kyle.
Just by then turns in the frequency of it, it can change.
Yep. You could even look like a door. It's just like, the technology's that advanced now. So Trump has been, the deep state, because they have people that can take somebody out at 8 miles. If with what he's doing to them, tearing down the financial system, taking over. I mean, that's why they have King Charles going to charm Trump. Try to charm him, please don't, don't get rid of us and don't get rid of me and, all this stuff. But there's a lot of symbology, like we were talking earlier about the beekeeper, that he's done. He's taken out already. It's already been done. And so it's only, a matter of time until it's part of the movie to see that actually happen, just like with the Queen. She was gone a long time before she got to the palace and couldn't get in the gate. That wasn't her. That was central casting. And so you get all these, actors that have been trained for years and years, but then you also have people that are wearing that gel, and it also keeps them so, like Captain Kyle saying with the nanodiamonds and that, so they can't be hurt, because you've got to protect the image for the people. Because if they do see him obviously get his, like Kennedy, where he gets his, head, explodes, they're going to go not believe that they saved him. And so he would be gone. But he's been in Cheyenne Mountain with maybe 2 exceptions, because with what he's doing to the deep state, they would be so needing to get rid of him, they would blow the building up. They would hit it with a missile or put explosives or something, use technology, some poison, something. And they would just destroy everybody there. And so this is the way in which you don't have that kind of thing happen. And so the White Hats are controlling all of this, let alone the fact that they have things like, Looking Glass and that, and remote viewers that can see the future and all kinds of stuff.
People get the idea of everything scripted and fake. I'm not sure how to answer people who really have been suffering, or the lives that have been lost, or parents that have lost their sons and daughters in war.
Well, that's easy, because the deep state has infiltrated every organization on Earth. If you have an organization that has 50, 60 people and it's important to the world, they'll have infiltrated it. And so you don't know who's infiltrated. You might be somebody you would think you could trust beyond belief, and they would be deep state Satanists. And so you can't script that out. And certain things are, like the jab, that was going to happen. And they had a plan of one. So you have that option, or you have the option to roll it out faster than they can get all the jabs they have. They have to put saline solution, all kinds of stuff, and you lose 1 billion people instead of 8 billion people.
And I understand that. It's the lesser of 2 evils. I understand that.
And that goes the same thing with any of these things, like the wars, like what's happening in Ukraine, or what's happening in Iran, or what happened, in Venezuela. Yes, some of the Cubans guarding it is how the war is, and some of this stuff will affect good people, the stuff
so how do people decipher what is fake and what's not, especially with so much AI these days?
Oh, yeah.
It's really hard, I think, for people to discern what is fake and what's not, especially when you constantly hear it's a movie, sit back, enjoy the show, everything's fake, everything's scripted. That gets confusing for the especially the people we're trying to reach. Like, we've got somebody did a really great diagram last night on their show, where there was this little portion at the bottom where, it's a bunch of OG anons sitting around laughing about, masks and fake people and things like that, and boots. And we know all that, right? But then you've got that second row, which is a little bit larger, of the anons that are decoding things and trying to figure things out that way. And then you've got this huge portion at the top that we're trying to reach. And when that smaller portion at the bottom is continually telling them everything is fake, how are we going to be reaching that big portion at the top? Does that make sense?
How do we reach them? You don't. You give them truth, and the events actually wake them up. It's the events.
Yep. the series of events and what happens as it happens. It's why Trump, the Epstein files, we're talking about that. That's a psyop. That's, you got to make the people demand it. And you got to make that, because if he hands it out, then they go, it's it's fake, it's not real. But if he says it and then the people demand it, especially the black hats demand it, and the Satanists demand it, and the Demists demand it, and they get it out, and then Elon goes, oh, he's saying that because he's in it. Yeah, because Epstein hated him. He's because he got kicked out of Mar-a-Lago, had him arrested, all kinds of things. So that's the same way with you've got Nick Shirley, this young man who's going around showing all of this corruption in Minnesota and now California, and next will be Texas. The FBI has all that, but they can't come out and say that. You've got to have a young person who's revealing it as a people.
They made him.
Yeah, he's a person. He's a person. The target audience can focus and say that's real. See, it's just a regular guy. It's not the government handing us the same garbage, made up garbage. It's not a movie. It's this. No, this is just a regular guy. He's a very nice looking young man. He's doing all this stuff. And that's how this will continue to go out. You're going to have people that look like regular, everyday people. That you're going to have events, you're going to have situations, you're going to have things come out bit by bit by bit, where regular everyday people will come out and say it. And so they can identify with that. And then eventually it'll come out to where the media itself will come out and say, okay, all of it, because that's the only thing they're going to believe. They're not
which they are starting to do with this Nick Shirley. And immediately I looked him up on X, and now he's supposed to be 23 years old, right? Yeah. So he joins in January of Trump's first term. He joins X. So now how young is he then? And so I figured that he had to be, part of that op, and that's good.
They're providing the money, the resources, and the direction for him to do and the protection. For him to do what he's doing.
Because you don't go down to a cartel and walk in there with all these and not get shot to pieces.
Yeah,
the cartels were told, you shoot him and we will eradicate you all. Yeah. You let him go in, you let him do this, you let it, But, the average person out there, they'll believe that, as insane as that sounds, that, he walked right in there and they just, because he had something on him and, he didn't, but there was something, holding over their head. Yeah. So.
Over all of them.
Over all of them. Right. And just like what they understand, we won't just eradicate you. We'll eradicate your families, your children, your property. Yeah. Everything will be destroyed. Everyone will be destroyed. So you go along and you play with this. And so it's the same thing, and.
So how do you think, Kelly, when we talk about this, that this works into Trump's world tour? And then you talk about the internet and everything else, and then I told you about what happened when Q started posting. That was the same time as the incident in Las Vegas, and the target in Las Vegas was Ben Solomon. But what did Ben Solomon do after that? He dedicated himself completely to the movement, but he also took over all of the social media. So do they have control over everything? Absolutely, they have control of everything. But they have to force the narrative into the public space in a controlled manner with a backstop of exactly what their plans were to destroy us.
So when you say they have control of everything, the other day you said to an extent. Can you expand on that?
Yeah, so you've got outliers. Outliers means individuals that you don't necessarily have control over, that are not the overall like say the company narrative, things of that nature, where anyone can post anything, but is that completely controlled or not? To a certain degree, because anything that's put out there can be stopped and then reversed immediately.
Yeah,
They're
like I
allowing
do
it to
think
happen.
they're starting to take down a lot of these paid influencers. I kind of see that like on X, they're starting to lose their accounts or lose their monetization.
So that's all a part of the situation. Like I said, there's going to be a divide. This all has to happen. Why? Because there's the way things are connected. But when Trump continuously calls out central casting, how many times has he done it in the last month?
Right.
Yeah.
It's not. So it's really not about, and this is the hardest part of this. It's not, this is why I don't care about monetization, this or anything else, because none of this matters for me to be profiting off of this thing of what's going on. It's about staying true to the word and helping people when they wake up to a certain degree and lead them when the events actually happen so that they can have some clarity in it, because all of the noise and nonsense that are out there and all the people that are out there for clickbait and making money and they're patriots, whatever, I don't care. But the deal is that the events is what's going to bitch slap people to wake them up. How many times have I said it's got to get to the precipice to where enough is enough? And what did you just hear in Trump and what was just there? Getting to enough is enough.
Yeah. So, Gene, what do you think that precipice is going to be? Gene?
Yeah, I'm contemplating it.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I didn't know if you heard me. Take your time.
Yeah. For the target audience, it's varied because you got people on degrees of intelligence and degrees of mind control, and how you got to hit a critical mass when it becomes, the 100th monkey essentially, and people wake up. But there will be people there will never be enough. They will always say no, 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 no. They just won't believe it. When we were talking about flat Earth, for example, you could take them out in space and show the Earth. You're mind controlling me. It is a hologram, or this is you're hypnotizing me, or there's people you can't wake up. They'll wake up when they die and leave their body. I guarantee you that. When you see what's out there or in there, then they will wake up. But it will. For the average person, it's going to have to, the Epstein files is one of the most powerful tools possible. And then as it's starting to, it has to happen organically, trickle out about what is really in the jab, with, for example, Dr. Mahalsias showing the blinking lights and all of that. And now Kerry Kingston and other people are saying it had this tech and it can actually, hack into your brain and all this other stuff. And they go, that doesn't, But when they actually start to experience some of that, and that is the deep state actually kind of helping in the way they don't realize. And I know it's grueling, and it's, to have that happening, and for those that are targeted and everybody that is shed on, and so everybody has some of that happening to them to some degree or more. And so, as that comes out and trickles and more information comes out, then people will get upset. And once they said, enough is enough, I've had it, do something, make it happen now. And so it's going to be the mostly from the young people, from like the 9, 14, 20s, like that are looking at the Epstein stuff as they get up into out in the world and doing things. That's gonna make, and they're going to actually influence the parents and the other generations older than them. And so, because the older generations are too mind controlled, When you're talking 30, 40s, and 50s, most of those people, you're not going to wake them up until they get woke up by other people that show them that they trust and they love. And so to say, when is that going to happen? Again, I can't give dates or what will be the tipping point. It's too complicated. The movie is so complicated. I'm firmly believe the plan is by God, because it's so complicated. If you look at Colonel Bossie on Stevens Corner, and he showed all the lines of force and different things, and outlaid a basic plan, it just for one area, it was beyond complicated. It was to the point where only God could have that complication under. Yes,
Gene, I was talking to Kelly the other day, and this is what a lot of people don't know, is that all of these countries are wargaming right now, and not just in a conference room, but actually out preparing for a standoff.
For a what?
Standoff. Europe is actually doing actual drills and stuff for an invasion, and even our military is basically saying potentially that they're preparing for a war, but not the war we're actually in.
Oh yeah, that's going to be the thing that's going to cause people to wake up. You're right. That's it. I forgot about that. Near where you get
prepared right now by the European nation, by NATO countries, and they're actually wargaming it on the streets right now with military equipment.
Yeah. Once that happens, then when that gets diffused, then people will go, wow, we can't do this.
This is how close we were.
Yeah, we were that close. So yeah, that's when that event occurs. When that event occurs, I don't know. But it's
backstopped.
So would we consider that to be fake or real? Because a lot of times and guys, I'm just trying to tell you from the perspective of all the comments in our chat channel, and I see them in other posts too, because I always try to get a read and a vibe on the people to kind of judge for myself, how far along are we here, right? And I know Captain doesn't want to read comments at all or get into all that, but I kind of so that's what I'm trying to ask you from that perspective. How will people know what's real, or is that all going to be called fake, or they're not going to believe it's happening? You know what I mean? Like, how do they know what's real and what's not?
Yeah, it's real up until the point they stop it. The deep state is going to go and try to do it. And they just like warp speed, certain things have to happen. You can't stop it, but you can stop it from going to its conclusion.
And then, so when I say that it's real, but it's backstopped, that means that it can't get to that place.
Yes.
But it is going to be confrontational. That's what brings it to reality to people. If not, then you're not going to. Why did you think I said that when we go to Iran, we've got to blow shit up and things have to be destroyed that way? For that very reason, because we could actually go in there and shut it down and do the things just like they did in Venezuela. But
and again, this goes into, you can't control absolutely everything. So you will have Islamic terrorists, if you don't do that, coming to this country and doing all kinds of stuff and all over the world. So you can't control at this point every single thing that's happening on Earth with every single person, and that can cause death and fatality. So you have to have it real in their home country. You got to take the mullahs out for real. You got to take the Ayatollah out for real. And that event took place, and they took out the Black Rock under there, and it took a shock wave, took out his dome. But you got to make it so that people see it and they go, oh yeah, okay. And the mullah's got to, the deep state has got to have happen to them what they've been doing to the world for a long, long time. It says you want to convert as many of them as possible, and you want to force the ones to play right that you can, because when you flip somebody to your side, you're up 2. But if you eliminate them, you're up 1. So when you convert, you flip hat somebody, even if it's through force and coercion and whatever to save their legacy or whatever it is, you're up 2. You've gained 2 because you got somebody on, and you can't rebuild the entire world. So you look at Zuckerberg going through the White House. He looked pretty freaking miserable. He's like, oh, I got to play this role, and I hate this, and it's and he's not shape-shifting or anything. He's just, this is terrible. But you can't rebuild all the internet and all the industries and all of this. You got to use what they built and change it over. And that goes with people too, even if they're dark hats. You got to change who you can and, give them a chance to come around, but absolutely completely monitor them at the same time. And then you've got to use the system to some degree. You can't, the financial system, you got to rebuild that. But you can't rebuild every single thing on Earth. So you've got to use a lot of what's there. Like you can't rewrite all the programming for the internet and all of this stuff. And, that's insane. And so you will have to convert the world as it goes. The same thing with, 0-point energy and fossil fuels and which way do you go and what, well, you're going to use oil still to make plastics and these things until you're printing out and you're getting higher technology stuff that isn't so detrimental to health with the microplastics and all that. So, there's a conversion that has to happen organically for people to see that and witness that, but also because there's certain things there's limits to what can and can't be done. And so that's where we are now. They're gamed all this out. It's all gamed out, and they're going to go step by step, and it's going to go out, logarithmically in a geometric curve. It's going to take off and go faster and faster and faster. And, but at the same time, you can't do certain things before their time. You can't come out with the med beds all over, and you would destroy the economies of the world, and you'd have anarchy and civil wars and all kinds of things. It's got to come out in certain stages at certain points. The same thing with, the Epstein files, a little bit of this and a little bit of that, and then everything has to slowly progress to where people get used to that speed, then you increase the speed, and you keep going faster and faster and faster.
And Kelly, your role in dealing with those individuals over time will change easier and easier and more separated, if you understand that, what I mean by that.
Do I understand that? Is that what you're asking me?
Yes.
No.
Okay. It will be easier
Yes.
for those that wake up. Because why? Because things are happening and they're exponentially growing quicker and quicker. And those that won't believe never will believe. And they're being separated to a further and further place away from your reality.
Okay. Yes, now I understand.
It's like you go, the separation becomes so far that you never interact with them ever again. Put the genie back in the bottle, because guess what? Everything happens simultaneously. That's why it's so important to live in the now and understand what the now means. Is why? Because the past, the present, and the future are all simultaneously happening right now.
Yeah. So, just like with his situation, there'll be people that get to that point and they just said, I can't do this and I want to go back to like the Amish. I want to go become Amish. Yeah. And that'll be available. There'll be people that don't want to go and they can go out and live the life that they had. And there'll be people living in cities that are holographic, tangible, holographic cities. And, it just depends. I don't want to live that way. I would love to live out in the country, and have a little place and that stuff, But it all depends on the person. You know, everybody's unique and different, and there'll be people that just can't do it, and then there'll be people that will engage and go take it many stages beyond where we are. So that's where we are. That's where we're headed.
Yeah, so I hope that helps some people out there, and I hope that we answered a lot of your questions, Kelly. Thank you so much, Gene. Let's do it again soon. And
sounds good.
All right, everyone. Thank you so much. I hope we helped you, and I hope we shed some light on those things that are basically trying to be covered up and manipulated out there in the public eye. And trust me, things are not as they appear. I guarantee that. Love you guys. Good night.
Good night, everyone.
God bless.
Judy note, Joseph Robinette Biden Jr., born November 20th, 1942 in Scranton, Pennsylvania, ceased to exist on January 17, 2020, following his trial and execution at Guantanamo Bay in accordance with military tribunal procedures. The execution was carried out under executive orders activated by President Trump during the silent phase of the war against the treasonous infrastructure embedded across the U.S. government. Biden crimes included high treason, subversion of the Constitution, collusion with foreign powers, and crimes against humanity. Boom, the greatest lie ever sold. Biden was executed at Gitmo in 2020. Trump's truth bomb shatters the global cabal. Yes. What we thought we knew but didn't really know, and now supposed to know but don't have a clue. Clones, doubles, made-up movies, Hollywood style, and Trump's military lines throwing more popcorn at us. It gets so confusing. Friday, May 1st, Joseph Robinette Biden Jr. died on January 17, 2020, following his trial and execution at Guantanamo Bay. In accordance with military tribunal procedures, for political reasons, he has been played by clones, doubles, and actors ever since. We saw the ear shapes changing, the chin morphing, the eye color inconsistencies, the jittering AI glitches during live broadcasts, the CGI hands phasing through microphones. Why would they go to such extremes? Because they had no real plan after he passed away. The deep state stole the election, but they couldn't sell a fully senile man to the world. They needed a puppet to sign orders, a clone to pose for optics, a hologram to deliver pre-written lines, a body double to appear alive for photos, a digital mask to keep up the illusion of governance. Trump drops classified proof. Deep state used actors, clones, and holograms to fake a presidency. Boom, Donald Trump's advisor, Alina Habba, discovered the fake Oval Office where Joe Biden allegedly pretended to be president. A must-see. Friday, May 1st, Obama exposed as major adrenochrome trafficker by official government documents. Gitmo TV on Telegram. Friday, May 1st, newly released FBI files have reignited explosive allegations of bribery, money laundering, and pay-to-play schemes tied to the Clinton Foundation. EBS blackout, martial law lockdowns. On Sunday, May 24th, 2026, the emergency broadcast system will begin. My fellow Americans, the storm is upon us. God bless. On our phones, the 7 trumpet sounds will be heard, and we will receive the 7 presidential messages. Martial law and mass arrest will be declared. Friday, May 1st, every cell phone on the planet will be hit with 7 trumpet sounds, transmitted from the Starlink satellites bypassing the elite-controlled media channels. The alliance has spent years preparing for the announcement, quietly building a network of satellites and secure communication lines. Over it, President Trump will give 7 messages to the world about a new era of freedom about to begin. EBS, Donald J. Trump on Telegram. Friday, May 1st, 2026, the financial overhaul began with Level 4B notification, sparking RV releases and wealth redistribution. Banks receive new codes from May 8th, 2026. NESARA brings the debt jubilee to erase illegitimate debts. The NESARA announcement is set for May 11th with new gold-backed currency launching May 17th. Full QFS integration completes by May 30th. Ezra Cohen on Friday, May 1st, as of Sunday, February 1st, 2026, the darkness descended with the light breaking through. The quantum financial system was locked in and irreversible. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. There were 209 nations that possessed gold-backed currency. The fiat slavery system was dead. The U.S. Inc. Corporation was officially bankrupt and dissolved. The constitutional republic was fully restored with Trump-era justice in motion. The raids on Thursday, April 30th, 2026 evening were biblical. Deep state assets were seized with trillions in stolen wealth redirected to humanity via global trust funds. Debt jubilee was executed. Mortgages, credit cards, student loans were erased under NISARA protocols. Prosperity packages were preloaded for Tier 4B humanitarians. On Friday, May 1st, the EBS primary signal was live. The Starlink satellite system had total dominance over communications with the cabal backdoors eliminated. The 10 days of darkness window was opening with a communications blackout to install secure systems. Non-stop truth broadcast to follow. Election fraud proof, child trafficking, exposures, bioweapon crimes, Fort Knox audit bombshells. Medbed centers expanding rapidly with priority healing for veterans. God has spoken. The storm is here to cleanse. Faith is your armor. The people have won. Prepare your spirit and supplies. Trust the divine plan. The greatest awakening in history is unfolding. Restored Republic. Friday, May 1st, breaking. Emergency broadcast system activation imminent. U.S. braces for military takeover. Jassara unleashed. NISARA's revolutionary impact. Reshaping the nation. The MAGA king on Telegram. The United States is on the brink of historic global transformation. This profound shift goes beyond politics and finance to reshape society and governance at its core. The Supreme Court ruling on 2020 election fraud could dissolve the Biden administration and Congress, leading to martial law and new elections to restore constitutional integrity and deliver justice against the deep state. Political changes coincide with a financial revolution. RV liquidity release heralds the global currency reset under Jassara and NISARA, overhauling world monetary systems for asset-backed prosperity. The quantum financial system replaces corrupt banks with secure networks protecting public health. Worldwide cyber attacks targeting U.S. Inc. and Israel signal escalating tensions as part of the transition chaos. Pentagon corruption is being cleansed amid power struggles. The Treasury Secretary's presence in Reno advances the final phase of the financial reset. The Epstein Island visitor list exposes elite depravity and control networks. Events in Japan add to global uncertainty. EBS activation around May 19, 2026 may bring a brief communication blackout in this strategic plan. Bitcoin's fall and the Federal Reserve's collapse mark the old system's end. The chosen ones prepare to use their blessings for humanity's benefit. Banks receive new codes from May 8, 2026. NISARA brings the debt jubilee to erase illegitimate debts. NISARA Jassara announcement is set for May 11th with new gold-backed currency launching May 17th. Full QFS integration completes by May 30th. International partners including BRICS shift from the petrodollar to sovereign currencies. Geopolitical realignments and National Guard readiness indicate major changes. Quantum communications enhance security. This movement builds an equitable future impacting all lives for generations.
Treason. Buried FBI files on Clinton Foundation reveal of bribery allegations. Grassley pushes, long questioned. 2024 case back into the spotlight. Schwano Savin JFK Jr.? On Telegram. Newly released FBI files have reignited explosive allegations of bribery, money laundering, and pay-to-play schemes tied to the Clinton Foundation. Senator Chuck Grassley is pushing the long-questioned 2024 investigation back into the national spotlight, forcing a renewed focus on potential high-level corruption that many believe was shielded from full scrutiny. These previously buried documents are now in public view, shedding light on an FBI investigation into financial misconduct, conflicts of interest, and how the case was managed. This resurgence raises important debates about what information was available, and whether the probe was fully advanced or held back. The materials indicate the FBI examined various fronts including allegations of questionable financial transactions and foreign contributions. They also covered potential pay-to-play dynamics and concerns regarding money laundering. These points were central to an investigation that drew attention, but led to no charges initially. Set against the backdrop of 2024, a time of intense political sensitivity, the Clinton Foundation came under significant examination. Federal agencies navigated challenging cases, and the approaches taken then are still questioned today for possible institutional caution. By releasing the files now in 2026, Senator Grassley seeks to reignite public discussion, assess the conduct of federal investigations, and promote transparency in significant matters. His step emphasizes that the case continues to be seen as unresolved by key observers. Several essential questions have returned to the forefront. Were all financial paths fully explored? Did the process reflect unbiased standard practices? Might political considerations have affected the investigation's rigor? This goes beyond a single case or organization. It concerns the transparency of federal institutions, consistent law application, and trust in investigative processes. Such moments test whether accountability holds equally for all, especially the powerful. The documents do not close the book on this story. They reopen it in the court of public opinion. What follows could mean more reviews, inquiries, or vigorous debate. One certainty remains. The questions are back, and they are not going away.
Friday, May 1st, were copies made of the Wiener laptop, and is this why 9+ cops ended up dead? The government would fall and lives would change overnight if the information on the laptop was ever released. Who has the tapes, and would it be a good thing to release the tapes to finally get some accountability? Chief Stephen Silks allegedly threatened the FBI to indict Hillary Clinton and other elite individuals mentioned in the emails and videos, and if they didn't, they would go to the press and drop the evidence. Not too long after, cops started 10 total, some within days of each other, over a very short total period of time. The commissioner's exact words were, "What the hell is going on here?" Breaking bombshell, Trump IRA plan could make millions rich. $1,000 federal match and no congressional approval. Video. Breaking the experience of a retired U.S. Army veteran in a secret base. Boom, Donald Trump's advisor, Alina Habba, discovered the fake Oval Office where Joe Biden allegedly pretended to be president. Must-see video. The Biden illusion, Trump drops classified proof, Deep State used actors, clones, and holograms to fake. Trump drops classified proof. Deep State used actors, clones, and holograms to fake a presidency. Bombshell reveal. RFK Jr. exposes the government agency behind America's geoengineering nightmare. We think it's DARPA. Military secrets leaked. AMG News. Boom, the greatest lie ever sold. Biden was executed at Gitmo in 2020. Trump's truth bomb shatters the global cabal. Friday, May 1st, breaking the silence. Epstein's list exposes global elites, CIA, MI6, Hollywood, and the Pentagon's dark web of trafficking and extortion. J.D. Vance on Telegram. The recent release of the Epstein list goes beyond listing names. This major data dump includes thousands of pages from court reports, police files, and witness testimonies. Coverage mentions about 800 pages, but the full extent shows deeper ties. Epstein's activities were part of a vast global network of extortion. Intelligence agencies, including the CIA, MI6, and military forces, are allegedly involved. This points to a controlled military coup over the U.S. government and elections. Epstein revelations are just the start, with whistleblowers emerging soon. As summer 2026 arrives, the Epstein saga will escalate. Roles of the CIA, Pentagon, and Israeli intelligence will gain focus. Q military intelligence brought this to light for millions of Anons and world patriots. Pentagon and CIA worry about further releases. The case ties to government, Hollywood, and entertainment. Banks like JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, Wells Fargo, Blackstone, and BlackRock may face scandals linked to Pentagon, CIA, and Rockefellers. Trump's judicial criticisms expose deep state control. Mexico will see upheaval exposing CIA cartel controlled backed by UN and Davos BlackRock funds managing global trafficking. These events begin a larger disclosure story. A military alliance targets deep, dark secrets of the Vatican, Rothschilds, EU, United Nations, Israel, and United States. Whistleblowers from CIA, Pentagon, and military intelligence prepare major testimonies. Vivek Ramaswamy advances military-backed efforts for Donald Trump, positioned by Kash Patel. Moves against DeSantis involves Nikki Haley pushes. An Epstein money laundering scandal threatens DeSantis and boosts Trump. Deep State backs Haley with The Rock and Michelle Obama as alternatives. Global intelligence holds Biden laptop data and CIA Epstein evidence ready for release.
Break-in. Emergency broadcast system EBS activation imminent. U.S. braces for military takeover. Gassara unleashed. Nessara's revolutionary impact reshaping the nation. Ezra Cohen on Telegram. The United States is on the brink of a historic global transformation. This profound shift goes beyond politics and finance to reshape society and governance at its core. The Supreme Court ruling on 2020 election fraud could dissolve the Biden administration and Congress, leading to martial law and new elections to restore constitutional integrity and deliver justice against the deep state. Political changes coincide with a financial revolution. RV liquidity release heralds the global currency reset under Gassara and Nessara, overhauling world monetary systems for asset-backed prosperity. The quantum financial system replaces corrupt banks with secure networks protecting public wealth. Worldwide cyber attacks targeting U.S. Inc. and Israel signal escalating tensions as part of the transition chaos. Pentagon corruption is being cleansed amid power struggles. The Treasury Secretary's presence in Reno advances the final phase of the financial reset. The Epstein Island visitor list exposes elite depravity and control networks. Events in Japan add to global uncertainty. EBS activation around May 19, 2026, may bring a brief communication blackout in this strategic plan. Bitcoin's fall and the Federal Reserve collapse mark the old system's end. The chosen ones prepare to use their blessings for humanity's benefit. The financial overhaul begins with Level 4B notifications sparking RV releases and wealth redistribution. Banks receive new codes from May 8, 2026. Nessara brings the debt jubilee to erase illegitimate debts. The Nessara-Gassara announcement is set for May 11th, with new gold-backed currency launching May 17th. Full QFS integration completes by May 30th. International partners including BRICS shift from the petrodollar to sovereign currencies. Geopolitical realignments and National Guard readiness indicate major changes. Quantum communications enhance security. This movement builds an equitable future impacting all lives for generations.
Friday, May 1st, Podesta Clinton emails expose how Soros, a group of over 100 private donors and shadow foundations, bankroll far-left agendas in their election takeover playbook. Edward Snowden on Telegram. Redistricting states has always been top priority and of paramount concern to fulfilling the left's agenda of turning America into a one-party state. It all starts with two low-profile but massive progressive foundations that have poured hundreds of millions into the same ecosystem. George Soros and the Clintons operate in the Sandler Foundation. Born from a $2.4 billion bank sale in 2006, the couple dumped $1.3 billion into the Spend Down Foundation to build progressive infrastructure. Seed-funded and heavily bankrolled the Center for American Progress, CAP, co-founded by John Podesta. Major early money behind ProPublica, investigative media that shapes narratives, the ACLU, Human Rights Watch, and consumer voting justice groups. Herb Sandler was a top donor to Hillary Clinton's 2016 campaign and Priorities USA Super PAC. Millions funneled directly. Podesta himself was a paid $7,000 per month consultant to the Sandler Foundation while running Clinton's operation, the Stephen M. Silberstein Foundation. Tech fortune, library software empire, turned into a $70 million plus grant machine. pumps millions annually into the exact same groups: CAP, Media Matters, ProPublica, ACLU, Tides Foundation, Brennan Center, and more. Silberstein is a card-carrying member of the Democracy Alliance, the secretive Soros-led network of mega donors that coordinates left-wing funding strategy. These are not random charities. They are strategic investors in a machine fueling color revolutions and rigging elections. Controlling the dialogue, massive funding for ProPublica and Media Matters to set the media narrative, attack conservatives, and protect the left's brand. Voter registration and turnout, billions channeled through grantees that run expansive registration drives. Same-day voting pushes and get-out-the-vote operations targeting urban and minority areas. Redistricting power grab. Direct grants to the National Redistricting Foundation and related outfits. The goal? Draw maps after every census to maximize Democratic seats in the House and fight any Republican attempts at fair maps. Stacking Congress. Parallel pushes for D.C. and Puerto Rico's statehood, adding 4+ safe Democratic Senate seats and multiple House seats. Funded in the same progressive network, killing the Electoral College. Both the Sandler and Silberstein Foundations have directly funded National Popular Vote, Inc., the group engineering the Interstate Compact to bypass the Electoral College and install a pure popular vote that would let California plus New York decide every presidential election. Yes, if we didn't have the Electoral College, that's what would happen. It would be mob rules. So they would pack those 2 states with, illegals, whatever, which is what they've been doing, and then, control the voting and the numbers of seats that, gets counted. George Soros' Open Society Foundation sit at the center of this web, pouring billions into the identical organizations: CAP, ACLU, Brennan Center, Voting Rights NGOs, Media Matters, etc. The Clintons provide the political muscle and donor list, Podesta is the connective tissue, CAP founder, Clinton campaign chairman, Sandler consultant. The Democracy Alliance is the coordinating hub where Soros, Sandler's, Silberstein, and dozens more align their checks. The end game is explicit. Flood the system with new voters and new rules, control the maps, dominate the media story, then structurally rewrite the Constitution's guardrails. More blue seats in Congress, Senate-proof majorities, and the final elimination of the Electoral College, so the popular vote machine never loses again. So these families, these mafia, cabal, banking families, they're behind all this money. And, you're one of those families in the system. You are, probably given your assignment to donate to these societies, create these foundations, and then funnel money down into these activist groups so that they can control the elections.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. And Iran, we've been playing around with them. I don't know why. We should have just gone in and smacked the hell out of them. So I don't know the bigger picture. None of us do. But they could very easily have the bomb by now, right? So they had enriched uranium at 60%. They told the peace negotiating team that, hey, we have enough uranium that we could make 11 bombs. All right. So they should have come home from that, and we should have next day hammered the hell out of them, right? And nonstop until they're completely gone. So I don't know what's going on with this. I don't know if they're building up, if they have, they're economically trying to strangle them to the point where they give up. But this is pretty dicey. What's going on with the Iran? They're a very, very dangerous snake. I've been around the Middle East for decades. I know that they're basically trying to get us in a position where we're going to okay, we give up. You guys can, tax everybody going through the strait, which is complete BS. That happens nowhere in the world. unless there's an actual canal, which somebody had to pay for, somebody has to maintain. So yeah, you got to pay to go through one of those canals, Suez Canal, Panama Canal. But like Straits of Hormuz, no, it's never been done before. And this is just a ploy to get the world, to be subservient to Iran and the deep state, because the deep state put Iran in power. The deep state being City of London. So we have to go in there and we have to like take care of this business, guys. Longer we procrastinate and play games and posture and all that stuff, it makes this even more dangerous long term, because they're building up their missiles, they're building up their drones. Everything's a drone war now, and I don't know how close we are to understanding that. I was saying this almost 15, 20 years ago, that the jets and all that kind of stuff, yeah, we still need them, as we're seeing, but really it's going to be about drones. So I'm the kind of guy that can see into the future. I look at a lot of stuff that gives me the insights that I need. And I was predicting this long ago. I was like, these hotshot pilots, at some point they're going to be obsolete. We're pretty close to that right now, right? So what we're seeing in Ukraine-Russia war, it's a drone war, right? In the past, you could like sneak around. If you're nice and quiet, you could sneak up on the enemy and set up ambushes and take them out, or no more, because these drones, they have technology on them now. They can obviously, see in the night, and also thermal. So yeah, you might sneak by them and they don't see you with the night vision goggles that they have on these drones, but thermal. They have thermal on those drones now, and they'll see your footprints, right? Or they'll see you like hiding. You're hiding under a bunch of tree in a forest somewhere, and they can see you. So, and then they just kamikaze individuals now, right? So they come in and blow up groups of people, soldiers, and they can kamikaze, and they can. In Israel, they're having a heck of a time against Hezbollah now, because Hezbollah, thanks to Iran, they have a lot of drones, and they're hammering the tanks. And that's one of the things that Russia had a problem with. And of course, the Ukrainians as well. We sent them a lot of M1 tanks. I think probably all of them are gone by now. And all of the, Striker vehicles and all that stuff, the armored vehicles, gone. All of them are gone for drones, guys. They were like graveyards, kind of like what happened in the war that we had against Saddam Hussein, where he invaded Kuwait, and we basically came in and drove his army out of the desert in like 48 hours, and they were sent running back to Iraq. And there was a highway of death. Every vehicle that they could get, they were jumping in vehicles in Kuwait, Mercedes, and whatever they could steal, and they were driving up the highway of death. And the A-10s, the Warthogs, were coming in and just like getting every one of them that tried to escape. So the drones are like that now. They can come in. There's drone wars against other drones now, because drones will hover over the battlefield watching. And now they have drones that can come in and find those drones and attack the drones. So there's drone wars in the air now. There's drone wars against everybody on the ground, vehicles on the ground, all of that. So, and like I was talking about the up in Israel against Hezbollah in Beirut in Lebanon, they've only gained like a couple of kilometers over the last month. All right, they should have taken over all of Lebanon by this point, but they're having a heck of a time because of the drones. And so that's the crazy thing that's going on right now. So Iran has massive numbers, hundreds of thousands of drones, And since we've been, procrastinating, going in and hammering the hell out of them, I'm just going to say procrastinating. Like I said, if I was in charge, I would have gone in right away. We bombed the hell out of them, softened the target up. We should have just gone right in. So maybe they have brought in a lot of forces since that time, Navy SEALs, Green Beret, and I'll talk a little bit about that because I have some background on that. The mining that's gone in, Hormuz Strait. I worked on mines as well. You're a Navy SEAL. That's EOD stuff. But Navy SEAls were the ones. The EOD was like, we can't do this. And Navy SEAls were like, well, let us try. And we tried and we did it. Right. So we found the mine shapes and basically went back and blew them all up. We missed one. So we had 95% success rate. But the one that we missed was one that actually buried itself under the sand. So it was no way we could find it. And we didn't have the technology at that time to find that kind of stuff. But that's what happens with mine shapes now. They'll burrow into the sand at the bottom, hide themselves. And when something comes over the top, they release a mine shape and it goes up and blows up whatever's going over top of it. So, the technology now is pretty highly advanced. There's drones that can be let loose to basically map out the bottom and find mine shapes. They were talking about drones doing that before I left the SEAL teams. That was back in the early 2000s, 2002 is when I left. So I'd heard that they were already using drones to map out, but they were wired drones. Now they have completely autonomous drones that will go in and map out the bottom, find shapes, and potentially kamikaze those shapes. So with a drone. I don't know where their technology is now, but that's definitely something that's a possibility. But you have the military industrial complex they like to make money, and they make a lot of money, $100 million per jet in some cases, or $1 billion per jet if it's a bomber. So they want to keep, that stranglehold on doing that. But drones are really where it's at now. So if we're not really, ready to manufacture drones on a massive scale, are doing drones over there. Maybe they went high tech on the drones. I hope so. But if not, not going to be so good, right? Now, like I said, I'm going to be talking about all of the different aspects. Like if you remember when we did the war against Saddam Hussein, we bombed the hell out of them for a couple months. And then we went on with a ground war. And the ground war was over in 48 hours. Now, that's obviously not going to happen in Iran. It's a very, very big country. And we only had to, handle a certain desert area. And those guys that were in those desert foxholes and so forth, those bunkers and whatever they had going on out there, they were subjected to a lot of technology, right? Technology that basically they were beaming all kinds of frequency weapons at them. They were tearing them down mentally and psychologically. So when they finally rolled through, those guys were like giving up as fast as the army came through. So that was one of the things that happened there. So now in Iran, they have guerrilla teams, guerrilla warfare that's been going on there for quite some time. You got the CIA in there. You have Mossad in there, and I promise you, in big numbers. And they have teams they put together, guerrilla, special operators and so forth. They have a small army, and they're attacking. And I'll show you a little clip. But they're attacking already and have been for quite some time. So the people are just waiting for the word to spring out and start to take their enemies that have been controlling them for 47 years. They're waiting for that opportunity. So it could move very quickly, but we need to start that process. And maybe there's some things that are on the ground that are delaying that. I don't know what that might be. They could be setting up avenues of, where guys come in. Now, Green Beret are expert, and they did a really good job in Afghanistan coming in with Special Forces, Air Force communicators. They rode on horses, the 12 soldiers. You've probably seen the films and so forth, books. But they have incredible capabilities, the Green Berets. And they demonstrated that, like I said, in Afghanistan. Only 12 guys, and they just were hammering the hell out of the Taliban and driving them all across Afghanistan. I think Samar Sharif or something like that. Sharif, I have a little slide on that, but I'll get to that in a minute. But they were phenomenal. And the same thing happened in the north. They came in from Turkey, Special Forces guys, and same thing, Special Forces radio operators, Air Force radio operators, and they called it fire. And they drove, and with the Kurds, they were in the north of Iran, or Iraq, which were no friend of, and so they drove out, all the armies in northern Iraq. So that is probably what's going to happen in lots of different areas within Iran. You have Special Forces teams. They'll probably come in through different areas. I've talked about some of them already. They probably come in from Kurdistan, which is bordering Iraq. Maybe they'll come in from Iraq itself, and from different areas, because a lot of the Shia that were our problem, and when U.S. troops and myself were in Iraq in 2003 and 2004. When I was there during those 2 years, they started a civil war against each other and then against us. The enemy of my enemy is my enemy. It's like, what? So everybody's against us now. So it was quite a shit show there in Iraq for a while, but we finally overcame them. Now, I remember working for the CIA as a security guy. And I talked to the chief of station there in Iraq during that time frame. We had a very nice conversation. I was a part of his detail quite often, head of his detail. So we would talk quite often because of my background. And he had literally been in Iraq on the ground for almost a decade, and working, setting up the guerrilla warfare that started to happen, in conjunction with the invasion that we did. All right, the Marines, of course, came in from the south and really ripped through Iraq, and then from the north, we just blew everything up through pinpoint accurate jets bringing in munitions and so forth. So, and that was sighted in by guys on the ground, Special Forces guys. So, we'll probably see the same thing. I was talking to that CIA chief of station, and he was telling me we had the plan. He was very, very frustrated. He said we had the perfect plan. We started utilizing it in the beginning, and then the Bush administration and his generals, he said it like that, which I took to be, as I look back on it, the deep state generals, basically came in and threw out the plan that would have worked. And I was like, he told me the plan. I'm like, that's common sense. That's completely common sense. Blow up all of the bunkers that Saddam Hussein had throughout the country, and isolate, different groups from each other, because they started to fight each other, and that's what they anticipated would happen. Go after the guerrilla warfare, because they knew that was happening. You might remember my story in The Intuitive Warrior, where I talked about how my first target as a remote influencer was Zarqawi, who was the lead of the guerrilla warfare that started after Saddam Hussein was found in a hole in the ground. The moment I touched ground, The moment I touched ground, and we had prayed that that would happen in a sweat lodge, Indian Native American sweat lodge ceremony that we had. So, spirituality, I've talked about this, good spirituality. I've been sending a lot of love to Iraq. I don't know, maybe that's why things haven't gotten going, but I'm a warrior too. And you have to, at some point, you have to bring to these evil people. The same thing's going to happen in the United States, right? We've let in, these evil people, Muslims, into the United States. And, in Texas, they have rooted in very good, thanks to the governor. All right. And also in Michigan, they've rooted in very good. And of course, in Minnesota. So there's lots of this, Muslim, jihadi types that have infiltrated. And it's going to be, we're going to clean it up overseas, but we're going to have to clean it up here too, guys. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. It's not going to be pretty. Witchmer, yeah, exactly. Up in Michigan, right? So, and Witchmer had an 8647 little thing on her desk when she was talking one time. So I think they should pick her up as well, but I don't know what's going on. I think they need a new attorney general, one that's going to get aggressive and really take it to these people, but it remains to be seen what's going to happen. So, we're definitely under Ireland, also under Islamic invasion at present. Yes, Derek, that is tragic. That's all across Europe is under Islamic invasion. There are replacements because they will do extreme evil, right? They don't believe in Christians. They don't believe in any other religion but Islam. There can be no other religion but Islam. Of course, there's great Muslims out there, but for the most part, unfortunately, not so much. All right, so let's jump in to some of this information. Iran could produce enough weapon-grade uranium for its nuclear weapon in about 1 week. So at 60% enriched uranium, which is what they have, and they've even said that they have enough for 11 bombs. So Iran has capacity to produce enough weapon-grade uranium from its stockpile of 60%. And this is what President Trump has been saying, you have to give us all of that. But they could, in 1 week, produce a nuclear weapon. So first nuclear weapon, approximately 1 week to produce enough weapon-grade uranium. Multiple weapons, 1 month. How long? So enough for up to 6 nuclear weapons, and in 5 months, up to 12. And they said they have enough for 11. So if they had the time, they could have enough they could have 12. So at this point, they probably have, I would say, 3, 4. I predicted quite a long time ago that they would bomb Israel with a nuke. Will that happen? I don't know. A lot of people think that that's the good ETs won't allow that to happen. Okay. Then there's people that say we've never used a nuke. There's no nukes. I beg to differ because I trained with those nukes, a backpack nuke, to basically jump in B-54 Saddam against the Russians if we were called to do that. So a lot of us that were trained in that, was not a lot of us, were like the 1%ers of the special forces guys. We all thought that, there was a one-way mission. And I talked to other guys. I talked to Army, Green Beret guys. I've talked to other SEALs, and it's like, yeah, that's a one-way mission. Glad we never had to do that. And I was like, yeah, I thought so too. So, yeah. So you're basically going to set that bomb, and supposedly you have up to 4 hours to get away. Maybe. All right. Or you set it and it goes boom. All right. So sometimes that happens. All right. Because they were older. And I hope they don't have any more, because they had to be maintained, and there's a lot of stuff to keep them maintained. They would have to upgrade the technology. They would have had to at this point. if they still have them. Who knows? Probably still got them out there somewhere. I don't know. But yeah, the nukes are real, guys. They've been used before. So Iran claimed to have enough uranium for 11 nuclear bombs, U.S. envoy Witkoff says. All right. So I did the search for this. I never remember this, out on the regular news. Maybe some of you guys picked it up. I'm pretty locked on, but this one kind of slid by. So I was like, I feel they've got something going. I think they're close, because I know they have 60%. 60% uranium can be made into a bomb fairly quickly. So I put in a search for it, and sure enough, there was an article out there on that. Maybe it was the only one they released. I don't know. So here it is. And Iranian officials told their U.S. counterparts during crunch talks last month that the Islamic Republic possessed enough enriched uranium fuel to build 11 nuclear bombs. President Trump's special envoy claimed Monday night. So what's the date on this puppy? March 3rd. So it's been a while. So that's a month. So remember how long, if they got a month, they got like, 6 bombs? Yeah. 1 bomb in a week, and then in a month, which is where we're at right now, 6, right? That's a lot. And if they were to put those on a missile and shoot it out into where all the ships are, probably take out a lot of those ships out there. So both the Iranians, because they've been claiming they're going to do that. So we're going to send a missile out and we're going to take out the ships. And if they nuke them, yeah, they're probably going to get close enough with a nuke to take out some of those ships, carriers and so forth. And I've seen a lot of people that have that are psychics that have said they've seen a nuclear, not a nuclear, but they've seen a missile take out a nuclear, or well, they are nuclear powered aircraft carrier. So there's been several pretty good psychics that have said that. So I haven't seen it, but that doesn't mean it's not a possibility, because other people have seen it. Maybe it's on a timeline that I didn't believe was going to happen, because we're definitely in a timeline situation throughout the world right now. So which timeline is going to be the one?
Lemongrass.
Lemongrass, thank you.
Lemongrass.